and we are here.
Yes, welcome everyone to our Summer Cup, Unicorn Cup, the finals of the global pitch competition. We are the largest global pitch event in 2020 by geography and the number of the events held. We already had an Asian day yesterday. Today we are having a European day, and tomorrow it's an American day, meaning that all 55 winners of the preliminary battles will be pitching whole day for the Asian time zone, European time zone, and American time zone. Please log in whatever you're comfortable with. I would like to say thank you for our sponsors, our global platinum sponsor, Network VC California Seed Fund, and our global golden sponsor, ICU Ventures. And I know that the Roman Nikita is here. Roman, would you like to say something as our sponsor?
Yeah, Anna, thank you very much. Would be delighted to. It seems like a long journey to this finals. It's unbelievable. It's been 50 cities around the globe, and we're obviously very happy and honored to be part of your endeavor. You guys have been doing great job, and we have this saying in Ukrainian that nothing, no bad comes without a portion which is actually good. So with this lockdown period, it seems that which forced your events to actually go from offline to online event format. Both investors and the startups, they received this chance to present globally and see global opportunities. For us, it's been unbelievably interesting to join around the globe and basically see the projects around the globe. And I see a lot of people and faces among the judges that are looking for projects, for talents globally, which was not really possible before. It was, but it was a logistical cost on top of that. So today we're finally looking at these finalists who are creme de la creme of all the 50 events. And we're looking forward to looking forward to all of them and wishing success and wish best luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. And it was Roman Nikitov, head of ICU Ventures. ICU Ventures, besides being our global golden sponsor, is a Kiev and London-based venture fund that invests in technology companies with ties to Central and Eastern Europe, focused on helping ambitious founders to build global businesses. Thank you, ICU Ventures, and global silver sponsor, Silicon Valley Syndicate Club. And I would like to present you our company. We are the ecosystem of online platforms and solutions that solves almost any task in the field of innovation and businesses. Startups can grow with us, investors can find the best deal with us, professionals can become really global with us, and corporations can outperform their competitors. Unicorn Battle, it's the oldest part of our ecosystem. It helps startups promote themselves. Investors can see the startups they had been looking for ages, and partners can expand with us. We had been doing these battles for 11 years already. We had done 220 of them. We are present right now in 37 countries. Over this series only, we had gone over 3,500 startups. And we are really good in picking winners because our winners over the past 3 years had managed to fundraise 120 million in total. Our VC community keeps growing thanks to all you guys. We have more than 500 VCs in our community and more than 1,000 private investors and business angels. That's the roadmap for 2020. And next season, we will be expanding even more. These preliminaries, as Roman mentioned, had been really extensive. We had gone to 37 countries of the world, had done almost 50 events. Today is 46 or 47th. I was in count already. We had heard more than 500 startups pitching live, and only the best ones made it to the finals. So we are, our finals will last for 3 days, 2 more to go. And as I mentioned, next season will be even more interesting. We will be doing vertical battles. We'll be taking only 4 primary partners with us. So please contact me if you would like to do it, our unicorn battles with us. The heart of our system, it's called Startup Network. It's a marketplace for the startups, for businesses, entrepreneurs, investors. You can find each other, share contacts, and really find great opportunities for partnership and mutual benefit. Silicon Finance is pre-acceleration program for the startups that would like to apply to top American accelerators and relocate to United States. Network VC California Seed Fund is our venture fund that where we invest into the prominent startups on one hand, and in other hand, we are leading investor at our Silicon Valley Syndicate Fund. Silicon Valley Syndicate Fund, it's a special entity for the private investors that they are now able to participate in the syndicates, investing into the startups together with us with the check as little as $10,000. And it's a great opportunity for partners also. If you would like to be a partner to Silicon Valley Syndicate Club and you have access to lots of private investors, please contact me and I will get you in touch with the right people, and you can lead our chapter of a Silicon Valley Syndicate Club in your region, in your country. VC House, it's the one of the recent entities. It's a close community for the VCs where they can share deals they invest in. So if you look for great deals and you are active VC, please contact us as well. So that was all for our ecosystem. The organizers of the Unicorn Cup is Startup Network and Global Technology Symposium. So welcome to the Unicorn Cup finals. Today, I'm really glad to see you all at the European Day. Besides the startups that are teaching live, we have Startup Expo. If you go to the event page, Unicorn.Events, you will see the startups there. You can, all the links will lead you to the startup profiles. You can see their contacts there. You can chat with them. You can interact with them. You can write them in our chat something and see really great solutions from all over the world. That is our event page, Unicorn Events. Feel free to go there anytime you need. You, dear judges, you are playing a crucial role in our finals because thanks to you, we will know who the winner will be. Every one of you had gotten in a mail your personal voting link. It's just for you. You cannot reshare it. You push it, go to our event page. In the upper right corner, you'll see your profile. You go to the pitches and see the marks from 1 to 5 beneath each startup. Sometimes it takes like a minute for a page to load, but please wait and you will see it. You can put the marks. You can go back and change your mark in case you change your mind. If you need any assistance, please write in our chat and our support team will help you. Dear guests, you can also play a great role in choosing which startup do you like or do you dislike. Just put the likes and dislikes. And if a startup gets enough likes, he'll be announced also the winner by the guests voting. And each day we are choosing the leader of the day. The leader of the day will get the premium access to all Startup Network features for the whole month. And the winners of our battles, the winner of our Unicorn Cup, will be able to pitch at the Global Technology Symposium that is scheduled for the October 2020. It's a really exciting opportunity for all the startups. I'm sure all the startups around the world know about the Global Technology Symposium and opportunities that are associated with such a great event. And We had prepared these wonderful prizes that will go to you, will be mailed to you wherever you are. So we will know who's the total winner tomorrow, but today we'll be choosing the leader of the European Day. Tomorrow is the American Day. Please log in if you are comfortable with this time zone. And we are having an after party. If we would have offline event, of course, we would have a great after party in the restaurant, but we decided not to change anything and have an after party in a virtual world. You don't need virtual glasses, but the experience is totally great. Go there is dancing, there is singing, bars, beach, whatever you associate with the party. All of us will be there. I'm not sure that you will recognize us, but you will surely know who Alexander is and who I am, who am I by the mood. And we'll see you all there. That was my little pitch. You don't need to grade me. And I would like to pose the word to our event managers for today for the Asian session. That's Kate and Lena. Girls, the floor is yours. So let's start the day.
Thank you so much, Anna. Hi, guys, and welcome again to the Unicorn Cup Finals. My name is Lena Yevtushenko, and I'm head of Startup Battle Asia. And I'm very, very glad to see you at our event today. So it's time for Asia Startup Speech Session. Today we will have 16 startups from Asia, and every startup will have 3 minutes to the pitch and 3 minutes for Q&A session. Dear startups, we recommended not to mention any fundraising options since it's a public event, and all questions regarding fundraising, please discuss in chat. Next information, it's for our dear juries. Dear juries, please remember that you are playing an important role helping us to select the winner of the Unicorn Cup. So please don't forget to vote for our startup. And now, dear juries, please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit, please, about your fund, about the industry, what industry you invest in, and what check size. Thank you. Who wants to be the first one?
Maybe Alexander.
Alexander, yeah.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Anna. Our seed fund is industry agnostic. Usually we invest from 50 to 250K, and we prefer to invest in the startups which are located in United States or Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Welcome. Would like to be the next one, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rafa Saleh, Qubit Ventures. We're based in Egypt, and we invest in Egyptian startups driving digital transformation of Egypt. Our ticket size is $100,000 to $400,000. Thank you.
Wonderful.
You
Roman, you already told us about the how is it being a sponsor. Now to tell us how is it being a venture fund.
Yes, right. It's all in one. ICU Ventures, we're based in Kiev and London. We usually invest into companies that are located in the United States but have roots in Central and Eastern Europe. We invest at late seed or round A, anything from 250 to $1 million.
Thank you, Roman. Great to have you today with us. Next one, please. Who would like to introduce?
Massimo, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm representing Sequitur Capital. We are organizing club deals to invest in targets in the deep tech space. Our tickets is between 500 and 2 million. We are looking to companies that has a B2B go-to-market model. They produce software and with a minimum of traction. We are based in Italy, but one of our partners is based in California. So we also have companies and approach the US the US market. And we are looking to company mainly in Italy and Europe, but we also give a look to some US companies from time to time. Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo. Welcome. Next.
I'll go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha Bernier. I'm at Cheltenham Enterprises, a family office located in New York. We have an affiliated partner that we started called SBSA Holdings, specifically to invest in venture capital. Currently, I'm in Manila because we have a focus also in Asia, and our investments are between $500,000 to $5 million, and we're excited to be here.
Wonderful. Great to have you on board. Yes, Pretty. Hello. Yeah.
Pretty, yes, one? Yes, please. Do you hear us?
If nobody is going, may I go?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Preeti Chaudhary, and I've logged in from India today. I represent a bunch of venture capital firms and angel investors with ticket size of 500,000 to 10 million US dollars, sector agnostic. Happy to be here. This is the culmination of a lot of effort from the entire startup network team. Congratulations, guys, already. Good luck to everyone that's participating today. It's nice to meet everyone else here. Let the conversations begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome. Who would like to be the next one?
Hello, I can go next, sorry.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
Yeah, hi, my name is Eike. I represent Nuclear Block Ventures. You see, I'm currently here on vacation in Italy, and generally we're based in Spain. Ticket size for us is quite small. We are generally first investor and would generally be below 100K.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Next
Thank
one.
you.
Please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Makeva Nayaba. I'm calling all the way from South Africa, Johannesburg. I'm the CEO of Set Up a Startup. I scout startups for our investors, but more so, I'm here because I really need to look at the potential investors that are also investing in the startups to look into Africa. That we have some great startups that are coming out of the continent, and that we should start looking at how we can connect. And I can give you a list of most of any startups that you guys are looking to invest if you are looking to invest into Africa. I wish everyone that is participating today all the best.
Thank you, and welcome. Next one, please.
Hi, I'm Marisa Alma McGinnis, and I'm located in Silicon Valley in California. I'm a managing director with Golden Seeds, and our Golden Seeds only invests in the United States. Our check size is 250 to 2 million. So it would be seed and A round. And then also I'm a limited partner with Bloomberg Capital. They invest anywhere in the world, and then their check size is under 10 million.
Thank you, Marisa. Thank you and welcome. Next one, please. Dear judges. Yes, please, Nelly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nelly Arlova, and I represent InMind, which is the biggest venture capital platform focused on startups and investors in Europe. We are doing syndicate rounds up to $500,000 ourselves. We also collaborate with a lot of venture capital firms in Europe and Silicon Valley, and with corporate venture capital firms. Majority of them on pre-seed, seed, and A stage. But 3 or 4 also consider startups in the B stage. Therefore, I have mixed investment interests, and will be glad to see prospective companies here.
Thank you, Nelly. Welcome on board. So next one, please.
Hi, my name is Miguel Martin. I'm the VP for Global Startups in the World Business Angel Investment Forum, and also the representative of the forum in Spain for the last 3 years. Basically, we are right now present and active in 96 countries, and we have partnership with the G20, World Bank, and the London Stock Group. So basically, we try to promote business angels quantity and quality within the different ecosystem and investing in early stage startups.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Next one, please. Lisa, maybe you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm actually representing Lisa. I'm working with R3I Ventures. My name is Ksenia Vasiliadis. Maybe you could change the name. My link didn't come in correctly. So R3I Ventures invests in deep tech and med tech visionaries and disruptors, scaling breakthrough innovation for impact on the smart city agenda. R3I are responsible investors and signatories to the $1 billion fund for women. And we focus on early stage seed to Series B and invest $500,000 to $2.5 million per company.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Great to have you with us today.
It's Ksenia Vasiliadis.
Okay, we will change it right now. I'm sorry.
It's okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next one, please, guys. Paul, yes, please.
It's me, yes. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul from Vienna. I'm a founder of Danube Angels. We are an equity platform focusing on the German-speaking countries, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. Our ticket sizes is 50,000 to 500,000, and we are sector agnostics and looking for companies of, let's say, any kind of style. And what we need is, of course, as everybody, the best team, but we need some kind of traction, so we don't do pre-seed or seed. So we are late seed, early stage. And of course, we are trying to establish an ecosystem where equity investment can be spread more broadly. Our lot sizes via a pooled indirect participation is 1,000 euros. And I'm very happy to be part of this jury and wishing everybody a very nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to have you with us today. Okay, next one, please, guys.
Hi, I'm Guillaume Clough from Validate Venture Partners, and my team and I help startups to ultimately grow and ultimately get funding. We focus primarily on US and European-based startups, and I'm pleased to say that through these wonderful events of Startup Network, we've been connected with a bunch of great startups and are in the process of getting 2 of them funded. So great work, Startup Network. I'm pleased to see what comes out of today's battle. And yeah, let's get this going.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Next one, please, guys. Yes, please. Who would like to introduce yourself next one? Dear judges. Okay, I think it's time to start the hottest part of our event. It's startup pitch session. So Kate, please introduce our first participants for Asia session.
Hello, everyone. The first one will be H3 Dynamics. It's number 2nd in the list of startups because our first participant has some troubles with the internet connection. So we start from the second one.
Yes, please. Let's start and good luck.
Hi, everybody. My name is Taras Ivankovic. I'm the founder and CEO of H3 Dynamics here in Singapore. And we are a company that is pioneering telerobotics as a service. And you will ask me, what is telerobotics? It's basically the extension of the mobile network to mobile robots to which we give a job, which is to collect physical world data which we turn into reports as a service, typically safety inspection or incident response, targeting big enterprise and public services markets. So we were founded 5 years ago in Singapore, raised 17 million US so far. We've got about half of our investors from Japan. We're also global minded with a team that's spread out across key regions in the world. As our solutions are cloud-based, they are accessible from anywhere. And what we do is basically turn physical world information into reports using automated data acquisition, automated data processing. We include civil engineers in the process to endorse the solutions, and then we sell them on to our customers. We're turning every single use case into a product on an app store for robotics, organized by verticals. Each of the products we are looking to sell have a $100 million target 5 years from launch. We started in the buildings vertical in Singapore. We're surrounded by tens of thousands of buildings, built 3 products so far, digitizing complex civil engineering reporting for aging infrastructure specifically, reducing time, making it basically safer, faster, better, and cheaper than the current method by a long shot, creating finished reports as a result of our system, using a completely automated data workflow, no data scientist involved on our side or on the client side, and a great, let's say, track record in Singapore already with recurring dollars because we're doing SaaS, increasing tremendously just in Singapore. We're just launched in October of last year. Our target market for the buildings vertical is all mega cities in the world. And our next step is full automation on data acquisition. That means rooftop-based stations for drones and other devices that can basically deploy to do regular scans and checks of the buildings. This can also be applied in hydropower dams, projects going on in Brazil, solar farms with projects starting in Australia, and EBITDA neutral targeting middle of next year already. We're already cash flow positive starting next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. So let's start Q&A session. Dear judges, do you have any questions?
Yeah, what's the difference between using IoT devices that do preventive maintenance and your technology?
We're doing visual inspection. So visual inspection is a requirement for all types of infrastructure, meaning normally you would get expert engineers, civil engineers that go out there and look for defects, faults in the structures. But now we're using thermal cameras and we're using HD cameras, getting a lot more detail than the human eye. So it's different to a sensor, which measures for other types of challenges. But we are doing basically this visual inspection automation. And
how do you plan to scale this? Like, what's the strategy to scale? Do you have to go building by building? How should you think about your business strategy in terms of actually growing this?
Well, we have 2 clients that represent about 85,000 buildings just in Singapore. So it doesn't take many clients to scale the solution. First of all, that's just direct sales. And indirect sales, we are now linking up our digital solutions via API to the construction and engineering solutions from Oracle, as well as the SAP Asset Intelligence Network. SAP has 487,000 enterprise clients worldwide, and they're going to market with us right now. In the pipeline, we have Microsoft, we have IBM Maximo, and Schneider, all of which want to start selling our solutions to their customers.
Thank you so much. Any questions else? Yes, please. Okay. So let's continue. Okay.
Thank you, Teres. Great pitch. Thank you for being on time. The next one, Custom Fit AI.
Hi, let me know if you guys can hear me and see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Cool. Let me just get started. Hi everyone. This is Ashwin from CustomFit.ai. I'm the founder and CEO. So in a nutshell, custom fit is all about, like a hyper personalization platform, which will bring you more leads than what you can, usually get. The problem point, what actually we are trying to solve here, just a minute. I think, let me give it. Yeah. So the problem point what we are trying to solve here is the companies spend a lot of money in driving the traffic to their website via different channels like social media, ads, outbound emails, push notifications, etc. Right. So, but once the visitor lands onto their website, basically the tool's job is done. Right. How are you going to convert those visitors to the quality leads? How are you going to convert those visitors to the customers? Right. That's what actually is the custom fit. The custom fit is all about, okay, converting your website into the number one growth engine by hyper personalizing the whole website content and the CTAs as if, okay, that website is custom made to that one particular visitor, thinking only him in mind, based on who the visitor is, what his past behavior, what his interest, what company he works for, hundreds of the different things. And we are focusing on the B2B website personalization, because the whole the theory to get the the leads increase, it's totally different when compared to the B2C, and our focus is on that thing. Let me explain you with our clients how are they using custom fit to increase their the conversion rate. For example, one of our client, Blue Jeans Network, it's a video conferencing company like Zoom. So like they are coming up with interesting cases. Say that a visitor from an startup background visits their website. Now the pitch of the website as if, okay, their platform is built for the startups. If you see what the messaging you're trying to convey, what kind of the logos, what has to be the background picture, everything will get inlined according to that particular the visitor. Now say that a visitor is coming from an enterprise background. Okay, now the pitch entirely changes. In sense, now the website is trying to tell that, hey, this is the platform built for the enterprises, right? What logos, every element of the website is now changed, right? Let me get even deeper. Now say that a visitor from a healthcare background visits their website. Now the pitch automatically changes as if, okay, trying to convince that customer, this is the platform built for the healthcare professionals. In sense, depending upon who the visitor is, like, like think in a way that your marketing guy, your sales guy is sitting right behind the scene, and he know exactly how to go and approach that particular visitor. Right? It's not just based on who the visitor is, it's also based on what the visitor has done on your website, like how he visitor browsed your website, what kind of the pages he has seen. Okay, just what is his behavior on your website, the whole pitch can change. Right? It can even connect your backend systems, and the pitch can change based on the stage of the visit. The visitor after taking a demo, what should be the page? The visitor, if he's already a customer, the website now shows a completely different content. Right? The crux here is the custom fit is zero code platform. Whatever maybe the technology the website is built on, it just works out of box without changing a single line of the code, because it's built for the business team in mind. With our advanced visual editor, they can go and create different experiences within a matter of minutes and launch it to their customers. Right? So with respect to the business model, we are the SaaS pricing thing. Our minimum ticket starts with $5K dollars per year to $15K dollars per a year. That's the thing. And we follow the direct sales, and also we partner with the digital marketing agencies to grow our reach. And this is the team. I'm the founder and CEO, and my other co-founder Shohib, he's the CTO of the company. And yeah, that's what.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great pitch. So let's start Q&A. Dear judges, any questions from yourself?
Yeah, sorry. How maybe I missed something. How do I know where the client comes from? What's the client's the visitor's profile is?
A lot of the things, like once the visitor lands onto your website today, right? Like if you see the website knows a lot of things about the visitor, like who the visitor is, from what website he referred to onto the thing, whether he's a first time visitor or is a repeated visitor. Even actually the website can auto magically detect the visitor's organization details, what company he works for, what is the size of that company, what segment they are into, without him telling anything. He just landed onto your website. All this data will be grasped out from different signals. It can be through the IP address intelligence, or it can be through the referral intelligence, a bunch of the things. The whole pitch can change in line according to that.
Thank you. Any questions else?
So when the visitor lands, is it the same landing page for everyone?
Exactly,
Or
exactly,
okay.
exactly.
And then
It's not the
and
different
then
landing
what the
pages.
content changes.
Correct. So
Okay.
if you see the thing, okay, if there's a startup, the whole pitch is different. And now, like, the system can automatically determine, detect, hey, this visitor is from enterprise background. If he's from enterprise background and say he's from this particular segment, how I need to showcase the website over there. Like, it's the same page that will be appeared in a different way for different audience who is coming on your website.
Thank you. Any questions, Sam?
Yeah, so if I just may ask again. So I didn't fully understand the answer. So of course I understand that somebody comes from, let's say, Spain. I can show them the website in Spanish. I mean, of course, every company does it. So you do some customization. But how do I know the size of the company of a visitor? Like if I'm coming from Spain, how do you know that I'm from a 2,000 employees company?
Exactly. So basically, it's a kind of the reverse IP address intelligence. Based on the IP address thing, okay, like our platform can go and detect, okay, like who the visitor is. Like, okay, it's not just what's the company name, what the company details. It's more than some 90 plus different firmographic attributes, like what is the company size, what sector they are into, what kind of the technologies they are using, and all. For this IP address intelligence, we partnered with a company called as Clearbit. It's just, okay, given the IP address, they will try to use this firmographic thing, and custom fit will make use of those information in the real time, parse those information, segment those visitors into the right bucket, and showcase the right content depending upon what your marketing team wants them to see.
Okay, that's fair.
That's one thing. And other thing is like based on the behavioral thing, in the sense, okay, now consider like, he just landed without any signals, just based on how he walks on your website, okay, what kind of the pages he sees, what kind of the products he looks at, based on his behavioral pattern, next time when he comes back, the whole pitch will be different.
Thank you.
If I may ask two questions. So first of all, Ashwin, the data which you collect and you described is very similar to a lot of other platforms which collect same data. Actually, HubSpot does the same quite successfully many years. Do I understand correctly that, first of all, your main value proposition is that depending on the collected data, you can customize the messages, not the landing pages, but the messages which user sees? And second, can you please go more in details about your current traction, customer base, pipeline, and financial things? Sorry if I missed it, if you had it.
No, I got it. Like basically, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, what the magic what like a custom fit does when compared to any of these providers like HubSpot and all. So custom fit teaches the data across the various platform. Okay, we are not competing with HubSpot. We are one of the partners of the HubSpot. Now you can combine the data from the HubSpot, from your from your firmographic information, from the information from your Google Analytics into a single view of the particular visitor, and the whole pitch can change. That's one thing. And current traction, okay, we just launched our platform in the last end of the 2019, and within this couple of months we already like onto 15 plus different companies, like even the bigger companies like Blue Jeans, Mamaearth, and all. We just started getting into the paid traction. That's what it started happening for us last 2 months back. That's the current thing. Our total focus is onto the US and Europe side of the market going on.
Does this slide mean that you have one paying customer right now?
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Are you working alone? Can you tell us a little bit about your team?
Currently, it's a 6-member team, 6 plus 1 7-member team. We are based out of Bangalore, India. That's the composition where actually we have a mix of the marketing and sales and 3 of the development persons on board. Now we are growing.
Okay. So let's continue, guys. Kate, please announce our next participant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great pitch. Hello.
Kate, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. It's time for our seventh participant, Libor Health Incorporated.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Can everyone see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Just make please full screen.
Yeah. All right, cool. Okay. Hey everyone, my name is Abrar and I am the founder of Libor Health. Due to the current economic situation, every organization and company is asking the same question: how to resume normal operations and ensure workforce and consumer safety. Essential workers are scared, stressed, and do not want to go to work because their colleagues keep falling ill around them. This is drastically increasing the unemployment rate and is creating a major management crisis because current fingerprint identification solutions are now useless because it risks spreading the contagion due to physical contact, and facial recognition is also not possible because everyone is wearing masks now. To solve this growing problem and bring us back to some level of normalcy, we created Sybil, a secure digital identity network powered by blockchain and biometrics. It is a patent-pending technology which uses contactless iris scans for identification, privacy, and detecting COVID symptoms. It measures a person's body temperature, detects fever, and alerts the concerned staff in case of anomalies. We have identified multiple essential industries which are most in need of our technology. These include healthcare, logistics, food, airports, refugee relief, and even banking. The global iris recognition market currently stands as 2.3 billion. To capture that market, our strategy is to initially sell to hospitals and clinics and long-term care centers because they are the most at risk right now, and then establish reseller partnerships with tech and security companies to license our technology and deploy the hardware devices. To make this happen, we are already in talks with several companies in different regions. We have a combination of B2B SaaS and biometric device subscription. Think of it as a modified version of the smartphone subscriptions. We have a combined experience of more than 25 years. We previously built a blood center management and automation platform called Panacea, which is now deployed in more than 20 cities in Pakistan and in Saudi Arabia, and manages blood-related data for more than 100,000 patients. We have an amazing advisory board, which helps us with business development, marketing, blockchain, and healthcare. We have now secured paid pilot projects with Niagara Health Foundation in Canada and TCA Health in the US. We are also working very closely with Niagara Falls Rise and Innovation Hub and Hofstra University in New York City to secure more projects. We have received international recognition for our research and technology and have raised 64,000 as pre-seed in the past. We are extremely proud to be working with some of the most amazing organizations around the world, and we are incorporated in both the US and UAE right now. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is very important and very personal to us. And we will do everything in our power to make this a reality and make people's lives better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great pitch. The judges, do you have any questions?
Wait, so I just want to understand, I didn't understand the blockchain aspect of this. Can you go into a little bit more clarification on that aspect?
Sure. The blockchain, we use blockchain for several reasons. One of them is the immutability part, the ability to have more security and create a network effect among these stakeholders. So our main objective, our vision kind of is to create a consortium of all these stakeholders which can share health information and do not have to trust each other. They just have to trust the blockchain network, which is governed by the cryptographic laws and the mathematics. That creates a network effect and allows them to collaborate and work together for security, transparency, and interoperability.
So let's just say I have a high temperature. Let's just say I'm going to a football game. I put my eyes in this thing. It detects that I have a fever, and it goes on the blockchain. Is that the flow of it?
No, the blockchain is only used to determine your identity. So your personal information, like your first name and last name, your social security number or whatnot, is saved on the blockchain, but it's first encrypted with your iris scans, with your biometrics, so that the data is only accessible and decrypted when you provide your iris scans. We take your iris scans, we use them to find your records in the blockchain, decrypt them, and then give you the results, or give the organization the result you are trying to access, the hospital, mall, restaurant, whatever it is. And they just get that information, that part of information which the device shows that they are going to get. So like, it's like, when you allow a third-party application to access your account through Facebook, they says, okay, this app is going to see this information, and then basically it goes and gets that information from the blockchain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions else?
Yeah, so just for my our understanding, I do understand that you have a concept or technology to store data and make data accessible to different parties seamlessly, just depending on what access they need. But I also understand there is some hardware solution to scan, so I understand the iris and capture the person's temperature. So would you say it's more a hardware solution, or is it more a data storage solution, or do you have a whole system combining hardware and software?
Exactly. It's a combination of IoT, blockchain, and AI applications. So we first started off with creating a blockchain network, a secure digital identity infrastructure. And then we built an application layer, which we are using right now to build the attendance system and integration with the EHR systems. Now, when we realized that previously we were going with the fingerprint identification and facial recognition, but that's not possible right now because of COVID, and would not be an option in the future too. So we pivoted to iris recognition, and that kind of hardware with the temperature sensing and everything was not available in the market. So we built our own, and that is the scale up or the growth strategy for Liber Health. We're going to give these schematics for the hardware to other companies, license them the technology. They're going to deploy it in their own regions, the hardware, on whatever price point they see fit, and we're going to charge them on the subscription fees based on the devices.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So let's continue.
Is this an operating business, or is it a concept at this stage?
It is an operating business. We are incorporated in the US, in Dubai, and we're working with TCA Health. We're working with TCA.
You have operation in Asia?
We have operations in Asia and in UAE. So that is not me, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
And we're working in Canada and US.
And what is your sales traction for the moment?
We're currently in pre-revenue right now.
Okay, thank you, Abrar. Great speech.
All right, thank you.
We can continue in chat discussion. And the next one will be AIDS participant Privy Technologies.
Hello, hi, Kate, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Great. Okay, can I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but maybe close the pop-up down.
Oh, this one here on the left, on the right, sorry?
Down. Oh, yeah, that's
this
okay.
This one, okay, this okay? Great. Okay, great, thank you. So I'll start now. Hello, everyone. This is a Lego box. They're blocks that click together to make whatever you want. At Prive, we've taken inspiration from Legos and applied it to wealth management. How do we do this? Through addressing this problem statement. Private banking cannot be for everyone. And why do people say this? First is cost. Wealth management today is still very manual and thus expensive. As a result, it is not widely accessible. But on the other hand, digital transformation for banks is not that easy either. So how can we make this cannot into a can? Through our technology, which is made up of plug-and-play building blocks that can be assembled just like Legos. It enables our clients, like banks, to construct a customized journey to serve their end customers. And the response has been tremendous. With over 75 enterprise clients worldwide, we have deployed our platform in 16 countries. This has also enabled us to grow our office from Hong Kong to 6 more offices across the globe, including Europe. This has also enabled us to collect our fair share of awards. It helps us validate our technology, which leads us to our secret sauce, what I like to call the best team in fintech today. But we don't want to stop there. We are also focused on our partnerships. With these strategic partners, ultimately our vision is to provide a bank-in-a-box technology to everyone for wealth management. But I know what you're thinking. David, this sounds so abstract. So let me show you what kind of box we can build. With the help of Samsung and through Bixby, I am very excited to introduce our newest wealth management box. Here you can see my portfolio in a snapshot. It can also alert me to tasks as well. But for now, let's ask a question. Hi, Bixby. Now, I can ask a question or make a request. In this case, to help me become a millionaire. Bixby will then calculate an answer. You can see it'll take me 12 years with my current portfolio, but I don't want to wait that long. So I ask it to make it 10 years. Bixby will then start to create a new portfolio. It is suggesting adding more funds to get to my goal, to which I reply, okay, let's do it. Bixby has found 3 funds that match my profile and preferences, out of which, let's choose the first one. This fund has exposure to Alibaba, but let's say I don't know much about Alibaba, so I ask it to tell me more about Alibaba. Bixby will pull up the necessary information, and this includes content from which I can make an investment decision. After reviewing, I say, okay, let's buy the fund. Bixby will show me my new portfolio versus my old one and the relevant trades. It will also ask me how I want to execute. Bixby knows my preference, and it already suggests HSBC, which I confirm and instruct Bixby to buy the fund. After buying the fund, it will also update my broker and advisor. So in short, we have taken an advisor that is in the palm of your hand and transformed wealth management into a conversation. Thank you very much. My name is David. We are Privé, and this is our story.
Thank you, David. Great speech. Any questions, guys?
Hey, David, that actually sounds a little bit interesting. So what's the range of motion that this thing can actually recommend? Can it pick between funds and stocks and bonds and things of that nature? And is there an algorithm that chooses that, or is it just specifically funds?
That's correct. That's a great question. I think, and thank you for the question. It is actually based off the backend API and backbone infrastructure of our system, which is actually based off a private banking type model. So essentially, it will be able to ultimately, right now, to ascertain and address and include mutual funds, equities, swaps, options, warrants, hedge funds, private equity, alternative assets, anything in which we can get a data feed. And I think that's the clear, I think, USP of any wealth management platform, is to be able to plug into different data feeds, whether it's from a data provider like a Morningstar or from an internal data processor from, let's say, you know, an HSBC or a Wells Fargo, and how they classify their assets.
Got it. So, and your target is mostly what, retail investors?
Well, that's a great part of this. So our I guess clients range from the largest retail banking corporation, which is public, which is Citibank, along with one of our strategic advisors, which is Credit Suisse Private Bank. So you can see that we can actually build this journey. And the key point is to build a journey for your business enterprise client to enable them to generate sticky revenue from their end clients, so they don't go anywhere else for this advice. Because the point here is, unlike the United States, the rest of the world still operates off a model of product pushing commission-based sales. And that's not wealth management. Wealth management is advisory. You get money for the advice you give. You get money for the AUM you manage. And for this technology, you can pick that and you can not, sort of cubbyhole that into people at $25 million, but to $500,000 or even $10,000 based on the scalability of the system. So this is a very tremendous tool, and I think it has a very good total addressable market value.
And does it analyze downside? So, you know, I want to make $1 million, but if I'm investing in well, Alibaba was a safe stock, but how does it analyze the downside? Just because you want to make $1 million doesn't necessarily mean it's taking appropriate risk.
That's a great question, and we have a tool like that called the stress testing tool. And what it does is it compares the portfolio that, Sasha, you may, you know, tell your clients to do or to execute versus their current portfolio, and peg it against, let's say, the coronavirus outbreak or the European, you know, financial crisis, or the, you know, IMF crisis in '97, or even the financial crisis in 2008. We have all that data because I'll back test it. You can show my portfolio that I suggest to you, Sasha, will perform much better in those stress-based scenarios, and therefore you should try to open and give me the mandate to operate your portfolio.
Thank you, David. Oh, okay, Nene, the last question.
Yeah, David, very interesting project. 2 questions. Can you elaborate a little bit more on business model details? And second, you mentioned you already have clients. Among them, there is Credit Suisse Family Office. Can you, without disclosing any confidential information from the client, explain what actually was the difference after implementing your technology your product for the client. So it increased the conversion rate, etc.
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for that question. So for the first question, or I'll take the second question first. In terms of the usual aspect of improvement, you usually get a 30 to 40% increase in client engagement, which follows with a 20, 30% increase in advisor efficiency, and they calculate that based off of increased AUM or increased sales, which they measure, which a lot of the enterprise clients measure. And the third thing would be essentially ultimately AUM that's based off the system, and that's essentially the name of the game. In terms of clients that use this, we have, like I said, Citibank, Credit Suisse Private Bank, which is based out of Zurich. They actually have people that are implementing this as well, along with various numbers of insurance companies, because insurance is very important in wealth management as well, along with securities companies, family offices, and also external asset managers. So from our perspective, we would be like almost like an InvestNet or something like an InvestCloud or even an Adapar out of Silicon Valley.
Thank you, David.
Okay, just a quick question. Charles, is it similar to a robo-advisor? I was just recently talking to a person who wanted to sell me a robo-advisor, and they had a white label solution going to different large banks that were implementing their robo-advisor. So basically, is that similar to what you're offering?
I think we're differentiated in this respect, and this is a question for Sasha and Olava. They touched on this. Essentially, we don't offer the robo-advisor itself. What we do is we offer that digital transformation for the bank. And I'm just using an example, Citibank. Citibank has its own intelligence. It has its own advisors. It has its own sort of market analysts and all these other different products and model portfolios. So what we do is we plug that into an algorithm that we can actually transparently tell them, this is your intelligence, you're selling the city journey, as opposed to a robo-advisor just selling a black box and going down the street and selling the same black box to someone else. So that's, I think, our differentiation. And the key point there is, and again, it's about the data, it's about the integration and the ability to classify these assets based on a city asset class versus an HSBC asset class or a Wells Fargo asset class. So you can see there that that's a differentiation, and that's why we have 75 paying clients on this. Otherwise, if you sold the same thing to everyone, there wouldn't be any differentiation.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone.
Let's continue.
The next startup is aladdinb2b.com. Ala, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. We are aladdinb2b.com. I've been working in the trade show industry for more than 15 years. And the biggest challenge that this industry is facing is return on investment. There are, last year, 300 million people attending 32,000 exhibitions around the world and spending $137 billion. The problem is just 5% of them justify return on investment, and the remaining 95%, they don't get any return on investment. We came up with a solution for the last 3 years. This is a web platform for exhibitors and visitors. You save money when you are buying or exhibiting, you make money when you are exhibiting, and you can be at several exhibitions at the same time without being there physically. Market validation, Alibaba is investing $22 billion in their infrastructure.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you guys seeing this presentation? I'm not seeing it.
I'm sorry, Sasha, you have a bad connection. And let's leave all questions after the pitch. Okay?
All right. So market validation, we have Alibaba investing $22 billion in the online trade shows platform they have. In the past, Ariba have sold their platform for $4.3 billion for SAP, the giant German company.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but your presentation is expiring. We don't see your pitch deck.
Meaning?
Your share the screen.
Okay.
We hear you, but don't.
Yeah. Let me start over from the beginning. I think there is a connection issue.
Okay.
1 second. Can you see now?
Yeah. Yes, it's okay.
All right. Perfect. All right. let me start over. So I've been working in the trade show industry for 15 years, and there are a lot of challenges in this industry. The biggest one is return on investment. The exhibition organizer cannot justify return on investment on their exhibitions. Therefore, there being a lot of churn year on year. So for example, take an exhibition 2 years ago and look at the exhibition, the same exhibition the next year, you will see up to 60% churn. Don't come back. So there is 300 million people spending $137 billion to attend 32,000 exhibitions around the world. And the result, only 5% of them get return on investment. We came up with a solution and we have launched it in the Middle East. We made a great success because we created a SaaS platform that we license for trade shows and trade events. So you can save money when you're buying or exhibiting, you can make money when you are exhibiting, and you can be at several exhibitions without being physically at one. Market validation, you look at Alibaba today, seeing the same opportunity we have identified, and they are investing $22 billion in the online trade shows industry. Ariba, a few years ago, they sold for $4.3 billion as a great sourcing platform. We are positioning Aladdin as an affordable online sourcing and selling platform. Our business model is straightforward. We managed to have 60 paid clients and return 75% of them. Average event is $7,000 to $10,000, and we are forecasting $67 million by 2025. Our technology is an online mobile app and also desktop app. 3 simple steps. You literally log in, you see your profile, what you buy, what you sell. You get a Tinder-like match. You like a company, you can request a meeting from them or a quotation if they like you back. And then the desktop is also 3 steps. Creating a trade show today is simply 3 steps, 3 clicks. You add your event details, you brand your page, and then you invite your attendees on launch. And now we are working as we speak on video conferencing tools. The reporting we give is for the exhibition organizer, they cannot have this type of reporting because we tell them what happened during the exhibitions in terms of meetings and deals. We have a great team with 10 to 15 years of experience, and we have product market fit. Today, as we speak, we have an Expo 2020 Estonian pavilion running, and this is the 2nd year they renewed with us. We focus on the numbers. So we tell you the number of meetings, and in one event, Gulf Food Manufacturing, we've done 4,092 meetings over 4 days. And we have done about $500,000 in sales. And we are, I would say, in a seed, we raised the seed round, and we are late seed, early stage startup. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Can you remind, please, what is your incorporation?
Yes, we are incorporated in the BVI and also in ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market.
Sorry, can you explain?
Yes, the headquarter is in the British Virgin Islands, and we have a branch in the ADGM that held by the BVI company.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sasha, maybe
Hi.
you ask the question.
Hi.
Sorry for the confusion, because at the moment when you was speaking, I didn't hear you clearly. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Ruchi. I actually met the team when you were in Dubai, so it's really good to see you again. And I just wanted to know, like, how had COVID affected the entire business? Because I understand like not many exhibitions are happening at the moment.
That's correct. So we've been really one of the few companies that blessed by the COVID, because once that happened, we receive a lot of demo requests from our existing client and new exhibition organizers asking us if we can run an online trade show. So during February and March, we couldn't sell because there's no exhibitions. But then we tweaked our system and we launched a few extra features to provide an online trade experience. And if you still see my screen, actually, we have done a virtual small trade mission, I would say, or trade show. Let me show you here. So this is one of the slides that I like to show you. We've done, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we've done a small virtual trade mission where we literally give you a full experience of matching, meetings, and also have a video conferencing tools. And after the webinar is finished, all the companies who participate will go to Aladdin platform where we can network. So let's say today, if we have Aladdin, all the people who attended this webinar will go basically to Aladdin platform and they can follow up and network and continue from there. So it's been really blessing for us, and we're receiving a daily demo requests.
What are the margins of this type of this business?
Yes, we are doing currently 60% margin. And because we have spent a lot of money on the product development, up to 40%. So soon we will have an economy of scale and our cost of development will be very low, so we can scale very fast.
How you are managing privacy data? Because depending because it's totally different from the countries or regions. So I know that I'm involved in online events, so I know it's a big issue.
Yes.
How you are managing GDPR?
Yes, this is a great question. I mean, this is one of the biggest challenges we face at the beginning. And the way we solve it, number one, when exhibition organizer asks us, is my data safe? We tell them two things. Number one, we are using Microsoft purely as a technology, which is the safest technology on planet, basically. Number two, of course, we leverage our network. If you are in the beauty or the food industry, we ask them how many in your database do you have in terms of contacts? They will say like 10,000. And we tell them, okay, in our network, we have 30,000 for your sector. So if you partner with us, we let you also send your outreach campaign to attract people from our database, which is mainly in the Middle East now. And then we sign a contract with them that says, if the data is public, you know, it's not your data or my data. And also, if anyone in your contacts or my contacts wish to opt in for your services or to my services in the future, is up to them. And we also have a lawyer who put a contract according to the GDPR regulations.
Thank you. Some other questions? Okay, thank you, Ala. Thank you for a great speech. Let's move on. The next one is biometric.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, everything is okay.
Okay, let's start. So my name is Azamat, and I'm here to introduce you to biometric. The core of all of our products is a face recognition and document scanning solution. At first, we apply those technologies to enter the microfinance market. And for those of you who might ask us why, it's because it's very profitable. About 139 million clients globally, $114 billion in loans, and the numbers are growing every year. We identified a niche here. You see, if you look at the top 10 countries by the number of borrowers, and you look at the credit card penetration for them, you see that it's very low. And we aim to serve those 90+% of the people who don't have a credit card and prefer cash. We did it by building an instant cash loan ATM. It has a camera and a document scanner, and we use our technology to verify that the person in front of the ATM is the one on the document. So then we can run our scoring algorithms and give away cash right then and there. This business was pretty profitable. It scaled really well. We broke even in about 8 months, experienced pretty much exponential growth, and got to $50,000 in revenue, in monthly revenue. But when we tried to enter foreign markets, we experienced a problem. This kind of business is very dependent on local regulation and laws. So instead of dealing with that, we partnered up with some local players in different countries and just sell them our technology, our hardware, our software, and started working as a franchise. But then we thought, why stop here at just the loan market? So we noticed that a lot of companies have cash departments. People walk in there to get their salary in cash or pay something in cash. And we thought we can automate all of that. It's much cheaper for the business to operate an ATM than having people do it. So we launched a whole bunch of products. We launched a pilot with a bank to give away like an ATM, but you don't need a credit card, you just need your government ID. Insurance companies that can print insurance policies at the ATM, generate information stalls. Cash departments and other thought microfinance is the first kind of business. Ticketing service. So right now we're launching a pilot project with the railways to print tickets. Bookmaking is another huge industry. Currency exchange, currency transfer, something like Western Union. So we have a lot of pilots in these different industries. And our team is, me personally, I have over 10 years in software engineering experience. I launched a bunch of startups. Most of them failed, but I had a couple of successful ones. My partner is the owner of the fastest growing app in Kazakhstan, so has a lot of experience in startup as well. And Maxim, he's just a hardware genius. He's responsible for assembling all of our ATMs and our purchasing parts. So that's us. Any questions?
Hi, Sasha, you muted.
Oh, sorry. Can you talk a little bit more about your value proposition? I go to China, for instance, and I see thousands of biometric types of technology. How do you differentiate this from everything that's out there?
Well, we are combining this biometric specifically with the service of dealing with cash. So China isn't really our target market because they are pretty much cashless at this point, but all the other Southeast Asian countries, Latin America, Africa, those are the people who we're trying to serve, and post-USSR as well. So our own country, we are based in Kazakhstan right now. So we're trying to serve all the people who don't have access to credit cards yet. And once we kind of have a long-term plan of if we can serve this type of people and they trust us with their money, then we can go into the cashless world. So like mobile payment apps kind of thing. But that's the long-term vision.
Thank you. Any other questions? The judges? If no questions, we will move on.
One last question for biometric.
Sure.
What is the traction that you guys have so far with regards to revenue?
So we got to about $50,000 monthly revenue. Unfortunately, that was practically halved when the COVID hit, but we are recovering lately since the quarantine has been lifted and so.
And that's annually or
no, that's
how
monthly.
should I see that? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
The next one is Egg Unity. No.
Yes, please. Good luck.
Thank you. You'll see okay?
Yes, but sound is not so good. Some echo.
All right, I'll try my best. I'm all the way in Australia, so the internet's actually pretty crappy here. But g'day everyone, I'm Angus Keck, founding team member and CEO of Egg Unity, and it's a pleasure to be here. And this $50 Egg Unity phone will enable a smallholder farmer to lift herself out of poverty. We've spent the last 4 years in the field learning how to do this right, and World Food Programme, Fair Trade International, a $50 billion retail chain, pay us to roll out Egg Unity because it is the best way to connect with last mile users, address the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and ultimately improve the lives of millions of people. Eliminating poverty is the most important challenge in the world today and #1 of the UN SDGs. And of those in poverty, the vast majority are in farming, fishing, or are part of their often remote rural communities. And millions of good organizations spend billions each year trying to support these last mile communities, but they all struggle to connect with each user efficiently. And that's ultimately what Egg Unity does. We connect the last mile with this. Egg Unity is a smartphone and blockchain platform that is as relevant to small farmers as the iPhone was to us. It helps reduce waste, encourages trust and cooperation, improves supply chain efficiency, and provides access to other products and services. And it works for them because we solve the big challenges that a simple application just cannot, which is a user experience for people with low literacy and no prior experience with technology, poor connectivity in remote regions, and securely recording transactions on the blockchain. And this isn't just about impact. In fact, it might just be the greatest business opportunity of this century. And our model moves through two phases to get there. Right now, those organizations pay us to give phones to farmers. And we have over $1 million in revenue last year from this B2B model. But as farmers earn more, and in some cases as much as 3 times, we collect transaction and subscription fees. And the numbers we are talking about are too big to comprehend. So I'll just put it like this. If we get just a fraction of a % of the world market, or a good share in just one market, or expand our relationship with a single NGO or commodity buyer that we're already contracted to serve, then we will become the first true impact unicorn. And for the last 3 billion, and for the 3 billion last mile users, there is really no direct competition, which is as relevant to what they do and has been tested in the field and is designed to scale into the millions. We're active in 8 countries and we have a massive pipeline we can't keep up with, including, we've just confirmed our 3 biggest projects ever, including working with thousands of fair trade coffee farmers across 4 countries. And this solution that we've been working on as well only needed a very small pivot to play a vital role in safe food supply during the pandemic. And we already have 3 COVID proposals going, including one for $11 million. Our management team has decades of experience in their respective fields, with our founding CEO having previously exited 2 tech startups in Japan and Singapore. And we've won numerous awards and been studied and recognized by many leading organizations. Again, that's it from us. I'm Angus from Unity. Thanks for your time and really happy to connect if you'd like to learn more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear judges, any questions? Yes, please.
Who would like to ask our participant?
How much investment are you guys looking to raise?
I think I've been told that I'm happy to discuss that offline,
Okay.
but that would be a very good conversation to have, yes.
Okay. And the headquarters is in Australia?
Yeah, so we're based in the Gold Coast. That's where our headquarters is in Queensland, Australia, but we're a very global team. I think we've got staff in about 12 or 13 different countries. So yeah, we're global, I guess.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions?
Just maybe one more question, Lena. And do I understand correctly that you have some revenues from big organization like USAID, German government, and some from your retail clients, yeah, correct?
Correct.
And which part today are from your retail clients?
So look, the majority, in terms of government versus retail, so probably 60 to 70% is your NGOs to date, and 30% is retail. But I think it's really important to keep in mind that effectively the role of, the German government, let's say, or World Food Programme, they effectively pay for our R&D and to set up in a new location. So, we started out in Ethiopia with 1 project with World Food Programme. We now have 3 projects. We're working with a cooperative that has 170,000 farmers, and that's a purely commercial project. So we've used that as because there's a lot of development money available, and we use that to kind of finance our R&D and seeding in new locations. But as soon as those pilots are completed, they kind of convert into commercial contracts where either the farmers or the cooperatives or a commodity buyer is actually paying for a subscription and a transaction fee for the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just to understand. So you provide the phone, the hardware, and on the phone you have an app, and that app can provide different transactions to the farmer, and you are able to earn from the people people paying you to distribute the phone, as well as from getting a percentage of the transaction. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. It's a little bit more than an application. We've had to do some work tweaking the operating system. The requirements in very remote regions is very different to in London or Australia. But yeah, fundamentally, we get paid to kind of deploy the phones. And as we kind of start scaling up, we collect very small transaction fees. But obviously, when you're doing a lot of transactions, it adds up. Plus a monthly or a yearly subscription fees for businesses and farmers.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Kate, let's continue.
Yeah, the next startup is IPification. Hi.
Do you hear us?
Just a moment ago, I see him. Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Share
Sorry,
screen, please.
Sorry, I was off. So IPification is now or number 12?
Yeah, it's your turn now.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear this? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, just make full screen, please.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you see me and hear well, right?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Stefan. I'm the CEO of IPification, the company that is changing the way of how we authenticate our mobile devices. We are all familiar with SMS one-time codes. We received hundreds of them for verifying our favorite apps, using m-banking transactions, etc. Sometimes they don't arrive, which cause a serious service interruption. But what is more important, SMS one-time pins are cause of severe security implications, such as account takeovers and SIM swap attacks, because SMS was never intended to be used for this purpose. What would you say if there is a method to verify your phone number and the device in a single click without worrying about any security implications or your private data being exposed? Well, this is what IPification makes possible. Here is a real-time example of one ride-hailing company that is using this service for verifying the phone number in just a single click, without need for an SMS or voice calls. How we are doing it? We've partnered with a wide number of telecom operators who are integrating our patented platform to be able to offer a service of verifying the phone number, SIM card, and the device seamlessly via user's IP address. On one side, we've opened up the APIs for a wide number of service providers in the OTT space, ride-hailing, fintech, banking, who are using these APIs to verify their customers, and they pay for each authentication. The revenues are shared between us and telecom operators. Market size is huge, and it's growing at a staggering rate, especially now during COVID times. So it attracted a lot of new and old companies in the space. What makes IPification unique is not only its Asian origin, but it's currently the only company in the world that provides a fully secure telecom-based platform for enabling this type of service. We have 18 telecom operators that deploy the service live at the moment. Thanks to India and Indonesia, we have 350 million subscribers covered. We started with the commercial rollout in Q2 this year and started with the revenues, but the big acceleration is expected for 2021 from some of the big channel partners that we've aligned on board. Some of them you can see on the screen. We are confident that IPification will become the norm and a very important piece of verifying digital identity today, especially in the area of what user has. And we all know in today's world, that's the mobile phone and the SIM card inside. We have a great team with a wide experience in telecom space and cybersecurity, and we all share the same vision that mobile authentication must be secure, must be frictionless, and it must protect the end user data and privacy. So thanks a lot for your attention. And yeah, that was the IPification story, and happy to hear some of your questions.
Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you.
Who would like to ask some question?
Yeah, can you talk to me a little bit more about the technology? Again, this is something that we've seen a lot of. Obviously, cybersecurity is a big issue. Walk me through the technology and how you differentiate yourself.
How technology works is basically we are reading the public IP address of the user and the port, and based on that, we are able to resolve the phone number, SIM card, and the device on the operator side. So we don't trust anything from the app side. We don't trust the device. So we trust only the telecom network infrastructure. So the only information that the service providers such as bank or in this case, like ride-hailing company, that needs to do is just to redirect the user to our API. We are going to read the IP address of the user, and basically based on that, we can verify the phone number, SIM card, and the device of this user. So it's straightforward as that. So basically, nothing that can be spoofed. So we don't take any information from the app or from the device itself, nor we expect something to be sent from the service provider.
Thank you.
Stefan, can you please elaborate on two questions? First of all, from user experience, when the user changes the phone number, how do you deal with that? Because it is already an issue when they lose access to a lot of apps. And second question, you mentioned that you collaborate with a lot of telecom providers. With whom in particular you collaborate in Europe, if you do? And did you talk with their venture engines?
Yeah, good questions. So thanks a lot for the first one. When you change the phone number, you kind of change a piece of your identity, and the mobile ID hash information we provide in this case is going to be different. So same as what happens, with WhatsApp service or whatever. When you change the service, when you change the phone number, you need to re-authenticate basically, and it's up to WhatsApp and the service provider to combine different phone numbers that you have into one identity. So it's up on them, but we are going to provide them basically the verification of your other phone number and provide a specific mobile ID that's connected with this new phone number. What is the second question in Europe? The biggest one in Europe is Deutsche Telekom that we work with. We deployed live in Montenegro and now in Croatia, and Orange is deploying the service at the moment in Spain first. So yeah, this is at the moment our traction in Europe. We have Beeline in Russia as well, but yeah, I mean, we've started from Asia where our biggest footprints are. But anyway, we have 2 operators in Latin America. We have 3 operators in Middle East. To be honest, we've been shooting the deer wherever we've seen it when we started, right? So now we are kind of making a bit more focused on the countries where our channel partners and merchants are asking for.
The second question also included
the digital ventures, right?
Yeah, ventures.
To be honest, we got some conversations. Some of the telecoms that deployed, they did ask us, but since the service is global, I mean, it's kind of a global company and it covers all the telecoms. We are of the thinking that if we choose one telecom venture, that this could cause a lot of competition issues from other telco groups to pick up, partnership with us. So anyway, it's not that we are closing the doors, but yeah, I mean, we don't think that maybe telecom-owned venture could be, the right partner for us at the moment.
Do you have direct competitors?
We do have, let's say, 2-3 direct competitors, companies such as Payphone and Boku, which I guess you're familiar with from the US market. But they are using the other type of technology on the operator side, which is no longer considered secure. It's based on HTTP protocol, which is becoming deprecated already for many different reasons. And naturally, I would say these competitors are becoming our partners in the way of becoming channel partners and buying connectivity from us. So at the moment, there are no direct company on the telecom space that do the same thing as we do. Both Payphone and Boku or Telesign, they go and buy whatever there is on the operator side. But unfortunately, there's not much things there. So we are the guys who are changing the status quo and enabling actually this fully secure, seamless authentication service to be available on the operator side.
And next question. Yesterday you said that your valuation, $500 million, is based on...
I realized it was a big shock.
Approximation or it's based on approximation of your revenue in the next year, $50 million US. Yeah, can you explain? Are you sure you will have 50 millions next year, or why do you think so?
I mean, yeah, it's really good question, and it's something that, yeah, we've been asked, but I mean, we already have the agreements with some of the biggest, let's say, A2P SMS providers who are processing 800 million of revenues per year, right? So big portion of these revenues are coming from SMS one-time codes, like roughly 25 to 30% from the guys such as Twilio, Cinch, Infobip, and you name it, right? So a lot of these guys, I wouldn't name specifically all of them, but they are becoming our partners, and they are slowly planning to switch part of their revenues to all the operators we enable live to go with this technology. Of course, I mean, SMS will have a slow death, but I mean, eventually, I mean, with all the 5G and everything moving to mobile seamlessly, I mean, there's no space for SMS in the future, and even telecoms are aware of this, but it's just that, you know, due to big bureaucratic systems, etc., it takes time for them to adopt the service. So that's our biggest challenge, and that's the main reason why we are looking for partners to raise a bit bigger lump sums to finance the global deployment. Because yeah, with a lot of operators, we are putting some commitments in place. As you know, telecoms will give you everything if you promise them a yearly track revenues, etc. So that's the main reason why we need a bit in excess of capital to make the service enabled with as many operators as possible around the globe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions, guys? Okay, so Kate, let's continue.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Stefan, for great speech. Thanks, our judges, for your involvement and questions. The next one will be Cameron with the startup WorkFam.
Hi there, everybody. How are you doing?
Hi, great.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty, are we ready to rock and roll? Good to go.
Yeah, you can start.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cameron Collins, and I'm the founder and CEO of WorkFam. Now more than ever, employee engagement, happiness, and well-being are really significant areas of focus. As companies globally begin to adopt work-from-home policies, they're turning to HR software and solutions to help them motivate and retain their talent. As it currently stands, employees are really struggling to integrate and feel that sense of belonging as corporate culture begins to somewhat fade. And as a result, the company is suffering from disengaged employees. So welcome to WorkFam, a gamified employee engagement solution that creates a happy, healthy, and highly engaged workforce, or as we like to call it, WorkFam. So we've secured the best possible corporate wellness discounts, obviously in the wellness space, and we enable and encourage employees to connect with like-minded colleagues outside the organization. So with little to no HR intervention, your organization is organically breaking down work silos, driving cross-segment collaboration, and hopefully sharing best practices through non-work related casual chit-chat. So let me explain to you how it kind of works from a wellness provider's perspective. Much like Uber for drivers, we have created a platform that allows companies in the wellness space to create corporate wellness discounts to our clients. This allows them to expand their reach, target corporate clients, and boost footfall and occupancy. It's particularly important now because most of these providers have been shut down for the last 4 months and are looking for affordable marketing channels and a post-COVID-19 recovery plan. Switching gears from an HR and an organization's standpoint, you can, as an admin, you can encourage healthy internal competition by rewarding your employees with work points and badges. You can recognize leaders of specific tribes, and you can allow your organization to redeem these work points for rewards and wellness initiatives. You can celebrate achievements like a large customer renewal, a big customer win, or a work anniversary via push notification. You can select or customize from our templates of pulse surveys. You can assign owners, set an audience, and set frequency to automate and schedule their distribution. In December 2019, we secured our first client. It's one of the largest clients in the GCC, called Majd Al Futtaim. They employ over 42,000 employees across 15 different countries. This particular client required both integration and customization services. In Q1, they consumed 100% of their base license and purchased an additional 500 user licenses. In Q3, as a COVID-19 kind of recovery plan, we launched an online virtual wellness week, and we're on track to sell an additional 500 user licenses. Now, WorkFam is an enterprise SaaS solution, which means our subscription-based pricing model invoices our clients on either a monthly or quarterly basis. We also monetize via additional license bundles, as well as integration and customization services. Now, given that we're based in the UAE, we're focusing on the GCC market, and we see that on this market in Dubai, 85% of the UAE workforce is actually disengaged, which means that of the 6.4 million workers, 5.4 are unhappy at work. But this is not to say that the Dubai market's not progressive. They have a Minister of State of Happiness and Wellbeing, and they've selected 130 Chief Happiness and Positivity Officers in both federal and government entities to address and tackle this problem. Our competitive landscape is pretty broad, given that we take the best-in-class practices in regards to employee engagement elements, and we've built a holistic employee engagement solution. Now, we feel like we're very well positioned over the next 3 years to really capitalize on the growing engagement and wellness industry that's trending positively in the corporate space, both large and small. Hence the reason that we've created diversified license packages to address different segments of the audience. We have an incredible team tackling this problem and an amazing board of advisors. Thank you very much, and I'd like to welcome you for questions.
Thank you, Cameron. Let's start Q&A session. Who have a question?
Yes, please, dear judges.
Yeah, I think we could hear you there.
Hi, Nelly.
Yeah, thank you, Cameron. The question is, sorry if I misunderstood it. Thanks for presenting your competitive landscape, but what is your main differentiation from those competitors who work in employee engagement field?
Yeah, so thank you for your question. Well, the one, as I kind of mentioned, is that we're truly holistic. We touch on rewards, recognition, perks, and benefits. But what we've done with our application is we've built a booking platform internally, which allows organizations and employees of that organization, whether you're the CEO or whether you're the receptionist, to initiate a wellness experience on behalf of your organization, which is essentially a micro team building activity. This allows people to connect more organically in smaller, more intimate groups, which helps them establish trust and build stronger and more trusted relationships. So I'd definitely say that's kind of one element, is that we have a booking system that you can invite your colleagues. To add to that, our enterprise SaaS solution is localized, meaning that we partner not only with large wellness sort of providers like Fitness First, but we provide corporate discounts with the mom and shop boxing studio down the road, or the pottery making or knitting classes studio that happens down the road. So it's very localized and customized according to a regional country.
And when did you start selling, and did you already calculate your LTV?
Sorry, say again?
When did you start onboarding paying clients, and what is your LTV?
Yeah, so we launched in December 2019, and that was our first client. We had quite a healthy pipeline in January, quite a healthy pipeline of qualified leads, and then things kind of slowed down, obviously, due to COVID-19. So beginning of 2020 is when we started selling, and our customer lifetime value, is that what you asked about?
Yes.
The customer lifetime value? Yeah, our average is around 400,000 dirhams, so just over about $120,000. And we're looking at an average life cycle of about 4 years, considering both large enterprise and smaller SMEs. So we're looking at about a 1 to 9 ratio, 1 to 10 ratio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, please, guys.
If not, we can move on. Thank you, Tamara. And the next one is Tali.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Ashay Bhave. I'm the CEO and Creative Director of Theli. So let's first start with the problem. So firstly, the fashion industry is the world's second largest polluter. There are 1 trillion plastic bags consumed each year, but there is no real way of recycling these plastic bags. And as a result, 100 million marine animals are killed each year because of accidental consumption. Also, sustainable brands generally have extremely high prices and a lower focus on design and fashionability. And these brands also regularly engage in greenwashing, where their green products only have limited releases. So what is Theli? So Theli is a word derived from Hindi, which translates to plastic bags. And as the name suggests, Theli is an ethical and sustainable footwear brand that creates sneakers from waste plastic bags. So this is our shoe, the Theli Y2K. I also have a sample with me over here. So the shoe is made entirely out of recycled materials. The exterior of the shoe is made from the Theli-Tex upcycled plastic bag fabric. This is a fabric that I actually developed, and it's currently being patented in India. This fabric uses only plastic bags and no chemicals in its additional chemicals in its production. Neither does it release any harmful toxins. The interior of the shoe is made from rPET, which is a fabric made from recycled plastic bottles. And the sole is natural rubber and is biodegradable and ethically sourced. And the shoe would retail for $150 US. Each of our sneakers uses 15 plastic bags and 22 plastic bottles in its construction. And the life of a Theli product does not end after it's worn out and used. Old Theli products can be traded in by consumers in exchange for discounts. And this allows us to responsibly deconstruct and recycle old Theli sneakers and also refurbish and donate them to things like refugee camps and charity organizations. So our target market mostly consists of millennials and Gen Zers, conscious consumers, vegans, and streetwear enthusiasts. And what we found was an overlap of an age group. So vegan consumers and streetwear enthusiasts generally fall in the 16 to 35 age group, which is actually the average millennial and Gen Zer age. Our competitors are Adidas Parley, Toms, and Allbirds, but they do not meet all these check boxes of being cost-effective, vegan, chemical-free, and they're not enriched with a trade-in model similar to ours. So this is our financial forecast. We aim to have sales of $150,000 US in the first year, with sales of 3.7 million in year 5, with profits of 1.9 million in year 5. We're currently valued at $1 million US as of February 2020. We recently received an investment of $60,000 US for a 6% stake. And we've also received many government grants here in UAE, and we've been also featured in multiple fashion magazines such as Vogue and Harper Bazaar. And by the end of 2020, we aim to produce 1,000 sneakers, upcycle 15,000 plastic bags, recycle 22,000 plastic bottles, and donate 5% of our yearly profit to the Plastic Recyclathon in Mumbai. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Yeah, it seems like a very interesting concept. I guess my 2 questions. To get this to scale, are you going to partner or try to partner with a big sneaker company? And then second, can you talk more about the marketing plan and what countries you plan to target? What countries are you in now? What countries you plan to target? Because the 150 seems sort of like a high price. So I'm just curious how you think about that.
So we're looking to partner with other brands, not necessarily in the sneaker market, but because the fabric has a similar feel and properties to leather, but it can be used for things such as bags and wallets. So we're actually looking at looking to partner with similar companies. And when it comes to our market, we're based in UAE, but our manufacturing is in India. And we're targeting Europe, North America, and the Middle East.
Hi, Kirill.
Looks like that's going to need a big budget, though, now to market all those locations.
So we've already received potential orders from retailers in those particular regions. We have a very strong really strong e-commerce partnership, because one of our founders actually has a e-commerce platform and a digital marketing service. I'm sorry, I think there was another question and somebody got
Yeah,
cut
hi,
off.
here's Kirill from Malamut Startups. Have you already sold any sneakers? Because you said you have pre-orders, but have you developed some and sold them? It's the first question. And the second question, are those sneakers customized? So can I just choose another color or whatever?
So we're looking at starting production in September, and going to market around early October, mid-October. And in the future, we're looking at customizing when it comes to similar technology to Nike ID. We're working on sustainable technologies when it comes to printing directly on the shoe. So let's say you have a pattern and it can be directly printed on the shoe, similar to like a dip dyeing technology.
All right. Terry, this is a good product. I realize now that I may not have my own order for this because I'm in Africa. You did not mention Africa. I think I sent a Facebook message on your page that I have to pre-order. I never received a response after I first of all came across your shoes.
I'll be sure to answer your message on Facebook.
Yeah, but excuse me. I'm also into the fashion space. So I just advise you that when you look into your market, you should try and look and expand within Africa. Africa is really, really growing so well in the African space, in the fashion space. And your shoes, to be honest with you, I like from the description of it, I think that it would really, really make a wave if you have a very strong market background and target every other continent as well. But in the meantime, when you're ready, I'd like us to keep in touch. Let's connect after this to discuss potential partnership. But first thing first, I will need my shoes as I've tried to pre-order.
Sure. Thank you so much.
And then another thing, just to mention, you talk about yourself. Can you please tell us a bit about your team?
Sure. So we have a team of 4 people right now. So apart from me, there's Matteo Boffa, who's already founded and successfully sold his sustainable fashion company. And we have Nicolo, who has his own digital marketing company. And there's Eric, who he was actually one of the startups. He also presented in the startup competition last time, and he has a company that's to do with cryptocurrency, sustainable cryptocurrency.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, guys? Okay, so Kate, let's continue, please.
The next one is Axion Research.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Axion Research is a digital healthcare company. People advocate cure to care to reduce ever-increasing medical cost. As to how, early detection is a key. Oops. Every year, 18 million people get cancers and 10 million die from them. There is an invisible pipeline of transforming healthy people to cancer patients. Current medical technology can only find cancers at stage 3 or later, which has high mortality rate. If we can spot the cancer at a very early stage, even before medical doctors find them, then we can stop them. We have a solution to that. The border between healthy and disease is not that clear cut. If the cancer cells are not big enough to be detected, then you are not ill. However, the cancer cells started growing much earlier to become that big. That is stage 0, 1, or 2. We have developed an AI system which estimates each individual's health level and predict disease risk, say stage 0, 1, or 2. Our Axia engine, AI engine, predicts the disease risk. We visualize your health level in the form of a two-dimensional heat map, which can take any number of health indices and show the correlation among all the indices. Then we position your heat map among 100,000 or even 1 million people and keep track of the transition to see whether you're heading toward cancer or not. We are working with a big US pharma to detect lung cancer at the stage 0 or 1. Medical doctors are also in our team, and we are a part of a big government project with $35 million for 5 years, starting in 2016 to test and track 10,000 pre-disease people, and took on the data analysis part of that. Our ultimate goal is to provide a precision health program to consumers. To reach that stage, we are currently working with the big pharma companies, life insurance company, and the IT company who intend to provide the customization and sub-licensing. We first take on B2B model by conducting a POC of Axia engine, our AI engine, with pharma and the life insurance companies in Japan. A big pharma is our lead investor, and we are working with them as well. The market size for health promotion is $940 billion and growing very rapidly. We have AI expert, Taksato, and medical doctor specialized in molecular imaging is also in our team. Now we have a bunch of IT experts, and also patent attorney is also with us. So in summary, our ultimate goal is a world without disease by early detection of diseases. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great speech. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for your pitch. Project sounds indeed very interesting. Sorry, I didn't hear your name clearly.
Jun Nakai.
Tunda.
Jun Nakai.
Jun, sorry. Yeah, so Jun, can you please elaborate? Have you had any connections with European pharma? How do you plan to approach GDPR questions? And what is your regional focus after Japanese and I guess maybe Asian market?
Okay, we do not have any connection with the European pharma as yet. So we have close connections with the Japanese pharma, as I told you, and also one big American pharma company is also very interested in our prediction technology. Then it says that the GDPR approach, yeah, that is the big concern because in Japan, people are very concerned about giving out their health data. So we are very, very conscious about keeping everybody's data intact and also very securely. Did I answer your question? Or?
Not really, but
Okay.
I don't want to spend more time from other judges. Maybe we can talk separately, reaching out.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Gunther Kraft
Sure.
here. I'm working with Merck very closely, and I know there's a lot of tools like that out there. Do you have any 1 or 2 sentences on the competitive landscape?
Okay, I think yeah, there are many companies advocate saying that they apply AI to healthcare. And one big patented advantage we have is 2D representation of your health level. And so I said it on the heat map. And also we can track health level in some history or in time sequence. So in a sense, it's a sort of a dynamic tracking of your health stage. So we can, of course, forward predict your disease risk, but also to create our algorithm and also model, we can also work sort of backward. So also we are now gathering the data from patients. Of course, we are in the healthcare, so we do not go into a medical diagnosis, but actually, it's just we are just in between.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, guys? Okay, so Kate, let's continue.
Thanks for great pitch. The next one will be Placed Analyst, number 5 in the list of startups in your on your voting pages.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hey,
but
hi, I'm Tadashi from.
I'm sorry. I don't see the half of you. Some white paper cover your camera, or I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That okay.
Yeah, right. I'm Tadashi from Plastlist by AC Bios. We have a chemical catalyst to create circular economy on the plastic waste. As you know, plastic waste is one of the biggest challenges offshore and onshore. And there's 3 methods to recycle plastic waste: material, thermal, and chemical recycling. And we propose today the chemical recycling on this. You know, the problem is that a lot of waste between food waste or plastic waste are mixed. And it's quite difficult to mechanically recycle plastic waste because it's already dirty, mixed, and multi-layered. But if we bring them to incinerators, that is along with dioxin, greenhouse gas emission, and tar, as well as high capex and opex because of the high temperature, such as 1,000 degrees Celsius. So chemical recycling it's recycle much cheaper, and it turns them into biofuels, carbon, or virgin plastic materials on site, rather than sending waste all the way to incinerators. So we have 2 different patented chemical catalysts. One is to carbonize organic waste mixed with plastic on site. We are already ready to sell, and we have sold one to a food company in Japan. And the Plastlist is that decompose plastic waste into monomer. We already have machines like a mixer, and that can accept up to 24 tons per day. The amount is adjustable depending on the requirements. We have 3 or 4 competitive advantages, which is a decentralized eco-friendly solution so that clients can save waste shipment cost and tipping fees. And we can save up to 50% energy cost because of the lower temperature than our competitors. The reaction is 0 greenhouse gas and 0 dioxin, so it's quite eco-friendly solution. Last but not least, clients can sell the carbon generated from the waste. So they can also get profit on it. So it's a more detailed. So in a nutshell, compared to compost or bioprocess, we can do much more efficiently, and we can recycle only within a few hours, not a few days or week like compost. These are applications of the carbon generated, so such as bioplastics, biofuels, or several industrial products that we can recycle from these waste. Our business model is like an espresso, so we sell the machine, catalyst, and the catalyst is consumable, so it needs to be buy regularly from waste management companies, food companies, real estates, and so on, which generate a lot of waste of food waste as well as plastics. Here's our last slide. We have a great team on 5 members. I myself used to be an investor on this field. And we have 3 engineers, Dr. Atsushi, Robert, and Farah from University of Cambridge, and some experts in Japan as well. So we got several awards, such as at University of Cambridge, Think Beyond Plastic in the US, as well as Solar Impulse Foundation. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Tadashi.
Thank you. Any questions, guys? Yes, please.
And before you think what question to ask, I would like to remind you that all judges, please vote for the startups you have heard. We'll be going on a little break in a short while, and then it will be time for the European startups pitch session. That was the last startup in the Asian pitch session. So ask your questions, and we will be finalizing the session itself.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit more about your business plan? How do you grow this? How do you get clients?
Can you stop sharing the screen, please?
Yeah. So your question was about our business model or business plan?
Yes, can you walk us through that?
So we already have manufacturing machines, catalysts, and we'll sell to waste management companies, food companies, and real estate companies. So it's a B2B business model.
Hey, I have one question. Have you already got any sales? Have you generated any revenues? Do you have any customers yet?
Yes, we sold to a food company in Japan, and we got several inquiries from real estate and packaging companies, as well as several municipalities.
Okay, and my second question, maybe I may missed it, but how much money do you raise, and what round are you currently at?
We already got funding around $500,000 US, and we are raising several a little bit more. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other question, guys?
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Dear judges, if you have some questions about the fundraising, you can ask participants privately in the chat. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tadashi. And our last participant in Asian session for today is Jandi, represented by Renat. The stage is yours.
Hello, thank you.
Hello, good luck.
Thank you. We were number 6. Sorry to have missed our time slot. So my name is Renat. I'm with Jandi, General Manager in the Middle East. And thank you for being here today. I'm going to tell you how we can work better together. When I present in the Middle East, I usually ask people in the room a show of hands of how many people use personal messaging apps for work communication. Everyone here uses WhatsApp. So that's has some problems with it. And I ask what's wrong with this? Everyone can relate to this image where our work-life balance doesn't exist. We're getting personal messages mixed with work messages. There's tons of group chats. They're not organized. It's difficult to find files and manage your tasks. But most importantly, what people don't think about is it's a security risk for their company data. It's clear that the way we work has changed. There's a need for real-time cloud-based collaboration. Companies like Zoom and Slack saw this opportunity and went on to find great success. But they have, well, Slack has very little presence in Asia and the Middle East. According to Forbes, the enterprise communication market is expected to be $42 billion this year. And I think that was estimated before COVID. So our solution is Jandi, and I'll show a quick demo. We've got here our topic-based group chats. We'll enter the marketing team group chat. You can take a message and convert it into a to-do to manage your tasks and assign it to someone else or set a deadline. You can launch a video call. We've just integrated with Zoom as well. You can open files, you can add comments, and the comments live with that file as a thread, a conversation thread. And there's many other features that we can discuss later. So in the last 5 years, we've seen tremendous growth. We now have over 200,000 companies collaborating on our platform. Our users come from 63 different countries. Our HQ is in South Korea, but we've globalized very quickly. We now have 2 million registered users on Jandy. And these customers range from small startups to large enterprises like LG and 3M. The customers love our product. We've got customer success stories that span across all industries, from education to retail, manufacturing, shipping, distribution, real estate, and even VCs. Our business model is a monthly subscription. We've got a freemium plan, a premium plan at $5 per user per month, and an enterprise plan at $9 per user per month. Our conversion rate from the free plan to the paid is 40%, and our net dollar retention rate this year was 120%. We've currently got 4 branches, South Korea and HQ, Malaysia, UAE, and Taiwan. Our company is TOSLab, our service is Jandy. We started in 2014 and now we're 40 employees. We've already raised in Series A $13 million, and we're backed by the likes of SoftBank and Qualcomm Ventures. Thank you for your time. We can take some questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great pitch. So, judges, do you have any questions? Yes, please.
Where are you incorporated?
We are incorporated in South Korea and I believe Malaysia.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And can you maybe talk a little bit about competition?
Sure. So our biggest competition, it kind of varies by country. In Asia, we've got Line Talk, which is like WhatsApp, and Kakao Talk, which is like WhatsApp. In the UAE, it's WhatsApp. And slowly since COVID, it's become Slack and Microsoft Teams. In terms of Slack, most people ask us what's the difference. So we're already 33% cheaper than Slack. Plus we have additional features like task management, and we've got our own Jandy Drive. So Slack users tend to use some external storage like Dropbox. So that's one less thing users need to worry about.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, guys?
And how fast are you growing?
We've grown a lot faster since COVID. We didn't anticipate to hit the 2 million registered users, but this year we've seen an 80% increase year over year. So the same month last year, 80% growth.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, guys?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for great pitch. And I remember you that it was our last participants for Asia session. So dear judges, please finish your voting.
Thank you, everyone. Great session. Thank you, Kate and Lena.
Lena, can I ask you, there are one startup in the list, and so it probably did not pitch.
Ah, really?
Guardrails? Yes.
Yes,
Just
yes.
a moment.
It will be expired now.
Okay, can you
remove
just
it from
delete it from the list, please? Because, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to avoid confusion. Yeah, please do that. Okay, great.
So,
thanks a lot. Thanks for all the
thank
judges.
you so much for your time.
You can take your time and vote right now. We are going on a little break. In 20 minutes, we will be back again with the European Startup Speech Session. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy your break. See you all in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are going on a break. stop the screen sharing, please? Lilia, hi. Hi, can you stop the screen sharing, please? Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to our European Startup Speech session. Please welcome to our Unicorn Cup European Day. It's a second session of the day for European startups. Dear judges, welcome. I would like to remind all of you that besides hearing great guys speaking live, you have also an opportunity to visit our Startups Expo, also wonderful solutions and innovations, startup profiles and direct contacts. Please contact them. You can chat with them, you can talk to them and find the best solutions. Also, you can visit our site, Unicorn.Events. It will in a second appear in a chat. You can see all our startups that are pitching throughout the day, and you will be voting for. You also will need this chat to vote. Dear judges, please follow the links you were sent in mail. You just press the link, go to the event page, see your profile in the upper right corner, and put the marks beneath each startup from 1 to 5, evaluating the investment potential of the startup. You can always change the mark. Please note that the judges that are staying with us, starting with the Asian pitch session of Asian startups that we had previously, you need to reload the page because if you were inactive for 20 minutes and more, your profile is inaccessible. So just press the link you got in mail. Guests, you also can vote, put in likes and dislikes, selecting the best startups, and we will select the leader of the day who will get the premium access to all Startup Network features. And the winner, total winner of the Unicorn Cup, besides everything, will be able to pitch at the Global Technology Symposium this October in California. And we also have some wonderful, really exciting stuff for our winners. We will be sure to mail all of you. And tomorrow, I'm reminding you, the last day of our global finals, American Day. And after party tonight, for all of you, please log in at siliconvalley.world. And you will be able to party with us. It will be great beach party, as in California always. And we will see you for the wonderful, exciting VR experience. So I'm passing the word to our wonderful host, Lilia. Hi, Lilia. Are
Hi,
all
everyone.
startups lined up in order and ready to pitch?
Sure. I'm happy.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes. So I'm like leaving the floor to yours. I see new judges are joining us. So enjoy.
So I'm really happy to see you all here today. Thank you for joining us. And I'm happy to show you our startup board. So we have 10 really great European startups to pitch this time. And don't forget that you have to vote, and it's really important for us to get really great grade for our startups. And later we'll find out who will win today, and tomorrow we'll find out who is the absolute winner. So, dear startup number 1, startup delivery, dear Volkan, please get ready and share your presentation.
Lilia, hold on a second. Maybe judges that joined us today would like to
oh, sure.
introduce themselves. Yes.
Yeah, wait a second.
Yes.
I stopped sharing. Dear judges, please introduce yourself. Tell us about your recent fund, what industry you're interested in, and what type of type you're investing.
Yeah, if you like were presenting yourself at the Asian session, there is no need to present yourself again unless you want to. You're ruling the world, so you can do whatever you want. We won't be stopping you. Okay.
So,
yes, Ali, go ahead. We didn't see you at the Asian session.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this amazing event. I'm Ali Abu Saud. I'm a general partner and founding managing partner at Hala Ventures. Hala Ventures is a Saudi VC. We invest in early growth stages within GCC, Egypt, and Jordan. This is, let's say, our second fund. Our previous fund used to be a corporate fund. So we intend to be much more active in the coming period. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Yes. Anyone else would like to speak out? If not, we will give the floor to startups and they will be speaking for the whole hour in a row.
I see a lot
Yeah.
of new judges.
Yeah, me too. But if they don't want to speak, they're like grown-ups. I can't make them do that, right? Well, that's your last chance, one. Last chance, two. Pash, come on.
I will introduce myself quickly.
Yep.
If I can, Pasha Bogdanov, general partner, Almaz Capital. We are an early stage VC investing in US Series A. So typically, Almaz check would be $4, $5, $6 million. So a bit usually we join a bit later than typical startups at Startup Battle, but it's good to follow the young companies, and sometimes we come in earlier than that. So happy to see everybody here and happy to follow the startups. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing yourself. Welcome on board. And I guess that was it. Lilia, we can now go on with the startups. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you all. Dear startup number one, startup delivery, dear Volkan.
Hi.
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, it's like 3:30 a.m. in the morning. I'll try to be as energetic as I can, but if I like slouch a little, excuse me in advance.
Perfect. So let's start your pitch and show us your presentation.
All right, I'm sharing my keynote. Just a second.
Okay.
All right, can you all guys see it?
Yes.
Okay, I will begin shortly. Hi, everybody. We are so excited to be here, and thanks to Startup Network for this event, of course. In this, in this brief chat, I'm not going to talk about marketing funnels or cash flows or anything like that. Those are in our investor pitch, which we can email you separately. Instead, I want to talk about who we are, basically. In these uncertain economic times, it's more important than ever to get the most out of your money, of course. But physically visiting every shopping mall, every store to get the best deal isn't the smartest thing to do when there's a pandemic around. So that's where Delivery comes into play. Delivery is a real-time price comparison app to find the best price or the fastest delivery times between online grocery shopping services. In addition, we offer the best deals tailored to your needs. So if you need some fast delivery time and you can pay some extra premium for it, we got your back. If you can wait a little longer to get the best deal out of it, we are here to serve you too. But where does the data come from? How does it all work? Well, I call it patent pending magic, so to speak, and I'll get back to it later, but let's get down to business right now. It has been 6 months since our inception, and we are currently actively being used by tens of thousands of people. We have received awesome reviews in app stores, and we started building business partnerships, and as of 2 weeks ago, we charged our first customer. So that's all good, but who uses us? What's our reason of existence? To answer that question, let's meet one of our users. We'll call her Jane Doe to protect her identity, but she is not a persona. She is a real life, kicking, alive and living and breathing person with her needs, wants, desires, and challenges in the life, basically. Jane is a homemaker. She works in 3 different shifts to make ends meet, and this is her actual budget, by the way. And even if she can make $10 out of that shopping cart, it's $10 that she can use for her kids' education, for example. So there are millions of Janes in the world who are in a similar or maybe less fortunate situations. So delivery helps Jane to save 12 to 15% in her weekly grocery shopping bag, which is a lot for her. We get our pricing information by running real-time AI, ML, deep learning algorithms and stuff like that. But you know what? Who cares? Who effing cares if our patent pending algorithms will not make people like Jane's life less of a living hell? So that's our story. We are here to make people's lives better by flattening the price inflation in real-time shopping services. People use us, people love us, and we make an actual measurable net positive impact in the world. And you know what? We have a bright future ahead. What's even more amazing is in 6 months, we have closed our seed funding and we have at least a year of runway ahead. So if we get further investments, we are planning to use it to accelerate our user acquisition and R&D efforts. And essentially, we are seeking for allies and mentors to grow our user base and, of course, monetize our application. Essentially, that's who we are. And thank you so much for listening to us.
It's perfect time. Thank you, Wolfgang. Dear
I
judges.
try to do my best.
So it seems like 3 a.m. is the best time to pitch.
And I'm getting better, I guess. This is my second pitch, so it's getting more natural in time, I think.
For sure.
Are you currently working just in Turkey?
Currently, we are working in Turkey. We are planning to expand to. We have two founders in Spain. So Spain is the next market that we want to jump on. But we first want to get like 1.5 million users in Turkey before we plan on global expansion. But Spain is in the plan. London, UK is also in the plan. We are thinking of US market, but it's a little far-fetched. Maybe after Series A. But all of them are like we see it a global opportunity, basically.
And where are you incorporated?
We will be incorporated. After the seed deal, we started the incorporation. We are founding an Inc. in Turkey, and after that, it will depend. I don't know. Maybe it will be U.S. Turkey dual incorporation. That part is more of the business management issue, I guess.
Okay.
How does your competitive landscape look like, and what do you need to expand to other European countries?
To expand European, we'll obviously need some funding because we are currently like shoestringing and trying to do our best to limit our budget to be as nimble as we can. The competitor landscape, we are right now the only one that does this real time. There are price comparison startups and there are larger price comparison businesses in Turkey, but they don't do like real time or near real time, price comparison services. And also business intelligence wise, we have some ingenious like ideas that we are trying to figure out, we are trying to experiment with. So like there are companies and startups that are, due to the COVID situation, they are raising up, but we currently seem to be the leader in the market, or like the first jumper, so to speak, I guess.
And last question from my side, sorry if it sounds primitive, but if I understood correctly, you do real-time price comparison for the goods themselves. But if they are purchased from different shops and e-commerce websites, the delivery price is different, everything is different. So how does it affect actually the final cost structure and benefit for the user?
So that's actually the benefit, because like you can the user searches, like, for example, a bottled water, the same brand bottled, like, say, Dasani water, like the same size, same shape, same brand. And it comes from 5 different vendors in 5 different price points. So some of them can be less expensive, some of them maybe, more expensive, and some can arrive to user's house faster. So the user can think about, I can pay a little more for the water, but it's urgency for me, I need it fast. So that's an option. Or like she can choose whichever the cheapest option as well. So that's the current model, at least. Does that answer the question?
Thank you so much. And we have the last 20 seconds for a question.
Sorry if I missed that, but who would be your customer?
So we have 2 customers, like the customer is actually the businesses. So we provide this value to the users actually. So they use the service to get the best deals, but we also gather lots of user metrics and user data, which we feed the business analytics engine. So the customer, our business partners can do like comparisons, like what are the campaigns that are being done at this time that are similar to my price, my product segment, my product spectrum, basically. Or they can have a certain campaign that they are running. They can measure the effectiveness of it. Like when I run this campaign, do people start buying these products, goods, and services due to the campaign? They can run those correlations. They can do item by item comparisons, like I sell this item at this price, but what are my competitors selling those items in real time right now, kind of a.
So consumers,
those analytics are the knowledge that is the thing that will make us money, so to speak.
Okay, so part of the product is what consumers would pay to save money on groceries, and part of the product is basically sort of the reporting and consulting, which is provided to businesses.
Yeah, we have a business intelligence portal, so to speak. So it has like dashboards, like it shows which like brand or market kind of segmentation. I don't want to dive into too much technicality, but it shows the customers, their competitors, pricing structure. So that market data is like something valuable that people are already paying for it right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. And we have to move on. Dear startup number 2, please get ready. And I'm happy to remind that we're live. We're broadcasting our event in the social medias throughout the world. And I'm really grateful to our sponsors, ICU Ventures and Network VC Fund, together with the Silicon Valley Syndicate Club. So, startup number 2, please share your screen.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
Hi Christine. Yes, I hear you. I see perfectly.
Hello, hello everyone. We're happy to be here as the winner of the Balkans Battle. There you had a chance to hear CEO Damir pitching. And you could see just how effective our product is in assisting people who stutter. However, we noticed that some members of the jury were a bit reluctant to ask questions in order to alleviate the situation for Damir. So today I will be pitching. Please ask questions. We are more than happy to answer, and we have a lot more to say than what fits in 3 minutes. Let me just share my presentation. Can you see it okay?
Yes, yeah, it works.
Okay. Stuttering. Imagine trying to speak, but words won't come out. You try to force out the words, but the problem just worsens. It affects your social life, your professional life, and your overall life quality. To speak easier, people who stutter use various approaches. However, stuttering is a neurological condition, and there's no reliable cure that works consistently across time and for all people who stutter. One of the most difficult speaking situations for people who stutter is making a phone call. I'm Christina, and we created Stewie, an innovative electronic device that helps people who stutter make phone calls. There's one incredible fact about stuttering, and our product Stewie is the first device on the market based on that fact. Most people who stutter speak completely fluently when not interacting with other people. So how Stewie works? It's really simple. Connect Stewie to your mobile phone as an extension of your headphones. Record the desired voice lines on your Stewie in a non-stuttering environment you prefer. Make a phone call and simply communicate by playing the recorded voice lines or combine them with your direct speech, however you like. The played voice lines will be merged with environmental sounds and transmitted to the phone call, which ensures the highest level of direct speech reality. We have an underserved $30 billion annual market that includes 70 million people who stutter. And by excluding mild stutterers, we define a target market of 40 million people. Our competition is all based on delayed auditory feedback principle, which can improve fluency, but is mostly ineffective in real-life situations, and its positive effect wears off over time. In testing the market, we had great results. 70% of people who stutter want to buy our product, while 90% of them believe that such product would increase their life quality. We position our brand as an affordable assistive technology solution for people who stutter with a clearly defined value proposition. When using Stewie, you avoid phone calls less, you have less stress and anxiety, you use your speech techniques easier in combination with Stewie, and with time you become better in using Stewie for your needs. No more phone call avoidance, no more asking for someone to make a call for you. Stewie empowers you to live more freely. Our strategy is based on a two-pronged approach, B2C direct consumer approach with a focus on digital marketing and web shop sales, and partnership with stuttering associations and institutions focused on medical device endorsement and B2B and B2G sales. We are a team of 3, an engineer with a 10-year experience in leadership positions, a highly skilled project manager, and a very influential speech therapist, Ms. Zuzana Jelčić, with a PhD in speech pathology. Our current investor will invest more in our project, so we're looking for a co-investor to reach our goals and start selling our product. Stewie's unique method ensures people who stutter live more freely, and now is your opportunity to join us in changing the world of stuttering. Thank you.
Perfect, Christina. Thank you so much.
Do I stop sharing?
Yeah, please stop sharing.
Okay.
It's a great pleasure when you pitch, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're happy to get your questions.
First question, did I understand correctly? You have working prototype, tested and proven efficiency, but you didn't sell to any customer yet.
Exactly. We have a prototype. It's basically finished. We just have some final touches, followed by tooling. And we plan to test our product by the end of the year. And then we in March 2021, we plan to hit the market.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more about your financial forecast, so business model, and what is the pricing structure, etc.?
So as I mentioned in my pitch, our strategy is two-pronged. So we'll go B2C, direct consumer approach, market it as assistive technology and sell it in the form of a web shop. And then on the other hand, we have B2B and B2G, which we'll realize through partnership with stuttering associations and institutions, through ambassadors, and by registering our device as medical device, we'll go through with the medical device endorsement. Also, there's one beneficial aspect of Stewie that I haven't mentioned in the pitch. One user noticed that, actually several users noticed that by using Stewie, their direct speech fluency improved. And we were a bit surprised and baffled, weren't sure if it's a coincidence or not. So we advised with some experts, speech pathologists, and they actually confirmed that it's true. It's something called self-modeling treatment, which basically means that by listening to your own fluent speech, your fluency improves. So people who stutter, users of Stewie, just by listening to their recorded voice lines, they'll improve the fluency of their direct speech. And that's absolutely something we plan to utilize when marketing our product, and especially with working with institutions and associations.
Sounds fantastic. Would be great to see more proof of that. And the last question from my side, did you consider if insurance companies can cover at least part of the cost for your product for the end users?
Well, we have considered that. That's something we'll probably explore more once we go through with registering the device as a medical product, and hopefully the Croatian healthcare system will sort of pitch in and help cover part of the cost, so that we can sort of open our product and our project to a wider number of people in Croatia. But we do plan to market it actually in the US, the UK, and in Europe. We plan to hit the market in Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK first, since we already have an established relationship with their institutions and associations, and that's where we plan to test our product by the end of the year. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. But we have to move on.
Okay.
So, dear startup number 3, dear Vincent, startup name is Nanolec. Please share your presentation. And we're
Hello,
ready.
this is Vincent. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you and see.
Okay, then I will share my screen. Just 1 second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Sure, yeah, it's
okay,
works.
Perfect. Yes. So hello, everyone. My name is Vincent Martinez. I am the CEO and co-founder of the company Nanolec, based in Zurich, Switzerland. And our mission is to help you reconnect to your body. So to start, I would like to make a statement. We believe at Nanolec that textiles will be digital. They will integrate electronics to be functional, to improve safety or health monitoring. So data will be collected for people to react on these measures, and it will become an entire digital element of the daily life. So in the future, textiles will help you to track and stimulate your performance in sportswear. For workers, it will help you to, let's say, improve safety, for example, with professional firefighters or professional drivers. And in the medical field, it will help patients and people to be continuously monitored remotely, and also paralyzed people and people suffering from, let's say, a traumatic stress after operation to recover fast through electrical stimulation. So they are the future, but not yet the present. And why is that? There is a certain number of problems in the field of e-textiles or connected garments: limited stretchability of the electronics, limited comfort, the electronics corrode, and the sweat and the washing, and they're fairly complex to integrate. So those are the challenges we tackle at Nanolec with the technology we have developed. And I would like to show it to you. I have a quick video to share. So we have developed and launched our wires and electrodes, phantom tape and electroskin, which is now a versatile technology to address a certain number of applications. It's highly elastic, durable. We can wash it more than 100 times, very light, comfortable, and easy to integrate. So thanks to this technology, we can have 2 platforms. The first platform is for monitoring the 4 vitals: ECG, heart rate, body temperature, breathing, and blood pressure continuously on a medical grade quality. And the second platform is about stimulating your body for muscle growth, rehabilitation, wound healing, and pain management. So we can address a really large number of applications thanks to those 2 products. In terms of traction, so we have 10 customers at the moment, 10 ongoing pilots. We decline additional customer requests. And I just wanted to showcase 3 examples. In sports, we track your performance in shirts. In workwear, we can prevent electrocution. And in rehab, we make partially paralyzed people walk again. And now we actually focus on those pilots to go into volumes. Behind the vision, we are 10 people, 4 founders. I'm the CEO co-founder. I was named as one of the top 5 entrepreneurs in Switzerland 2 years ago. And we have strong support from textile, electronics, and fashion industries. We are now raising 5 million, our Series A, second round of investment. We are almost close for our convertible by end of September, but we still have some space for our investment next year. And this is to automate our full production and also to increase our visibility on the marketing and sales side of things. We are looking for smart investors with know-how in textile, electronics, and software. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are also in time. So, dear judges, your turn.
Can you repeat whom do you see your customers? I just probably missed.
Sure, no problems. So we are an OEM, original equipment manufacturer for brands in the textile industry. For example, we have customers which are fairly small, typically spin-off of large groups or startups. But now we are negotiating with larger brands like Mammut, Adidas to basically set up direct collaboration so that they benefit from e-textiles in their product lines.
Okay, I see. Thank you. And as I understood, you already have MVP and some sales for sales, or it's just a tests, yes?
Yeah, this is correct. We have launched about 3 months ago, after 3 years of development. We had support from the Swiss state, initially private investors, about 2 million investments so far. We launched 3 months ago, and since then we are into 10 pilots, which mean we are selling our products. We expect revenues in the range of 300,000 this year. This means we are into pre-series with those 10 customers. We don't take more customer requests because we want to go into volumes. We don't want to multiply proof of concepts. And next year we expect revenues in the range of 1.5 million just from the existing customers.
And this year you are going, you assume you will have 300,000 in sales, yeah?
Yes.
In revenue.
Yeah, in the last 3 months, we are already at 100,000. So I think it's fair to assume we can get to 300 by end of this year, yes.
Okay, you have revenues and you have just 10 clients or 10 t-shirts?
10 clients, 10 different companies as clients. Some in the sportswear field, Polar, for example, in workwear, companies that are improving safety for their workers, and medical field. Those are the 3 market segments for us. What I call pilot is that there is a validation phase on the technical level because all of those textiles have different functionalities. For example, one type of textile is to avoid electrocution for electricians and other workers in power plants. So we are going through this validation phase, but we are already selling our products in smaller quantities, typically hundreds of shirts per customers, which means about 10 to 50K revenues per customer for this year, because we are in like pre-series validation phase. By next year, all the pilots which will be successful will, let's say, be multiplied by a factor 10 in terms of quantities and sales.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, but we have to move on.
Okay.
So our next startup, number 4, has some technical issues. They will join us later. Startup number 5, please get ready and show us your presentation.
Hello, everyone.
Happy to see you again. So, waiting for your presentation. Yeah, I would see it. Works good. Do a full screen, please. Yes, perfect.
Imagine if cleaning a window would be as easy as click on the button. So that is what we do. We are company Nero. I'm Michael, and we produce remotely controlled self-cleaning window with integrated ventilation system. In high buildings, cleaning windows from outside is not easy. It is dangerous, costs a lot. We have to wait before cleaning team comes, and there are difficulties with ventilation. Our product solves all these problems. With click-in mobile application, system sprays special liquid, and cleaning mechanism, which is covered under the frame, comes down, goes up, and the window is clean. Integrated ventilation system eliminates the need for other expensive ventilation systems. No noise is coming, it protects from insects, cleans air from sediment and dust, and it is safe. In the local market, price starts from $200 per 1 square meter. for standard set, and it goes up till $250 with adding special gadgets like ionizer for disinfection of the air or air sensors for temperature, pollution, and CO. Compared to same quality windows of competitors, our product price is about 25% higher, but it reduces price for internal ventilation system by 70% and by 90% spending on cleaning. At first, our target market is building companies. In Georgia, building sector grows very fast and all buildings need windows. We started in 2018 with idea, made a prototype, tested it, and made a research of the market. We patented technology and get trademark, had first customer and built a small factory this year. So first project is done. We have pre-orders for about 500 square meter. We start from Georgia. On the next year, expanding region, and on third year, launch Middle East countries. So based on our research, climate conditions will increase need on our product in these countries. So Luca is a founder, inventor, and head of electronic engineers group. Levan and me, we are new members of the team. So we are here in Nero. Let's have clean windows and fresh air. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really perfect timing. Dear judges, what do you think about such a great startup? It's like a dream. Self-made. So, some questions.
If I may ask, it's a very smart product. And I was wondering, how will you be able to convince project owners to pay extra 15%, given that usually whenever they prepare the budget, usually they have a budget for the construction itself, and they wouldn't really bother much about the costs afterward for the ventilation. So how would you deal with such clients if those are the majority of them?
Actually, for ventilation system, in most buildings, there are a lot of spendings. So we save much of it. And that's why in total, for our customers, our product is beneficial. And of course, in time, they have a lot of savings on cleaning. And also it is very comfortable. So that's why we are sure that for our customers, it's worth to spend a little bit more on windows, but save on ventilation system, internal ventilation system, and save on cleanings in the future.
What about maintenance? I mean, would it be easy to be opened, maintained, and will the spare parts be available? Those are the kind of hassle that they may fill in.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
The question is about the maintenance. I mean, at the end, it has its own product. I believe that whenever there is a problem happens going forward, as this is a new product, we don't know what kind of that.
So we give 2 years guarantee. Every parts of the system, it's very easy to change. And of course, with the technique, sometimes something happens, and everyone knows when you buy, for example, computer, you know that something could happen. But we guarantee 2 years that it will work perfectly, and after every part of the system could be changed very easy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next question. We have last 30 seconds. Okay, if there is no question, we will move on. So our next participant Dear startup number 6. Okay, for Nat, Grigory, please share your presentation.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Start sharing. Oh, sorry. Start slide. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we see it. Looks
Can I
good.
start? Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gregory. I'm a co-founder of Fonet. Fonet is IT and telecom company, provides telecom services helping to increase the efficiency level of business. We have next services: virtual PBX Fonet, on-premise version, IP PBX Fonet, integration with popular CRMs, own mini CRM teller, Fonet call tracking, callback widget for sites, Fonet call catcher, services for new mobile age like Fonet FMC, which helps convey conversation by corporate mobile phones in PBX and in client CRM when employees are working not in offices, and application for Android for now, Fonet Mobile. Today, more than 1,000 companies work with us. Among them, such international brands presented in Ukraine like Touristic Union International, Pandora, Kercher, Hell, Hertz, and others. Fonet solves the problem of accessibility of business automation for every company. Our clients are companies from different business sectors, from beauty salons to call centers with more than 100 operators. We're working for companies in software as a service model. This means that every company can get forward business telephony features for available monthly fee. Some numbers about us, key indicators. Fonet was founded in Kiev, Ukraine in 2012. First sales started in 2013. To the project, totally was invested $100,000 of cash. Income total revenue in 2019 grows to more than $500,000. The company is self-repayment now. All the money we earn were invested in further growth and development of the company. Our margin now 5%. Now we're searching for investments for further growth of the sales in global marketing and improving our product. In accordance with public available data from specialized sources, total available market for our main product, virtual PBX, in next 5 years will be grows to $4.73 billion. The another direction of our activities providing solutions for telecom operators. Now, one of the biggest Ukrainian telecom operator selling our services by white label revenue sharing model. Our difference from competitors is a unique software solution. Here is a comparison. And today our team consists of 23 persons, 2 founders, CTO and CEO, me, and we hope you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Grigory. Also great timing, 3 minutes. Great. More questions from our judges.
I have a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, you've mentioned one of your largest clients, and can you tell us more about the use case from his perspective and how they're benefiting working with you? And the other question is, what other CRM systems do you integrate with?
Okay, can I start with the second question?
Sure.
It's more simple. We already integrated with most popular CRMs in Ukraine, like Bittrex24, Amo CRM, and with global CRMs like Zoho CRM, BPM Online from TerraSoft now is Creatio, BPM Online, and more than 30 different CRM integrations in our sites. The global CRMs. I think that this is the main, and if you wanted to hear about some certain CRM, I can tell you about. And the first question I didn't understand exactly.
Yes, I can elaborate. You have a telecom client as one of your largest clients. You know, how are they benefiting from using your solution?
They selling our products, virtual PBX, call tracking widget to clients, and the revenue sharing model. They they get money from clients and sharing with us all our products. The operator can to distribute to his clients, white label with label of operator. We have some setup fee, but every month is a revenue sharing model. We always can to get money from this model. Can I to do some detailation? Maybe you want to see something else? I can detailize.
I don't know if previous judge got your question. I really didn't. So how would the telecom operator who works with you benefit actually from your solution? They are just reselling it, or you will somehow give value to them directly?
Telecom operators have not strong IT departments. Telecom operators sold the products from another companies. Telecom operators have some IT specialists, but this is not strong departments. This is not very experienced specialists, and we have this experience inside our company. And our product is strong product, and we can to bring this product to operator. The main operators think how they can buy to their customers. They don't think how to create this product, IT product. This is not the interest of operators. Do you understand?
Yeah, thank you. The last question from my side, you mentioned in one of the slides that your current margin is 5%, but you can increase it up to 30%. Can you explain how and when?
Good questions. Kevin Ayaba, this question yesterday. This question. Now 5% margins because we have expensive IT specialists, and when we will grow, this smashing for our we hope this smashing to our
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have to stop and move on because no time for a Q&A session left. So dear startup number 7, please get ready. Launch your presentation, dear Pavel, a startup that is called Car CD.
I
Yes, I will help you.
cannot sharing, unfortunately.
Just a second. Yeah, perfect.
Just a second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. And
Great.
please full screen. Yeah.
Great, great. Thank you, Startup Network, for the opportunity to be here. And let's talk about bloggers. Huge market, growing by dozens % of now. And imagine, for example, a blogger Robert has millions of views, great content, but Robert is struggling how to increase revenue. He knows that up to 80% of his revenue could come from merchandise sales, like t-shirts. But Robert doesn't want to sell boring stuff. He tries to give something to amaze his audience, so they will share it in all social networks. And here is City is ready to help. Our software turns regular physical products into digital merchandise 2.0 easily. If, for example, Robert wants to raise monetization and tries to go viral, we can add a digital companion to every merch copy. The companion is personal to every owner and boosted with fun and marketing tools. Accessible with a simple phone tap. NFC, no app required. It works like magic, actually. Let's see. Just one tap, web application with many, many possibilities. Okay, our current business model is fixed price $2 to $5 per every item sold, or 5 to 15% revenue share. We are looking for working on subscription model. Now we're launching pilot projects. We have a partnership with Print Bar, one of the major brand reseller here. We have several pilots, including DeLonghi, and 4 of the biggest 10 agencies in our pipeline. But who is building the product? 2 full-time founders. We've been working together for decades. I was the CEO of a $2 billion revenue corporation with complex IT infrastructure, including supply chain. So I know how to merge physical and digital into one product. My partner was a CFO, country CFO in the same corporation, and later, as an entrepreneur, launched a mobile app development company. Also, we both were co-founders of a gaming company. And gaming is about fun and retention, right? I'm Pavel, City, and we're looking for a partner and to grow globally and to close pre-seed round. Thank you.
Wow, really perfect timing. I'm so surprised that today is no worries about participants. So, dear judges, maybe you noticed that, oh, sorry, Pavel missed the slide with traction. Please ask him about this. So,
what I said about the current stage.
Dear judges, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. You mentioned that the subscription is going to be between $2 to $5. So how did you come up with this number, and how would you know that this will be easy number to be sold for customers?
It's not a subscription, it's our current fixed fee. We have tons of conversation with bloggers, several pilots, and this is saleable fee. So depending on the complexity of the page and the scale of the project, we are charging like this. So customer development, to be short.
Thank you.
Great. So who want to be next?
So if we understood correctly, you don't have any sales for the moment, but who will be your ideal first clients to pay you for your platform?
We do have sales. Before we have a certain history. Before the coronavirus, our revenue was up to 7.5K per month, but it was different market, gaming industry. And after the coronavirus, we need to make a pivot. And now our revenue is quite low. Several hundred per month, but we have contracts for several thousands, like pilot project for several thousand, and then up to, I cannot tell you, it's under NDA, but up to tens of thousands of items per month.
Okay, but who are the clients which are going to purchase?
Yeah, right now, bloggers directly, bloggers agencies, also entertainment brands who are working, not only entertainment brands, but those who are working with bloggers as a marketing channel. Corporations like DeLonghi, they want to promote their products, and it's quite complex. So they want to add fun and retention, gamification to their products.
I don't know. Is there any time to ask one more question?
Yes, sure, please.
And the last question from my side, we were considering very similar startup targeting the same audience for due deal, and we found out that there is a problem when the blogger has its own audience. The audience is very limited for brand producers, for good producers. So they are not happy when the platform sells through the certain set of bloggers, because after 1, 2, 3 connections, that's it. Nobody else wants to buy. Did you consider this problem, and how do you want to avoid it?
Yes, we again, different blogger has his audience, and our software is a CMS-like system, so we can build easily, like with checkboxes, different activities for a different blogger. So one blogger is conducting, for example, online draws. Another one could provide secret content, and so on. So our software is quite flexible. And also we can work both with like gaming bloggers, like entertainment bloggers, kids and kids-oriented celebrities, and so on. Did I answer your question? Thank
you.
Thank you so much. And we move on. Dear startup number 8.
Hello.
Hi, yeah, we see your presentation.
Excellent. So hi, I'm Paul, co-founder of Summer, and basically we are here to disrupt how the internet infrastructure and data centers work. We want to make them more efficient, more sustainable, and more dense. Basically, data centers are very hungry. As of today, they consume more electricity than India. It's crazy, 6% of the global electricity. This is moving towards 20% of the global electricity by 2025. And an average data center consumes the amount of water in an Olympic swimming pool every 2 days. Also very crazy, the amount of water that they evaporate for operating. Another important problem is that the brick and mortar costs for only the continent, so the building itself, to feed them the compute, it's around 6 to 10 million per megawatt. And you can see data centers that are more than 150 megawatt in the North Virginia area, in the data center alley in the US. And it's also an engineering process, and it's long, and it takes a lot of time and focus. So basically hyperscalers and tech giants cannot build as fast as they need, basically with existing building technologies. Another important problem of the industry is that we have this hype on AI, machine learning, deep learning, blockchain applications, and so on, which require higher density hardware. GPU-based ASICs, FPGAs, very powerful CPUs, whatever. In any case, it generates much more heat in the same space compared to traditional data centers. So there is a limit, a physical limit, like the cars as of today, that no cars are refrigerated by air, always they use liquid radiators. We need to break the ceiling. So we need new technologies to be able to operate the new kinds of hardware appearing in the market. On the other side, we have the lower latency needs. For instance, for this kind of conversations, this crappy overlaps when someone asks a question and the other one answers and so on, these weird moments, it's because of latency, these delays in the internet communication. So the closer you are to the infrastructure, to the compute and the servers, the better for reducing the latency, also for 5G, edge computing, connected cars, and so on. So this is how we solve it. We created a full stack hardware plus software plus chemical and now robotics technology that allows us to submerge any kind of compute in our jacuzzis for data centers or electronics. And basically we are orders of magnitude more efficient extracting the heat. We can save 50% of the operational costs for running the data center, 50% or even more on the CapEx investment, on these brick and mortar crazy costs I mentioned before. And we can also feed much more powerful servers in the same space, saving around 85 to 90% of the real estate space. All this without wasting any water. So we basically even empower the circular economy because we can reuse the heat that the compute generates for other purposes like industrial heating or district heating, industrial processes, and so on. It has a software stack and some very fancy stuff that I don't have time to explain, but anyway. The market is huge, growing at a 2-digit rate, 300 billion growth in the next 4 years. So it's crazy. Our vision is to basically capture this opportunity and become the de facto way of building data centers, making them more efficient, sustainable, and dense, not competing with Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure. We want to become the enabler technology for these guys to be more sustainable. We are ahead of competitors. We are like years away from them. Actually, in a year, we moved faster than our closest competitor in 10. And we are in a blue ocean market because basically 90% of the market still uses very inefficient traditional technologies. We are here, we have the full stack technology, we have production ready units already deployed in very interesting customers, I will show you later. And we are moving towards the robotics platform that allows us to do autonomous managed services and have these autonomous data centers anywhere in the world, very efficient even in extreme climates, and allowing us to move the business model more towards services and subscription-based software. As of today, our main business model is selling and integrating the smart pods, the boxes. Some happy customers like Airbus.
Your time is up.
Okay, no problem. Happy customers, and that's pretty much it. 10 million revenues, and an amazing team with people like the ex-infrastructure director from Apple and Yahoo, ex-Intel executives, and so on. Series A fundraise, partially committed already, and looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
What is your gross margin?
Our gross margin as of today is the average deal margin is 30 and something percent, and it's moving towards 50% because of the efficiencies that we are doing now on the manufacturing and adding the services, which is a recurring business model.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you work with Airbus, but didn't have time to explain. We work both with Airbus and Boeing VC engines. And can you please describe the use case for Airbus in particular?
Yeah, in this case, is the cybersecurity and defense business unit. And it is because of cybersecurity reasons. They are building a supercomputer for European international cybersecurity and AI and so on.
Okay, dear judges, any questions?
Okay, anyway, you can reach me out at paul@summer.com. Happy to discuss it if you have any questions. Again, CUSA, partially committed. Maybe it's nice to establish a relationship for future fundraising. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. So let's welcome startup number 9 that is called 2Event. Dear Nick, please get ready, share your presentation. Oh, I see.
Hello, do you hear me? Do you see my screen?
I see your screen and hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Nick. Okay, hello, everybody. I'm Nick from 2Event. We are the platform for online events. We have conferences, exhibition, and webinars. So let's see this. The value of business event consists of 60% its content and 40% its networking that will be made during the event or past or before. So this both can be provided online, and this become the new norm after COVID. So now, not whether, but when the mass market will adapt for this, and this is the huge opportunity for us to make it go online. So 60% of events are pivoting to virtual, and the new market is about 15 billion. Yeah, so by the way, we don't have evident leader in this segment, so we can become one, because let's look. To start and organize an event, you need a lot of services, different services to create a good event. We provide a solution that named 2Event that have all in one. So you're like a user, you have one button and can create everything in one place. What you can create is all in one platform. You can go sell ticketing, you can
Nick, I'm sorry, but we don't hear you properly. It's like
there is some problems with your audio. Don't move your head. Keep your head straight because your the mic is losing you.
Okay, sorry. Is it okay right now?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do networking. We can search for travel mates, roommates, if this is the offline event. Online exhibitions can be there. And by the way, apps for events, landing pages, and et cetera, are included in our service for the event organizers. Let's see about a few numbers that we already done. We sold 1 million tickets all over Europe. We hosted about 24K events. Yes, we have a growth, annual growth about 100%. And by the way, we have 6 languages already, so we are ready to go global. On this graphic, you can see our dynamic. So the business model. First of all, commission from tickets, about 7%, SaaS subscription for video, and customized apps for an event hoster that they can purchase in 2-3 hours. They will receive custom-made apps for their event. Profitable unit economic, the best model for us. We have 10x, and by the way, it can be 20x because about half of our new clients are from word of mouth, as you can see on these graphics. Analyze competitors. We have unicorns with the big money and not big functionality. The closest one for us is Hopin, and you can see that we have more functions and we can beat them with this. Our roadmap, we received 50K of investments already, implemented video technology, and planning to go expansion to the US market, provided a power of networking, and going global and rule the world. We have a great team with such nice people like Slav is CEO, Alex is CTO, me, Nick, is CMO, and a great team of designers and developers who work with us. So, investment proposal, we are looking for some amount, the funds we are using for sales, about 60%, 20% for product development, and business development 2%. Okay, and what we will get due to the investments, 2,000 new organizers online event will be served at 700K events will be sold. As a resume, 15 billion new market, 2Event great solution with a lot of features in it. We have 10x profitable unit economics. All you need is just invest in growth. So let's do it together and rule the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Dear judges, do you have any questions? It's high time to ask.
Yes, I have a question. You didn't mention a company like Eventus, which is one of the fastest growing players in your domain, and they're virtual events focused as well. They come out of Egypt, but they're already operating in the US to a large extent. So why haven't you mentioned them, or do you know of them?
To be honest, no, I don't know them. I can tell you that we are the leader in the Ukraine market and Ukraine segments, and we will definitely research what you mentioned, and we will see it.
To grow beyond your market, Ukraine and that part of the world, how much does that entail in terms of operational expense? Because the question is, I know how much you're raising, and the question is would that cover enough runway for you to go beyond your current markets?
Because it's a digital service, we can go online with ease, and we have a good forces here in Ukraine. They are not so expensive. Mm-hmm. And marketing can be provided from here, or if we need a representative in the USA, we definitely will go like a co-founders there, or we will find someone who will represent us there.
Right. Thank you.
If I may add a point, I think Rafa mentioned Eventus, and we are one of the investors in Eventus actually. So I would highly recommend and suggest that you really put a specific strategy for your own market. Although it is, digital, and sometimes you think it might be easy to just grow and capture the markets across the regions or across the globe, but in reality, it's totally different. So I would highly suggest and encourage you to focus on your market, gain the biggest market share over there, then try to focus on a strategy where you will have to establish a dedicated team for each region you are targeting, because it's going to be really different. Like, for example, now during the COVID, the strategy is a little bit different than post-COVID or pre-COVID. So those are the kind of area I would suggest you take.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. I want to a little bit add that we choose one interesting strategy of marketing here in Ukraine, and was able to beat the more bigger and concurrent, our competitor, with a lot of money. We use some tricks with the Facebook targeting and the direct functions for each of the recipients. But thank you anyway for your comments. So we will integrate this.
Okay, thank you so much. And we have extra minute, around minute for a question. Dear judges.
Please give me some questions.
So let's move on, as we see no questions already. So the last startup, number 10, startup U3. Dear Victoria, please get ready and share your presentation. We're waiting for you. Okay, dear Victoria, startup number 10, U3. Yeah, I see you already. Dear Victoria, sorry, we hear you already. Okay, let's give a few.
What does it mean? Does it mean yes? Or does it mean no?
Yes, they're here. They have technical issues. Just so we have 1 minute. 2-3 minutes they ask for.
Yeah, there are the last ones, so we cannot skip them. Yes, let's give them 1 minute. And I'm reminding, please, judges, vote. We have one more startup to go. And after that, our European startup pitch session will be closed. We will be moving on to American startups pitch session. I see already Anastasia with us. And are you ready? Startup number 10.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, properly.
Okay, great. Just a second. I will share my screen, and you can indicate whether you see my screen or not.
Yeah, I see it. And please do a full screen. If,
it's a maximum that I can make it. I can do it in this way. It will be more relevant. Yeah, so you will see it, and I could look into your eyes, at least virtually, but nevertheless. Okay, can I start?
Yes, sure.
Yes? Okay. We are all living and communicating in online most of the time. Still, as we all understand after all of this COVID situation, every online tool, they are working with verbal part of the information, with text. And there is a lack of humanity in all of that because of the absence of non-verbal channel of communication, a person's mood. And that is about 80% loss data that we have because companies don't know about their customers from this perspective. Also, at the same time, it's money loss, about $100 billion loss that burned from wrong advertising. And the final, all leads make only 2% of conversion rates. That is too low. So the whole classical marketing communication needs a totally new approach. Imagine that companies can have this missing part from just online interaction with their customers. It could be huge. Companies can raise their retention rates, can raise their conversion rates and personalize marketing with GDPR. So that's how Utrick created, and it's a SaaS platform with deep tech analytics of user mood and the platform builder to communicate with customers. So how we do it? We do it with the help of our AI algorithm that detect users' behavioral patterns while answering online web forms. So we can bring such kind of analytics as angriness of the user, energetic, distraction, and much more. Our target audience is marketing departments in innovative enterprise companies and SMBs as well. Geography, European MENA region, and USA also in our plans. Utrick is best for customer experience and UI UX research. Our market potential is huge. We also winning among the competitors. Here is our competitive advantages. The most of it is detection of the mood, this crazy analytics that we have. Right now, we put our 3 enterprise clients already. And also we found our first investor. Previously, we had already pilots like about a year ago with the Saudi Arabia market. Our core team consists of 2 people, me, our technical CTO, also 5 developers and 2 mentors from MENA region and 3 from USA. Both of founders has scientific background, IT and tech competency, and entrepreneurships also. Our Utrick has already many awards, among them top 50 early data startups from European Commission, top 10 as startups from Ukraine, and top 10 from East European Conference. So we have super partnership attitude. So if it triggers you, let's bring all of this empathy into online together. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Victoria. Dear judges, please.
Yeah, with just with that stage, just 3 corporate clients. You know, if you lose one of them, you've lost a third of your business. So how do you lock them in to ensure the level of stickiness to your app?
Yeah, how we will stick our clients so they will not refuse from our tool. That's your question, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a platform. So while we bring this kind of analytics, and we are only one on the market, and we also enhance it all the time because we constantly making customer development, because for us it's important that our tool will cover their business needs, but also in the future it will be helpful for them as well. So we are like enhancing, and that's why we will be useful for them, not only with all of these things that we have right now, but also we will be much better with the future. It's one thing. And also for like classical users that already grasp what kind of analytical tool we are, as no one can do that. So that's another reason that they continue using our tool. So we are flexible and stable.
Okay, there are other companies that have similar propositions through other tools. So for example, if we look at heat mapping solutions like Hotjar, if we look at different sentiment analysis solutions, and if we look at companies that do facial recognition like Effectiva, with all that, you can still extrapolate a lot of sentiment and a lot of analysis from that. Do you work with them with such solutions, or do you encompass all of that into yours?
Yeah, we have the whole information that Hotjar provided, and I can share that there is a lot of enhancement that could be done, and we done it. So for our end customer, there's no need to go elsewhere and to use many different solutions and plus ours. They could get all of this information within our solution, and like the rocket science that we have, all of this non-verbal channels. So for right now, there is a lot of analytics, and analytical person needs to sit down, put his brain, it could be like red at the end of the day, so in order to grasp all of these insights, what were the behavior, like what the user wants to do, in what kind of state he was, like that's the whole thing that we bring in this, like optimize the time of this data analytics and bring him. This customer was at the level, this kind of level of the rage, this kind of level of energetic, and etc.
Right.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, dear judges, any other questions? We have enough time.
Well, I guess that's it. That was the end of the European Startup Speech session. We have American Startup Speech session in just 20 minutes. We have stopped screen sharing? Yes, thank you. Dear judges, please vote for the startups you just heard. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a little break, then gonna have American Startup Speech session. At the end of the day, we're gonna have Israeli, African, and European Startup Speech session, and after party. Don't forget the after party at our own VR world. And can we have the video, please? I will see you all in 20 minutes. Thank you, Lila.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. And we just had seen during our break how wonderful our after party will be. I hope you will join all of us. You'll see in chat how to get there. It's totally virtual reality, but the experience is great. Dancing, partying. As always, we would have, if we would have an offline event. Hello, Anastasia.
Hello, Anna. Welcome, everyone. Glad to see you all there.
Is all America had woken up already? Only the best part of it.
And I would like maybe to introduce a new judges who join us just right now.
Yeah, hold on a second. Oh, yes, you'll do that, but just a second. I will share my screen. I will tell for the newcomers. In case they don't know that right now you're at the European Day. Hold on a second. I'll do it full screen. Oh, here it is. It's European Day of our Unicorn Cup Finals. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back, our judges who are with us from the early morning in London. Welcome new ones that are with us from other parts of the world. And besides live pitches of the startups who had won the preliminary unicorn battles all over the world, there is Startup Expo going on. You see the best innovations and solutions from around the world. Please visit our site, Unicorn.Events. It also will be in chat in a second. There you will see all the startups that are pitching, the startups that exposing themselves. You can chat with them, you can write to them, and you will need it also for voting if you're a judge. Please follow the link you got in your mail. Sorry. You will go to our event page. You'll see your profile, upper right corner. You go to pitches or just scroll down or just push the pitches and you will see the numbers from 1 to 5 beneath each startup. So please rate the investment potential of the startup according to your option, and you can always change your mark if you change your mind. And guests will also be needing our event page to vote for the startups, put in likes and dislikes. And of course, we will announce who is the leader of the day. You can go to our site, see who was the leader of yesterday, and we will know who is the leader of the day. And the leader of the day will get the premium access to all Startup Network features. And the winner that we will be choosing as a sum of the marks of all the judges for all 3 days will be able to pitch at the Global Technology Symposium, October this year. I'm sure you know how great this event is and how exciting this opportunity is. And of course, we will be mailing to our winner, wherever you are, guys, the first place, the second and the third one, all those wonderful stuff we had created for you. And everyone is welcome to join us for the after party, as I said, in the virtual reality that we created. It's a Silicon Valley .world. It's really, really great stuff. We will all be there. You just need to recognize us. And tomorrow is an American day, is for the American time zone. The same 55 startups will be pitching, but in a little bit different orders. So join us for all those exciting things. Anastasia, I'm back to you. Yes, and I see new judges had joined us. Giles, oh, am I glad to see you. Giles from ICU Ventures. We had seen Roman, and Roman had passed a duty of being with us to you, right? Maybe you would like to say something?
No, just to say that I'm happy to be here. To introduce myself, we're ICU. We're a London and Kiev-based venture capital firm which invests in seed and Series A startups with a Eastern European DNA, normally a founder or development team. We've been a excited sponsor of this event. It's been a worldwide tour. It's been great meeting folks and seeing the startups compete, and I look forward to the event today. Thank you all.
Welcome on board, and we are really happy to have you as our partner for all these great events around the world. And we are the largest world pitch contest in 2020.
Oh, yeah.
That's something. Okay, if any new judges would like to introduce themselves for the startups and the guests that are watching us in 67 countries around the world, we are live right now in all the Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn. Girls will post in a second all the links you can share with your family, friends, and your community. So if you would like the world to know what industry you invest in, what check size, and what geography, please tell us. Anyone would like to say something? Or we will pass the word to startups. Oh, our judges are shy, Anastasia, today.
Yeah.
In this American startup speech session. Yeah, then we are back to you.
Okay, thank you. So let me introduce our startups of today's days. So here is our startups. Welcome everyone. I'm glad to see all you here. And so for startups, you will pitch 3 minutes. I will put a timer and I will stop you if you will exceed the limits. And so let's start. And I would like to introduce the first startup is ASMI.
Good, but before you start, yeah, there is a little reminder that we surely recommend not to mention any fundraising because it's a public event. It goes live in many, many countries of the world, and there are some restrictions in some countries. So please discuss these sort of questions in private chat or in other channels. Okay, guys? Okay, yes, we can start.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, my name is David Thomas, a co-founder of ASMI. Yes, and I do think we plan on being bootstrapped all the way to IPO. So this is no worries. I'll let it warm up. Hi, folks. I'm David Thomas. I'm the co-founder of ASMI. We are the startup coming out of San Francisco as the winner there. And what we are doing is we are monetizing user-generated content. And so I think shortly, you'll see a world that looks like this.
Now we can also measure the.
Thank you for taking a review of that. So what we see as the problem nowadays is that when you're looking at your typical ad inventory, pre-roll, post-roll banners, these are conducive for the next wave of Gen Z and other future generations that all the advertisers are trying to reach. Any particular solution out there is not automated. So our European partners may be familiar with Myriad. They utilize supervised learning and they cannot migrate into user-generated content like we're doing with an automated end-to-end solution. And also as well too, because of the inventory that comes in from the TikToks, Snapchats, Instagrams, and the likes, you need that automated capability to be able to hyper-contextualize. So what are we doing? We are analyzing video content. We're generating a user profile based off of the user on how they watch, idiosyncrasies about how they hold the phone, X, Y, and Z, and I can detail more of that. And then we're also looking at the content within the video through AI and computer vision and seeing how we can match those two, provide an opportunity for the user to click on and purchase the product inside the video. Here we have a couple of opportunities on how we're doing this inside TikTok. So we have an Oreo placement here, that's computer generated. We have a Starbucks cup here, that's computer generated. And we also do posters extremely well. The Avengers right there is computer generated. All those have interactive features that we can deploy at 30,000 ads per second currently, which is just under $1 trillion a year. And that would be the way that I think forward for TikTok and the likes. In terms of how we monetize, we are a SaaS product. We charge on a fixed cost per API, and then we also charge on a rev share based off of click-throughs and conversions. In terms of our market penetration, we're actually very well known in India. So we expect about 1 billion Indian users will have exposure to this ad by July 2021, along with about 2.5 billion users being exposed throughout Asia. in a short time frame. We expect about 6 billion within 5 or 6 years to have ad exposure as well too here. What we do is we inject content, we provide clickable ads, we provide the capability for them to purchase it all within the domain. It's completely automated. And we also don't have, we cannot be blocked in terms of our ads. So Google, Facebook, and YouTube and the likes can't do that. I also know Myriad here, which you guys may know as well too, they don't have any clickability or in-ad purchase capability. These are some of our partners in year one. We finished all of our POCs with them. We have commercial contracts in line right now. And then year two, these are some of the partners that we'll be reaching out to in 2021. In terms of our team, Sam, my co-founder, has a deep AI experience. A recurring founder has taken an exit. I have a deep background within ad tech. Sachin has built out teams on that side. And Gokul Rajaram, our advisor, is the godfather of Google AdSense and built out the Facebook ad unit and notified that this is not a priority for Google and Facebook in the next several years. So we're glad to have him on as a support mechanism. In lieu of investment, I'd like, if you guys happen to know folks from these distinguished publishers, if you're able to assist ASME in that particular format. So we appreciate your consideration on that. But otherwise, I'd really like to thank you for your time, and we're open to hosting any questions now. And my co-founder will be coming in as well too. So.
Thanks. Thank you. So any questions or maybe feedback?
Yes, can you please tell, I saw your assumption for the next year about your traction, about your customers. Can you just tell us what they have today?
Yeah, so we have commercials contract with 350 million user accounts plus 350 plus. Basically, we have one of the largest video streaming company in India, MX Player. TikTok, if it was not banned, we would have been live on 600 million user accounts. It got banned in India. But except India, 2 other countries, we are still live there. TikTok's biggest competition shared chat with 200 million user accounts. We are working. So we have around 600 million user accounts that have done work with us and which are with the full commercial contracts. And there's 4 more with 100 million user accounts. That's why we believe that if not June next year, we'll be able to hit 1 billion user accounts managed under our portfolio by end of the year.
Sorry. And in terms of revenue for today, do you have anything or not? Not yet.
No, we have a purely good commercial contract because this type of industry, they want to see whether it works or not. So for that, we had to upfront a lot of our cost and a lot of the integration. And now that we know that we can work with 100 different video players, over 200 different video platforms, now for us, it's just money to be grabbed.
And do you have direct competitors who do you think is mostly close to your product? So, if you can return to the competition page.
So I think the closest one is going to be Myriad. But one of the good things we have figured out is Myriad takes 2 weeks to process a video. We take less than an hour. It's a real-time basis. So the difference is there. And they're doing it manually. So they're expensive on that. And every one of our customers have canceled the agreement with Myriad because they were just too long, they were just too expensive, and it was very hard to work with them. But we built a very custom solution built onto everyone because it's an AI-powered engine. We build one software, ship it to 200 different companies, and we just go to bed, make sure that the API is working, and we get the log data so that at the end of the month we get the revenue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Could you just explain a little bit about how it works in terms of the actual users who generate the content? What are their rights legally, and on whose permission are you inserting content?
Wonderful. So we actually sell to platforms, so we really don't care about what the creators do, but it's up to platforms to give the creators the right. So how platforms work is we advise them. So the advisorship work like this. If you say you are a TikTok creator, right? Right before you upload the TikTok video, you would have option, hey, do you want to monetize within the video? These are the brands who want to work with you. It's completely automated, right? And you would have option to select, okay, I want Nike, I don't like Adidas. I like Sephora, I don't like this brand. You can select whichever brands that you want, and it can be a one-time thing or it can be every video time thing. So what we really want to make sure is we have built these type of different custom layers on each different experience so that we as a platform are completely free from any legal precautions, and platforms are the one who have to handle that, and it's platform who have to deal with millions of different creators and give all this revenue share. For us, we deal with one customer with millions of different user accounts and make sure that we are getting a lot of API calls and make sure that we are getting good revenue.
You give the platform the ability to do that, or you let the platform do it yourself? Because it's obviously the potential for abuse is very high.
Yeah, so basically we have, this is a malleable system. What happens is it's a malleable system, so it's up to platform to decide whatever they want to do. For us as a system, we actually make sure that we are not facing any legal problem of that. It's the platform who have to decide that. Platform who have to decide what is the revenue share, all that kind of stuff. Us is we handle with one customer that has millions of accounts under management.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your presentation. And we are moving next.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
You can share your contacts in the chat in advance. So please feel free to do it. And all judges also can share their contacts if they want. So, and the next startup is number 2, Royby.
Hello. Good morning to you.
Hi, Nas.
I can share my screen.
Yeah, very, very good morning.
It's an exciting pitch, 5 a.m.
5 a.m., yeah. I am with you.
It's a new experience.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Elna Saraf. I'm the founder and CEO of Royby. Our children's education needs a change. It is traditional, unexpansive, and teaching every child in the same way. And that's why we started Royby. Royby is an AI-powered educational robot for kids aged 3 to 7 in language learning and basic STEM. Royby has facial detection to say hello and initiate friendly conversations. It is conversational and detects if the answer is right or wrong. It detects if the child is happy or sad. It can create smart progress reports, pronunciation scores, and more for parents and educators. Royby was featured 2 times on the cover of Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2019. We also received incredible recognition and media coverage. There are 1.9 billion children globally that Royby can empower them by increasing their vocabulary knowledge that helps with their brain development, personalized learning, and even social skills. Royby is currently available at $199. We will have subscription plans for language packages and educational content. It has over 500 lessons and stories in English, and Mandarin language subscription is coming this year. Royby is more than just a hardware. It is an edutainment platform and marketplace of content to be built by millions of parents and educators around the world. We are currently working on further developing our expert community as well as tools to allow both parents and educators to add their content to Royby as well. We do not have direct competition. We focus on language development through AI and creating non-assisted learning capabilities. We are in retail stores globally in 132 stores and online, and more channels are coming, as you can see on the screen. We sold about $250,000 in 2 months of our soft launch, and we expect to make $3 million in the next 12 months. We have a diverse team with over 20 years of experience in education, technology, and sales. We are now 22 people globally in California, Shenzhen, and India. We raised $4.2 million in our seed round last year, and now raising our Series A. The capital will help us to extend our software, content, and our global presence. If you have any questions, please do reach out, and thank you.
Thanks. So, any questions?
Yeah, I just probably missed. Can you return to the traction?
Traction?
Yeah.
So this is for the revenue part. And these are currently the retail stores we are at, and also to partnerships that we have with a Finnish accelerator that they help us with advising on the educational content. As I'm sure you all know, Finland has the best education system in the world.
And so your revenue up to date is approximately 400K today, or what?
So what happened was that we had a soft launch for 2.5 months, maximum 3 months, and that was to actually assess the market and making sure the technology we are providing is actually working for the customers. We stopped that, and then we relaunched in May. So we on some of the retail stores that you see here. And since then, approximately an additional $100,000.
The cost of one device is $100, yeah?
Considering this is a public event, I'd rather not to mention it, but I will send it to you in the chat if you don't mind.
No, I mean the cost of the device.
Oh, $199.
199. Okay.
Yes, the retail price, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you explain more why you don't see any competition? As a father of a 6-year-old who has looked to buy a robot for his son, there are a lot of robots that are marketed in a similar price range as toys, especially for coding. Please give us a little more, whether it's the focus on language or why else you believe that you don't have competition.
Sure, definitely. As you mentioned, a lot of robots are either in they're social robots, or they're assistant, or they're encoding. There is really nothing like Roibi, as we focus on language learning and actually even specifically teaching children not only several languages, but also STEM activities, for example, math, chemistry, currencies. We have over 70 subjects currently. And the way that we teach children, there is a path that they go through it. They actually practice. It is conversational. It can detect what they say. And you can imagine it's like an assistance to even educators or parents for kids to teach them, and especially having fun while learning. But in terms of the direct competition, there is no robotic company that does similar as what we do. We collect pronunciation scores and even the vocabularies they need to practice on. So basically, it's completely different than a lot of robots on the market.
And when you use the word robot, does the device actually move or have movable parts, or is it more just a sort of like essentially a tablet that is shaped like a robot?
Sure. So currently it doesn't move. It is a robot because it is intelligent, but we are working on adding some movement to its charging plates, patent pending. And that's the time it will start moving with several technologies. And again, if interested, I can share those with you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for your time. So, and I would like to introduce the next startup, and it is Doxy.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's get started. Hi, my name is Phil. I'm the founder and CEO of Doxy. And Doxy simplifies the way businesses create better documentation experiences by providing them with autonomous tools for writing docs. As we all know, doc market is fairly saturated. There's a lot of different tools, and you have multiple tools using multiple teams using multiple documentation tools. You have teams using product documentation tools, API documentation tools, team wikis, internal documentation tools, code documentation inside of Markdown, user guides, customer experience documentation tools, and all of them are managed by different teams, and all of them at OpEx to the companies. And documentation market is huge. Thus, so many tools, right? It's a $50 billion market. There is a lot of demand for businesses to have good and concise docs. But what ends up happening when they have all these documentation tools and they are sparsely using them across multiple teams is that they all have bad documentation. At least majority of people we talk to have bad docs that are driving their customers away. And they're driving them away to call centers, extra messages on the chat. And it's all ensuring that there is always a human there to guide them, which annoys people who are our primary customer, which is businesses. So this is why we have Doxy. Doxy is this documentation platform that writes and translates itself. So it's a specialized documentation tooling for businesses to publish interactive knowledge portals, as well as manage internal docs that learn how you write your docs and helps you write them. And as you go global, you need to translate your docs. It learns based on how you translate them and speeds up and reduces the cost of your translations as well, and provides you with a concise flow in project management and really a process to manage and release the docs at scale. Because companies, they release code a lot faster now, and their product changes very fast, and therefore their documentation needs to be updated quickly, but that's just not happening right now. And it helps consolidate multiple documentation tools into a single platform. So you can have your API docs, user guides, internal docs, project docs, all in Doxy, all embeddable and all sort of shared across team as a specialized tooling for documentation. And it simplifies maintenance and upkeep by providing autonomous AI solution that actually does that. And it's more than just docs, it's visual product tours, it's the capability to gather visual feedback and documentation that learns how your customers view it, and for example, provides you with recommendations on how to improve the quality of your docs, and even the cool features like making documentation from a video and having a doc done right out of a video. And it's really more than what is currently on the market. Current market focuses on enablement. They provide you with a SaaS solution, you do things yourself. We help you reduce the time you do your docs. We help you save money on translations. We help you create highly customizable documentation experiences with modern analytics and AI tools that actually simplify and reduce the cost of documentation for you as a company. Doxy was founded by 2 engineers. We launched as a free product, eventually got some traction in enterprise. Currently, we are a team of 14 people building and scaling Doxy. Our current business model is at SaaS. We are charging $3K per year on average deal size. We are moving by adding new innovative features to $9K per year. And that's our sort of 3-year plan to close our customers mostly at $9K per year. The following is some of our users and pilots that we are doing. They include Fortune 500 companies, universities, and smaller SMBs who need better docs. Within the next, so currently we are on track to do 450K in ARR by the end of this year. We need only 150 customers to do that. We have a pipeline for which we acquire them. The goal is to take it to 10 million ARR within the next 2 years by doing more than the same, by creating more innovation in the doc space, and by providing better and more innovative documentation solutions to our customers based on the problems that they tell us they're having with the current platforms. So if this is something that is interesting to you, if you want to invest into a SaaS company like Doxy, just send me a message, phil@doxy.io, and we can talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So now any questions or feedback?
So for today, you have almost $500,000 in revenue in this year. Yeah,
we're on target to hit $500,000 this year. We have about 150 to 200K now. So, and we have a couple of 6-figure deals in the pipeline as well. So it could be more than that, but until we close them, I don't believe in them. So yeah, so it's just right now, just growing the SaaS business. Yeah.
Okay. And who do you see your main competitor?
It would be Zendesk, Confluence. They have documentation offering. One of the things that, like Atlassian and Zendesk, and one of the things that we know is that those are secondary products, and the secondary products, they receive secondary attention. Documentation is a primary product for us, which means that we are actually innovating in the docs space instead of just sitting there and offering it as a value-add service. And this space hasn't really been properly innovated. It just has more of the same across all of our competitive landscape. And what we are offering is this autonomous translation and autonomous creation, which is different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Judges, please don't be shy. Ask anything, or maybe suggestions or feedback. It's very helpful for startups.
Maybe can you tell a little bit more about the market again? What is the size of the market? Can you return to the slide?
It's a $50 billion market. We estimate it like this. It's really hard to say how big the documentation market is, but if you consider that companies like DocuSign is in a documentation market, and you consider larger documentation like providers like at the archaic level, like Microsoft or Google, and if you look at the documentation markets entirely, it's probably even bigger than $50 billion because there's just so many different flavors and variation of documentation, and they're spread across a lot of different domains. So specializing across those and capturing those documentation niches by providing innovative solutions in that market is what we are going to be focusing on for the next 3 to 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Good luck. So, and we are moving next, and the next startup is Known. Eric? Please unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Hold on 1 second here. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Dresdale. I'm the founder and CEO of Known, and we are creating trust in an evolving digital world. Balancing privacy and security with access across multiple channels can be extremely challenging. The existing identity authentication solutions in the market today are full of friction, they're fragmented, they're static, and they're vulnerable. And that's led to billions of dollars lost every year by both consumers and businesses from fraud, hacks, breaches, and cart abandonment. Known solves this problem by enabling businesses and their consumers to engage in private and secure omni-channel transactions across any camera-enabled device through our intelligent privacy-first biometric identity authentication and management engine. Our cloud-based solution can be easily integrated and deployed across any platform and camera-enabled device, providing businesses with the ability to proactively reduce fraud, increase omni-channel revenue and engagement, and have enhanced the security and insights, and in turn give their customers a usable, fast, and frictionless solution that learns and perfects itself on them with every transaction made, enabling them to make payments, unlock information, and access the services and experiences they want with the privacy and security they need without the requirement of a physical ID, payment card, or smartphone. To accomplish this, we've evolved a number of technologies around distributed data storage, encryption, and artificial intelligence, technologies that allow us to deliver secure access at scale. What makes Known special is that we use AI-powered unique device communication combined with facial biometrics. We're continuously learning behavioral patterns as well as each user's unique facial characteristics to provide a system that adapts with their physical and environmental changes and give them an evolving electronic signature that's impossible to spoof. This approach is also what allows us to deliver unmatched speed and accuracy at scale. We've received a lot of interest. We have 1 contract signed and several LOI contracts signed with across multiple industry verticals and regions around the world, with revenue production starting in October of this year. We're taking a B2B and B2B2C sales and marketing approach with multiple recurring revenue streams and low overhead. Our unique approach to evolving quantum identity puts us in a field of our own, and our use of AI will continue to keep us ahead of the competition. Known as the most comprehensive solution, delivering the perfect balance of privacy and security of access that we haven't seen exist in the market today. We have an opportunity to capture a massive market share across multi-billion-dollar sectors, and biometrics are expected to authenticate nearly $2 trillion of both in-store and remote payment transactions by 2023. To accomplish this, we've assembled an exceptional founding and advisory team with C-suite experience ranging from startups to Fortune 500 companies. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Right in time. So, any questions, feedbacks?
You said you have 1 agreement already. Yep.
Yes.
Who is it?
It's with a new private aviation company headquartered here in the US. They're actually using us for their e-boarding passes. And the reason they're doing that is that their approach to the market, they're concerned that some of the bigger guys like United and Delta are going to try and come at them for TSA requirements. So they're using this as a way to get ahead of it. They're also using this known as a solution to help prevent chargebacks. So they're actually tying the passenger to the pilot to the plane and ensuring that they were there at takeoff.
Interesting. And whom do you have in your plans? I mean, customers, in terms of customers?
So our other, we're also in the largest fintech marketplace in Mexico called Glints. That should be launching soon. We're also working with two other fintechs. One, they're using us, it's called BlendFi. They're using us within their application to authenticate high value trades and transactions, authenticate and store the people's crypto private keys. And they're also using us as part of their KYC onboarding process. And then Spend as another fintech company who's both on the issuing and acquiring side, and we'll be working with them for both online and retail point of sale face payment transactions. And then beyond that, we have contracts with a tanning salon franchise in Europe, a payments company in Zimbabwe, a hospitality group in the US. So spanning sectors and regions, as I said.
Okay, thank you.
So, any other suggestions?
Just to ask, what does it take for you to expand into other countries? For instance, South Africa. What are you looking at?
So for us, it's the capital to bring in the resources to be able to scale in other countries. And part of that is also making sure that we adhere to all the regulatory and privacy laws, depending on that country. So that's going to be the biggest driver. The other thing is looking at each region and making sure that that is the next region that we want to tackle. It's not just about taking any deal that comes our way. So there is a massive shift in Latin America for biometric authenticated transactions. A lot of the countries are adopting the new 3DS 2.0 solution. Also within Europe, you have the PSD2 requirements. Ideally, Asia is another market for us, especially with Alipay and WeChat. Face payments were starting to overtake what we'll call pre-COVID, the QR code payments in China. So those are the markets we're going to look at, but it all comes down to capital.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about who your customers are? I mean, in this sense, do you work with small companies for which payments is just a feature they use to execute a transaction, or can you be an add-on to digital wallets where payments is basically their core business?
We can be an add-on to digital wallets where payments is their core business. The beautiful thing about how we're architected is we're extremely flexible. We realize strategically getting into the mass payments ecosystem right now is going to be a lengthy process. Right now, most people are still comfortable with everything being resident on the device. I believe that there's a lot of vulnerabilities there. So with Spend, that's a closed network payment solution. I think we need to prove ourselves, but we've had conversations with Visa, MasterCard, and American Express, and they really love our approach from a device neutral play, as well as a privacy standpoint, because they hate the companies that are using geofencing.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, thank you. So, and the next startup is Airwall. Hi, Eric.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Oh, I am not sharing my screen yet, am I? One moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Hello, I'm Eric Navarrete, co-founder and chief marketing officer of ARWall. We specialize in AR, XR solutions for film, TV, retail, and experientials. We have 2 product lines. Apologies, I'm sharing my screen, but not actually on that screen. There we go. We have 2 product lines. I'll start off with our film tool, which is ARFX. If you wanted to use existing virtual production tools, you'd be faced with what you see on the left, a complicated interface and at least 60 pages of setup documentation. Ours is the one on the right. If you've ever set up a second monitor for your computer, you already have the expertise needed. Our patented calibration software, XR Sync, takes 1 button press and 5 seconds, and it currently takes a team of engineers hours to do the same with competitor products. The next evolution of this is making this available for creators stuck in quarantine. ARFX Home Studio is an all-in-one hardware and software solution for actors, hosts, influencers, live streamers, etc. We're offering a monthly subscription with a library of stock environments and creative support. Our first batch is expected to be at least 100 units, which is $2 million in initial revenue with 200,000 MMR. Our goal for batch 2 is to bring costs down at scale, generate 6x initial revenue and over 1.5 million in MRR. This is our second product. This is ARWall Interactive. It's consumer facing and ideal for places such as theater lobbies where you might want users to engage with an upcoming release, or a transportation hub like an airport where you want users to access departure information or check-in, and FECs where gamers can engage in experiences beyond what is capable from their home console or their PC. Our system is scalable and can accommodate any space. ARWall Interactive requires no headset, no goggles, no wearables. It doesn't even require a dedicated employee to run it. We are trying to make it as simple as possible for brands to create XR experiences for their locations that is plug and play, easy to use, hygienic, and gets people off of their phones and engaged. So touch-free and real time, we believe that before, and we believe it more so in the midst of the pandemic. And here's how we're helping brands to move forward. IR sensors can detect temperature, heart rate, and other wellness indicators. Onboard mics can identify characteristic dry coughs or heavy breathing. And if needed, our system can notify a responsible body or the user that they may be ill. For highly trafficked spaces, going touch-free is no longer a nice to have, but likely going to be a mandate in the future. And we think our technology is a way to transition businesses from current to post-pandemic life. HBO and M&M's were 2 of our more recent clients. And here is a little information about our timeline to date. I'm happy to say 2 patents have been awarded so far. We have 3 more patents pending. Thank you.
Thanks. So any questions or feedback, suggestions?
Can you return to the traction page, please?
Can you say it one more time? I'm getting some distortion here.
Oh, sorry, I did not hear you.
Can you repeat your question? I didn't catch it on my end.
Okay, can you return to the traction slide, please?
Traction slide. Eric?
Traction. Okay, thank you. Do you mean this one right here?
Yeah, you told us about revenue and your projections for this year.
Oh yeah, that was this slide back here. This is where I'm talking about our new system right here.
Yes,
there we go.
Yes. Next slide probably.
So to be clear, we started off as a film services for major productions in Hollywood. And now we're using the same spatial imaging technology that we provided for TV and film productions. And we're making an all-in-one kit for content creators at home, which is what the home studio system is. So it's very similar to the technology that you might have seen promoted for like Disney's Mandalorian, for instance. That's the sort of virtual production tool sets that we're talking about here. We have a competitor product that is faster than, for instance, what Disney was able to provide, and we're able to provide that that sort of software platform to users at home right now.
Okay, if you are talking about current revenue this year, for the first half of the year, what are your revenues?
I'm going to be perfectly frank, not good. If you're aware, Hollywood shut down because of the pandemic. And all of the experiential marketing to promote upcoming films going to theaters also shut down because nobody was going to theaters.
What about last year?
Last year, we were nearly EBITDA positive. We did some exclusive licensing deals of our system to directly to regions, to sound stages operating throughout the world, and then we also worked on several projects. So I'd be happy to send you that information if you'd like it.
Okay. So if it's not comfortable for you to talk about it, it's okay. And your projection is 11 million in the next year, yeah? Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah, we're building out this platform here, the home studio product, and then getting everyone hooked with subscription plans. So that's offering virtual backdrops and other scenic support in art creation.
And can you tell a little bit about your competitor? Whom do you think it is?
Sure. So there's a few competitors out there right now. Frankly, they all boil down to the same sort of thing, though. They have a foundationally different approach to doing virtual production than we do. Essentially, they're all computer vision based, which means that they look at an image and then the computer calculates everything that should be in the background behind them. But the problem is if you do that, you're building in latency into your system already. So without getting too much into the weeds, that means that your camera movements have to be slower. They have to be often programmed ahead of time on a robotic arm. So they're very time consuming, very costly to set up. And it's going to take you at least 6 figures to get set up on a system with any other competitor, and usually half a dozen engineers or so to set it up. So it's something that only the largest productions can play around with. We're trying to offer an equivalent tool set, but for your medium-priced productions as well. So you don't have to be an Avengers movie or a Star Wars movie to do this. We could provide this sort of support for a sitcom or a game show or something along those lines, which is a much bigger potential customer base.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And the next startup is Just.
Good morning, everybody. Hang on 2 seconds. Let me just make sure I can present. If you hang on, because you guys don't want to see me. You want to see the slides, right?
Yeah, please share your presentation. Yeah. And you can
don't worry. I'm getting there. Right. Okay, today we're talking auto insurance. And I'm sure most people here have a car, and most people here pay for auto insurance in the same way. They answered a whole bunch of questions over who they are and how old they were and what their highest level of education was, and whether they were married, and if they had kids, and all those questions. And it seemed to me that we had the technology for auto insurers to look inside the car and see if the driver is speeding, or if they use their indicator before they change lane or make a turn. We can see if they change how they drive when it's raining, or if they obey traffic signals. We can use reverse geocoding to see if people are driving home from bars at 2 a.m. or driving their kids home from school at 2 p.m. We can use all these things to price risk and to measure risk, but we don't. And so the question I had was, this is a $280 billion industry in the US alone, and there is this massive way we should be using to price risk, but we don't. And the question I had was why? Well, the answer is that people don't do that because they all want to keep, the auto insurers want to keep their traditional business models, by which I mean they want to keep this big sum that everyone pays every month, that they know what their revenue is going to be. And so they all, when they try and bring in telematics, they try and say, oh, drive really well and you could earn a discount, which is an extremely unattractive, an extremely not compelling consumer proposition. Excuse me, it's a little early in Los Angeles. Right, so what we're offering is prepaid per mile auto insurance that looks like a phone card, and where the pricing is based on how you drive, i.e. real risk, not on demographic correlations. So this means this is an incredibly accessible product that you can get. When we start using telematics to set prices, we don't need to ask you 40 questions first. So 3 pillars: better risk pricing, unique customer proposition, low customer acquisition cost model. So better risk pricing, we have the best pricing model out there. And I'd say that you guys should ask me, because I've only got 30 seconds or so on the slide. So, but you should ask me about it on the questions, because it really is off the charts better than anything anyone else has. Our customer proposition is also genuinely unique. Prepaid per mile, less than a minute to be insured. And it's based around this concept of a 30-day policy. So the first 30-day policy we use demographic factors like anybody else, and every 30 days you go onto a new policy, we know more about you, we give you a new, different, better prepaid, better telematics-based price. Low cost customer acquisition model. This is really, really crucial, because having a great business model and a great pricing model doesn't help you unless you can bring in customers cheaply. And our model, i.e. a prepaid type model, a telematics-based model, is particularly appropriate to lower income consumers. And so we've managed to target these guys, get there very efficiently and very cheaply. So our customer acquisition costs are sub $300.
Sorry, your time is up. Please finish.
That's okay. This is the last slide.
Okay.
$30. We are bringing customers in today for less than $300, and the LTVs are between $900 and $1,500. And this is a $20 billion opportunity in the US alone. Okay. Any questions?
Thanks.
Robert, can you repeat, please, how the technology works?
Sorry, what was the question?
Can you repeat, please, how the technology works? So you put a device in the car or what?
No, we use the smartphone, and we capture about 30 accelerometer events a second. And we also use GPS track, gyroscope, and microphone. So for example, we've discovered that people that use their horn a lot are much more likely into accidents. We use lots of other additional external data sources as well. So we know, for example, what every traffic signal in the US is. We use data from dark skies to know what the weather is. And we've discovered that people who change their driving behavior according to the weather conditions are better drivers than those who don't. So just using speed, is somebody speeding or not, does not tell you if they're likely to have an accident, or not meaningfully. On the contrary, somebody who doesn't change their behavior according to conditions is much more likely to have an accident.
Okay. And where are you now in terms of your stage? I mean,
so we launched in Arizona in March, and we've gone roughly 5 customers in March, 25 in April, 50 in May, 100 in June, and we'll be about 170 at the end of July. So we've been roughly doubling every month at around about $300 direct CACs.
Okay, and in terms of revenue, it is for July.
For July, we're going to be about $6,000 of revenue, maybe a little bit more, if we have a good couple of last days.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Is this revenue, is it revenue per month or?
No, it's all per mile. So we're not currently covering theft. So all the risk that you have as a driver that is not theft related is on a per mile basis. And this means if you have an income which is volatile, this is an incredibly attractive product. You know, if you only work when you're if you only drive when you're working, this is an incredibly attractive product. We're seeing that in, you know, our take-up rates are incredible, really.
So according to you, you don't have any competitors.
No, nobody else is offering a pure per mile auto insurance product.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert, for your presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so, and the next startup is Trusty Care.
So good morning, my name is Joseph Schneier and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Trusty Care. I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is my fourth startup. I've had several exits before. And for the last 12 years, I've been working in the digital health space and insurance, particularly as it overlaps with the older adult population. And the core focus of this company is looking at how do we improve financial stability for older adults and retirees, especially as it relates to their out-of-pocket healthcare costs. And the reason that we're focused on in this area in particular is that healthcare costs are your second largest expense during retirement. It's your biggest area of risk. It's the area that financial planners have the least ability to predict into. And so for older adults, it's the place where you're going to most experience loss, bankruptcy is because of out-of-pocket healthcare costs. And when you dig into the key levers to improve financial stability, the single best thing you can do is make sure an older adult gets into the right insurance products that provide them with the most coverage that are based on their unique health needs, preferences, and finances. On the flip side of the house, the way that older adults get the right insurance is by going to a broker for the most part in these individual markets. The brokers themselves have had very little improvement in technology. They're basically operating in 1995. It's a lot of faxing, a lot of paper. They have low commission products that take a long time for them to sell. And so their pain is they can't sell their products fast enough. They can't sell their customers the right products because they don't have tools that can support them to be able to make the right choices for their consumers. And then the third point is that when a consumer purchases the wrong insurance product, it's really hard for the insurance company because they're not profitable on a consumer until year 3. So if that consumer changes plans, it can be really difficult. So this is a painful problem for 3 stakeholders in the health insurance and healthcare space. So what Trusty Care does is we have developed a dual-facing platform. It's consumer-facing and broker-facing. We embed the consumer-facing part of the platform on any third-party website or the broker's website. It's white-labeled for the broker. It starts the interaction with the consumer. We then make an instant quote of the right health insurance product for that consumer to purchase, reducing the time to sale to 5 minutes. We're then able to sell that older adult lots of other products through our consumer-facing part of the platform. We work with hundreds of brokers and state governments learning about what's best for older adults. We sell a SaaS model. It's real simple, $50 a month per broker per month, transaction revenue on the marketplace side where the consumers are. We'll reach 100,000 MRR by September. And our primary competitors are 2 companies, Connection, Sunfire, and Matrix, that have been in this space a long time. They don't have a consumer-facing version of their product. So that's us. We're a team surrounded by people high up in the insurance sector. We're 11 people based out of New York. And we're really happy to be participating in this program and share with you about how we can improve the lives of consumers by reducing their risk of out-of-pocket healthcare costs while supporting the insurance industry and making sure that they that these health insurance brokers can transform into the HR department for retirees. Thank you.
Thanks. So any questions, suggestions, feedback, please, judges. Alexander, you are muted.
Sorry. Can you please repeat the problem you're solving?
We're solving the problem of older adults. Biggest area of risk is out-of-pocket healthcare costs. The biggest reason that they have that risk is they're not purchasing the right insurance products. For our customer, which is a health insurance broker and the health insurance companies, their problem is an inability to sell their customers the right products, which reduces their revenue significantly on both the health insurance broker side of the house as well as the health insurance carrier side of the house. So this mismatch of getting people into the wrong products results in loss of revenue for all three of those stakeholders. Our program speeds up time to sale and improves the accuracy of matching people to the right product.
Okay. And you're going to have 135K in revenue till this September, yep?
MRR, yeah.
MRR, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So any other questions or maybe suggestions? So attendees also can write questions and we can announce it if they have. So if not, thank you, Joseph.
Thanks.
So with the technical problems, we don't have number 8 startup, and we will move to the next one. It is Foresight Analytics, number 9. Nima, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, you see the screen?
Yeah.
Great. Just a moment here. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Nima. I am the CEO of Foresight Analytics. This is a 2016 Mercedes Sprinter van, self-driving at the same level as a 2018 Tesla Model S. Back in 2016, our team built self-driving passenger vehicles and eventually self-driving commercial vehicles as well. As we looked to scale, we faced one limitation: insurance. The insurance companies didn't know how to insure a vehicle that wasn't fully driven by a human. We offered to share video and car data to create an insurance product for self-driving, and they explained that they lacked the ability to ingest and interpret the data, and that they were already struggling to measure just human performance, let alone autonomous vehicle performance. As a result, they were losing money on commercial fleets. And faced with this challenge, we decided to address insurance first. So how do we bridge the gap? Intelligent connected auto insurance. Through the Foresight Analytics platform, insurers will be able to use video telematics from devices already installed in commercial fleets to measure risk by just watching drivers drive. Our customers have access to our Foresight portal, where they're able to monitor the fleet's risk performance based on over 80 categories of incidents and risk factors. And we provide access to this data in real time to support premium adjustments, adjudication, and underwriting teams. Here is a sample of incidents identified by our detection model. You can see that the system is detecting environmental conditions such as wet roads. You can also see that the driver's performance in keeping the lane, which they're not doing such a great job of, or incidents of following too closely. And this is just a very small sample of the kind of information that gets utilized in our predictive database Price. So how do we do this? We pull data from video telematics normalizing it so that it's consistent across multiple sources. And then that video is run through our machine learning models for environmental detections and driving incidents, which then result in a collision prediction. We pair those with driver information and operating hours to predict the probability of collision for a specific fleet. We then compare those results against the fleets from the same industry and then the entire population to produce our predictive database price. So where do we fit? We provide tools that allow insurers to ingest video telematics data while remaining agnostic to the underlying fleet's telematics providers. At the same time, telematics providers benefit by including competitive auto insurance with their telematics products to fleets. There are a number of data aggregators and analytics companies in the telematics space for insurance. As you've heard earlier in this series, the majority of them are without video analysis. The very few that do have video don't have self-driving car models that do the job right. The organizations also need their own device installed to have access to this kind of video. And I'm not going to compare them to apps because we don't think apps capture the whole picture of what happens on the road. And to leave you with a thought, autonomous vehicles are coming. There's no insurance product built for them. And Foresight's platform is delivering value today in assessing human driving right now, but then simultaneously arming insurers with the tools and data they need to stay relevant into the autonomous future. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So please, any questions, feedback?
Nima?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain, but if the insurance company just takes some statistics about incidents in the past, and so it will have information and can make an offer, or I don't understand the problem.
Yeah, so insurance companies already are heavily moving towards data gathering from actual cars, primarily using apps on phones. And this is sort of the next level of that technology. They're basically going to be accessing data from video telematics devices that are already installed in commercial fleets for logistical reasons. And they get that data to work for them in giving them better risk analysis. So if you're a fleet that already has video telematics, you can use an API that we've built in to connect to your video telematics, pull data, analyze it, and give a score before you get insurance. And then continuously, as you continue to renew your premiums every 6 months or every year, to give updates to the insurer as well about your risk as you track along.
Okay. On what stage are you? Do you have traction already? Do you have some revenues, clients?
Yeah, so we have, we're working with the biggest insurers in Canada, and that's Intact for Fleets and Aviva. And we're well on our way to have 500 premiums by the end of the year that are going to be part of our ARR.
500K? Yeah.
500 premiums, which amounts to around 120 annual recurring revenue.
Okay. Okay. I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for your presentation.
No problem.
So the next startup is number 10, BioSolvit.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning to everyone. Hi there. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, so good morning. My name is Guilherme Queiroz. I'm the founder and CEO of BioSolvit. We are a Brazilian biotech company applied to new materials development. Almost 6 million tons of oil were spilled in the last 5 decades, only on our seas according to ITOP. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the BioBlue Natural Absorber. Here we have 2 tanks and we are simulating a spill accident, okay? In the first tank, we used polyurethane. It was the best alternative for this kind of accidents before us. In the second tank, we use our product, the BioBlue Natural Absorber. 1 kilogram of polyurethane absorbs 12 kilograms of oil in 30 minutes. 1 kilogram of our product absorbs more than 22 kilograms of oil in only 15 minutes. Our product is made from palm fibers discarded in many crops in Brazil and around the world. And the most important, this technology is the only one that allows the reuse of spilled oil. So we can recover the oil from the sea or land and put again to refine. As you can see, in the first tank, the oil was spread on the surface. And in the second tank, the oil was almost completely absorbed by our product, okay? In a few words, our product is natural, made from palm fibers discarded, twice more absorbent in the half of time, and 95% of oil recovery. I went to France and Total has challenged us to test our product in the CEDU Institute, and that's the result. We are the #1 in the world. Some competitors from Germany, United Kingdom, and United States, and some products. We produce containment barriers, absorption barriers, kits from industries, ports, airports, highways, mining stations, or even to small auto repairs. And that is the reason because our market size is so large. That's our revenues forecast, and the revenues last year and our projections to 2023, $85 million. We have just closed our Series A and we raised $3.75 million here in Brazil. And we've been preparing our company to raise $25 million next year and to expand our business abroad. We were accelerated in plug and play. We are the winner of Grand Prix de l'Innovation in Paris and one of the 12 best startups in the world in Startup World Cup. That's our team, a great team with great potential, and we believe that we can change the world. Actually, between making money and save the world, we chose both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, any questions, suggestions, feedback? Please, judges, tell anything. Startups needs your feedback.
Yeah, I see judges are voting. Judges, thank you. You're really good at that. The startups would appreciate if you would say something, ask them something, give them the possibility to be better, right? Though I personally really like what you do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah, I would love my kids to also.
I've been loving to join this event.
It's always wonderful to have guys like you with us.
Thank you so much.
One question regarding the Series A and the investors that are already no need for names, but there is any impact investment fund or investor specialized in that kind of particular investments mixing profitability and also sustainability of the projects?
Sorry, because I didn't understand your question. Sorry.
It was whether you have already investors that has invested in your project.
Yeah, sorry. The question was then if within the investors you have already, there is any specialized in impact investment, venture capital or fund?
Yeah, here in Brazil, the main investor is a bank, BMG Uptech, and a family office from an important executive here in Brazil, the founder of one of the most relevant companies here in Brazil. His family office is our main investor.
Okay, contact me later. You can send me a private message. We are managing a 50 million investment fund on behalf of the European investment fund, and is specializing in impact investment. So we can only put that money in that type of companies. So
it would be a great pleasure, Miguel.
Okay.
And where are you based?
I'm based in South Spain, but before COVID, I was traveling all around the world. I hope then I will continue traveling after.
Ok, mucho gusto.
Just a quick question, Anna and Asas, can I?
Sure.
Okay, hi, Guillermo. First of all, congrats for your company. I am a big fan. I trying to
Thank you,
follow
Marcelo.
BioSolvent is really, really great. In terms of patents, your main assets you have in terms of patents in the international plan, could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah,
International
we have the
plan and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, we have the patents here in Brazil, United States, in Canada, and in European community. We've been searching a partner to expand our business in Asia and to license this technology there, okay?
All right, and you try to raise $25 million, that's it, or?
Yeah, we've been preparing our company to raise $25 million next year.
Okay, great.
Because we have just raised it, we have just closed our Series A, and we are investing to prepare the company to raise again next year.
Okay, the next plan, the plans for the next fundraising is about 2021. That's it?
Yeah, $25 million.
Great. We can talk privately, but we have a lot of interest in your company. We can talk later about
Marcelo,
that.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. It's always nice to hear you. See, you're popular. That's what I'm telling.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can share your info with all panelists and also attendees. There are also maybe some investors. So please.
It's already there.
And yeah, we are moving next.
Thank you, Anastasia.
Thanks. Bye. And the next startup is Eric's Life.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mark, hello.
Green. All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Engelin. I'm the CEO of RX Live, and we're based, unfortunately, in the epicenter of COVID right now in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is a little appropriate, I guess, being a telemedicine company and virtual care delivery. But at RX Live, we are passionate advocates for the role of clinical pharmacists actually outside of the pharmacy. Here in the United States, pharmacy management is the principal way that most consumers engage with healthcare. But the average interaction between a pharmacist and a patient is about 30 seconds at retail. And that's really disappointing because pharmacists can create a tremendous amount of value in terms of improved medication adherence, reducing inappropriate drug use, meaningful reductions in poor clinical outcomes around hospitalizations and readmissions, such that for every dollar spent on an intensive pharmacy counseling model, there's about an 8x return on investment for the overall healthcare system. And so at RX Live, what we're doing for the first time is building not only a technology platform, but a nationwide marketplace of part-time clinical pharmacists. And there's a variety of different business models that have wrapped around this core capability that are all independent of retail pharmacy. And the first one that we've chosen to focus on is integrating this virtual clinical network of pharmacists directly into physician groups. And for those of you who understand the US healthcare system, many physician groups are starting to take risk. And those are really the focus customers of ours. And the way that it works is that the physician introduces the patient to RX Live. We then have about a 30-minute conversation with them over video chat or over the phone. This model is actually reimbursable by Medicare, Medicaid, and other commercial insurance plans. And then from a business model perspective, we only pay our pharmacists per piece in terms of the patients that they counsel. So it's a very scalable and efficient model. In addition to that core technology-enabled service, we have obviously built a proprietary technology plan. And what we are doing today is collecting clinical behavioral genomic, but also the audio and the video data that presents a huge sort of data lake that we're starting to mine through machine learning and advanced behavioral and clinical algorithms. We customize and automate all of the patient and provider communication. Clearly, we've integrated telehealth, and then we're leveraging our network of pharmacists to essentially be a human cloud to develop and refine our protocols in real time. So the core market size for the services piece of this is about $3 billion, growing to $6 billion over the next 5 years. And then when you start to layer in the opportunity to add on dispensing pharmacy, as well as some of the insights from our analytics, we think that that market is going to grow exponentially. So from a progress perspective, we've been in pilot mode for most of 2019 and really started to ramp up our go-to-market efforts and have started to grow like a weed. So we've grown 30% compound average growth rate for the past 6 months. We'll pass about $300,000 in ARR this month and then exceed $400,000, about 33,000 MRR in August, and then expect to double and triple the business over the rest of the year with existing signed deals. So we've got signed deals in the neighborhood of about $1 million in ARR, and then in contracting for an additional $500,000 with several very large, prominent health systems. And the reason for this growth is just a phenomenal stakeholder experience where we're saving a significant amount of time for our physician partners. We're driving incremental revenue, and we're making significant improvements in clinical outcomes. We're saving money. So for each physician interaction that we have, there's an ROI of about a 4 to 5x. And in our very first employer-based model, similar to how you would access a physician through Teladoc, you can now access a pharmacist through RX Live. We drove a 22x ROI for our first employer. We've also started to see positive outcomes around A1C and diabetes management.
Your time is up. Finish up quickly. Yeah.
Great. So this is our founding team. We are raising and actually have a Series C closing this Friday that we're looking for additional participation around. And with that, I'd love to answer some questions.
Thank you. Thanks. So any questions, feedback, or suggestions?
So the market is $6 billion. Could you just define that market a little more clearly? I would have thought it would be much larger. So obviously you're defining it very finely.
Yeah, we are. So we've taken a very fine-tuned assessment around the number of high acuity Medicare patients, particularly. So those that are on 8 or more medications. But like I mentioned, we expect that market to expand dramatically over time as this becomes more and more sort of normal clinical practice.
Well, points for honesty on that. Normally the markets are very overstated, but thank you very much.
We have a very detailed market model and want to be pretty transparent about it.
Thank you. So any other questions?
Yeah, so you said you're closing seed round this Friday, or?
Yeah, we have a small bridge round that's closing this Friday, and we're looking for additional participants. It's led by a local angel group here in Florida.
Do you have any VCs in this round?
Mostly individuals, and we are looking for our first institutional, and we are talking to a whole host of VCs already to either participate or then lead the next round.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Mark. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. So, and the next startup is Lexit.
What's the biggest problem in training data? I'm sorry, what's the biggest problem in AI today? The lack of well-annotated, clean training data. I'm Leslie Oliver Karpus, president and co-founder of Lexit. I'm tell you how we're out to solve that with our B2B SaaS solution for generating training data on demand. The computer vision market has a filthy TAM of growing to $25 billion at a near 50% CAGR. And that is because every device in the world that has a camera and a microprocessor is going to be running or is running some form of computer vision AI right now. What people don't talk about with AI is its Achilles heel, which is that it takes thousands and thousands of human labor hours to clean up data sets before an AI can be deployed. So much so The Economist calls the data labeling market alone a $5 billion SAM. And it's worth mentioning that Founders Fund last summer put $100 million at $1 billion valuation to a company called Scale just to do human in the loop, more efficient human labeling. So the way this process looks is you get photos either from human photographers or cars with cameras on top. You send those out to be labeled. You train your AI model. You see how it performs. It's inevitably going to fail on edge conditions. And then you restart the process. And you do that over and over again until you get the performance you want. Typically, this means that 6 months to a year is going to pass before you've got a deployable AI. And that's very frustrating for the AI developers too, because it's a slow and painful dev process. Additionally, there's errors in the human labeled data and bias in the human captured photography that all works its way into the data set working against those AI engineers. At Lexit, we've developed a better way. We use procedural content generation to generate thousands of 3D worlds using pre-annotated 3D assets so that we can generate tons of data on demand that it's all perfectly annotated. Our approach allows AI developers to control model bias with a fine-tooth comb. It gives 100% accurate annotations, and it provides far more data, far more quickly for less money, which is what AI developers want. So the way that that looks in practice is this is a scene that was generated by our algorithms. And we can automatically change the annotations that that scene is producing as easily as switching the rendering pipeline. This allows us to do very complex annotations that would take a human forever to trace. It allows us to do things that humans just couldn't do, like simulated depth or simulated LiDAR. And the thing that separates us from other AI companies out there is our attention to optics and lighting that we take far more seriously, allowing us to solve the overfitting problem that has bedeviled synthetic data. We've done some great projects with industrial companies doing industrial part recognition, like this was for a big Swedish mining OEM. We did this project with an insurtech to reverse engineer floor plans from spherical camera data for insurance underwriting purposes. And we've done some projects in the autonomous robotic space for robot vacuums, where we've simulated obstacles, everything from power cords to shoes to synthetic dog poo, as we throw them all into randomly placed environments where we can do floor, not floor object segmentations, as well as simulated depth and top-down environment maps. We're selling data. We sell it in bundles of 30 to 100K packages for 6 months, 3 months, a year's long subscriptions. We're focused on service robotics, product identification, insurance underwriting, and mixed reality. We've got a very healthy pipeline. We've done some great projects with some very large companies, and we're working on re-upping some of those deals right now. We've got some amazing partners, including Intellectual Ventures, which is who we spun out from early on. We've won 8 startup competitions in the past year, including the Verizon Built on 5G Challenge, and Verizon gave us $250,000 in prize money for that. And we have 38 patents exclusively licensed with enforcement rights from Intellectual Ventures that were invented by Bill Gates, Satya Nadella, and Nathan Myhrvold, as well as 2 filings of our own. In closing, let me say that Lexset enables AI devs to have infinite data on demand and imagine what they could do with that. Thank you so much. I'd love to take your questions.
Thank you. I think so. You have 2 minutes for questions and suggestions. Judges, please.
I think the use case is great. Could you talk a little bit about how you price your current revenues and what a typical customer looks like?
Absolutely. So a typical customer will sign up for a data subscription for 3 months to a year, depending on how many times they expect to retrain their AI model. We sell them like 2,000 to 10,000 images a month. Each image, in quotes, comes with 3 free annotations. Additional annotations are a 10-cent per image adder. And so the average image price is under $1, between $1 and 50 cents, depending on the size and length of the subscription. Typical subscription is between $30,000 and $100,000.
Thank you.
Oh, and it's worth mentioning we did 265K in revenue last year, 150 to date so far this year, and if all the deals that I'm working on close, we should see well over 400 by year's end.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So any other questions, feedback? It's all welcome. If not, so thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, guys. And by the way, that's Lexset synthetic data behind me. That's not a real environment.
Yeah.
Oh, really cool. And I have just one question, maybe, Leslie. So every time when you have a new client, you should do your work manually, yeah?
So each client requires some setup. So whether we're dealing with an industrial environment or a retail environment or a residential environment, we have to get those 3D assets ready to go. And we've got some tools that we've built internally to make that hyper efficient. And then we can then generate randomized scenes on demand for that client whenever they want. So it takes like 5 to 6 weeks to set up a new client. But after they're set up, they can have as much data as they want whenever they want.
Okay, and 5 till 6 weeks, is it made by one person, or how many person you need to set up?
So right now, our engineering team usually takes 2 people to set up a new client. What we're working on with the fundraise that we're raising right now, which will be our price Series Seed, is to create a dashboard that is deployable as an independent developer tool. So we're no longer doing the setup, that developers can do the setup themselves. And so we're going to productize the enterprise service that we're doing now to do a traditional SaaS-based waterfall of, freemium, pro, and then the pro will feed into the enterprise sales.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dustin.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
And we go next.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Well, I won't take too much time from everybody because there's a party after this, and I am the last.
Sorry, Jason, it is Moonshot turn. Sorry.
Moonshot. I didn't see that on the.
You're the next one.
Oh, sorry. There we go. I didn't see them on the list, but that's okay.
Yeah. Alec, your turn. Sorry.
No problem. Let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
And you woke me up at 5 o'clock, so I have to get a check. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
It's worth it.
No, absolutely. All right. So thanks, everyone, and good morning. So my name is Alok Jain, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm on my next journey with Moonshot Junior, and we have been in business only for last 8 months. We are in the business of transforming curious minds, and we take a product first approach and teach STEAM and entrepreneurship to kids from 7 to 70. We are a 20 people full-time company, and we have paying customers in 8 countries. So where we are all stand, and these all numbers are US numbers. So one report came out from PwC where they are saying there will be less than 9% job full-time by 2030. This is one of their scenario. On the other hand, if you look, the number of young people owning or starting businesses is going down consistently for last 30 years. It has already dropped by 70%. So we are really building a recipe for disaster. All the automation and over 1 million kids dropping from school every year. And really, if you dig down in the system, the current education system, the tools what parent has, and overall ecosystem is really not helping. From the school system, a lot of kids do not even realize their passion till they are in universities. The schools put children in the mindset of, which is like really GPA based, one size fits all, and not really future ready, whether it comes to gig economies or entrepreneurship. So this is how we are solving it. We take a 4-stage a learning methodology. It's a patent pending. The stage first is really exploration, where we expose them to a bunch of technologies, cutting edge streams, from app development to Raspberry Pi to entrepreneurship, online marketing, and so on, and really try to pinpoint where they are passionate about. In the stage 2, in their chosen area, we do a deeper dive. In the 3rd stage, it's really the product innovation. We take them through 5-stage product innovation process from empathize, define to testing. And whenever they have a product in hand, we take them to Amazon, Walmart, eBay, and other marketplaces. So we, as I said, we started 8 months ago. In last 6 months, we started with the 10 POCs, all were paid. 6 of them has already a product in hand and selling. For example, this young lady built a Raspberry Pi based embedded system, this add-on board, raised $8,000 on Kickstarter and selling on Amazon right now. You can purchase now. There's another young lady built a fantastic box. It's a sensory toys subscription box for autistic kid, got invitation from TEDx. And then you can hear her speech right now. So really, when we take this methodology, we can introduce kids to early failures, help them building stellar resumes for college admission and future of workforce. So really, how we are going to change world?
Sorry, your time is up. Please finish up.
Sure. So how we are going to change world? We collect the 50 data points throughout this process. We are a B2C focused company right now, but we'll eventually go to B2B. We have a lot of interest. It's a subscription model. The parents pay one single fee and they get all kind of things in it. Our business model is dual. We start with e-learning, and whatever products are there in hand, we take them to e-commerce and scale them. And we have a very strong founding team. We are 20 plus full-time employees. We have a very strong advisory network, and we are raising our small seed round, which will last us for 12 months, and we'll produce $2.3 million with 500 kids. So I'm ready here for your question. Love to know who want to help us in transforming curious minds.
Thanks. So you have just 1 minute for questions. Please, judges, if you have any questions.
Or you can ask in chat, right?
Yeah. Feel free to direct.
Absolutely, yes. Please share your details in chat, and judges will contact you personally and ask questions.
So, okay, thanks for your presentation. Please close your screen.
And last but not least, right?
Last but not least, yes, Jason.
Welcome. Sorry, I didn't know Moonshot was still on the list, but thank you, everybody. I'm gonna share my screen here.
That's also some kind of strategy, right?
Yeah, 100%. I've been up since probably about 4 a.m. So I'm a little tired, but I'm gonna go really quickly and get everybody to the party very quickly. And I've already downloaded my my party app, so I'll see you all there. Okay, so my name is Jason Michaud. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for iMail. We're a Canadian company incorporated in Canada. I'm not really sure, but have you guys noticed that everybody's moving to remote work and remote study right now during the pandemic? Well, we've noticed as well. But with that, we see a lot of companies, employees are using free applications that sell the data, and it's causing a major issue for these organizations. So data security issue, productivity issue, even standardization of the data issue, and then of course knowledge management issues. Well, with big issues, we have big solutions. So iMail was born based on focus to support these customers and support them with a higher level security, a collaboration platform, and then and looking at the different areas and features for that. Some of our competitors, I guess, would be Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Slack. But our biggest differentiation is our secret sauce, our AI engine. So currently, our iMail collaboration platform is operational and being sold, and we're getting paid for some of the users right now, and we're converting quite a bit of them over to fully paid. And our second product is our AI, and our AI looks at sentiment analysis, currently looking at conversational data from the chat applications. It can be incorporated in other competitors' platforms as well. And coming soon is in our roadmap is we're going to do video conferencing analytics. So that's really looking at analyzing the sentiment and the energy and percentage of engagement in a conversation or an event like this, to see the expression on people's faces, to help facilitate the meeting. Also automatically transcribing the notes from the video and sending them out to different individuals that are participants. So there's a variety of things coming in our roadmap for the second stage of our AI. As you know, the market's big. So big, and even bigger this year with business collaboration software and companies like Zoom doing $1 billion months. We're looking at a software industry about $9 billion to grow to $31 billion. If we look at 1% of the market just for iMail, we'd be a $105 million year opportunity company in the next 2 years. We believe we're a visionary because we not just have a collaboration offering, but we also have an AI offering that is smart and allows for organizations to accelerate the learning and development. Our biggest market and biggest opportunities and proposals we have right now are in education market growth, government and justice based on our on-premise installations. And a lot of companies are banning certain applications and they want to white label the applications, that sort of thing. So we've been doing a few on-premise installations with a few governments right now. Enterprise, that's the biggest portion of our customer base now. We have 600 plus enterprise users. And then we have seen a little bit of more traction with telehealth, especially in Canada with likes of telecoms launching different applications and the need for licensing of a video conferencing tool to do that. So we've been seeing a little bit of traction there. Our revenue model is really moving from a freemium model to a paid enterprise model. The paid enterprise model has the AI incorporated within the iMail collaboration platform. In addition, we would license our AI, and we haven't done it yet, to other software providers. So I guess one of the bigger differentiation is our cost. We're about 45% less than most competitors. Jump ahead here. This is one of our biggest news this year. We signed a partnership with Zebra. They have 55 million users worldwide. And we've just rolled out to 3 new channels, global channels. And we're looking at focusing on the next 2,000 of their channel partners and growing our application within Zebra. And as you can see from the image, it's been branded under iMail, which is really, really exciting. The last main slide that I'll go through is our current traction's around 700 companies. We have about 1,500 users, and most of them were during the pandemic. So now we're bringing them from a freemium model to a paid model. We have a very healthy sales pipeline as well. We have about 230,000 users in proposals out right now. Our cost of customer acquisition is $13 per customer. We should be profitable by first quarter of 2021. So to date, we've raised $750,000, and we are closing our late seed round in the next 3 weeks. So we're hoping to have some strong partners. We have no VCs that are involved yet. It's all been angels. The 3 of the angels are.
So your time is up. And
can I get one more? This is my last slide. So I'll just add one more thing here. So our team is pretty incredible. Tink Taylor, our chairman, he owns Dot Digital, and they're $100 million a year recurring revenue. And then the second guy that I'll highlight is Rafael Del Rey. He's our chief data scientist, and he's rolled out to close to 40 million machines globally. So that's all I got. Thank you, Anastasia. I appreciate the extra time.
Thanks for your presentation. And so this is all for now. Thanks, judges.
Yes, and don't forget to vote, right, Anastasia?
Yeah.
Judges, please put your marks. Yeah.
Thanks.
If you need to ask Jason anything, you can do it in chat because we're after that. We will have it.
But that's 2 days in a row. I never got questions. I got
really? Okay.
Yeah, no.
It's not fair. Okay, it's not fair. We'll cut our break.
6 minutes.
We'll cut our break.
I need tough questions.
Okay, question. We have time for one question, maybe 2 short ones. Okay.
Thank you, Anna.
Always. Does anyone want to ask Jason a question? They're just writing it.
Yeah, Jason, can you just tell again, maybe, what is your differentiator with your competitors?
I think our biggest differentiator is our AI. Most of our collaboration platforms out there right now don't have the conversational analytics. So looking at the segmentation of conversations and giving companies really an organizational climate. That's our biggest one. And that's why we look at it being delivered within our platform, but also integrating into our competitors' platform and licensing it through that way, like the Slacks and the other applications out there that have large user counts.
So for me, as for client, what does it mean?
For what? Sorry?
If you talk about me as a client, for example, I understand that you have some AI, but what does it mean for me? Can you explain, please?
Yeah, so I guess the value proposition with our AI is, and especially in today's environment with remote workers, is a way to engage and to accelerate the collaboration with using the platform. With the AI is the way to actually analyze the sentiment within your organization to identify compliance issues, threats, which are real world problems in today's world, especially during the pandemic. We've seen a lot of companies that are really worried about their employees because they're remote. They don't have those conversations every day. So I think that's the biggest differentiation. Slack doesn't have it. MS Team is rolling out a little bit of an AI, but not quite like this, more for their video conferencing. So I think that's our competitive edge. And also our on-premise installations. A lot of governments have banned the likes of Zoom and others, and they love the idea that they can white label our product and install on premises, either through a cloud, which is within the country, or on premises with their servers. So.
Thank you, Jason, and all those
Great
wonderful...
question, Alexander. Thank you.
All those wonderful technologies will be for you when Jason joins our party. You're going to our after party, right? You said.
Yeah,
okay.
I gotta change my shirt, but I'll be there.
Oh, you can change it in your virtual reality. You can be whatever, even unicorn. Anyways, so join us for the after party, but it will be after the next speech session, which is European, Israeli, and African startups. So stay tuned in. We're going out for a short break. Anastasia, thank you so much. And thank you all American startups for waking up so early to pitch in front of our investors and VCs. Guys, stay tuned in. Don't go anywhere. We're about to round up our European day at our finals at the Unicorn Cup. Okay, video please, and I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Anastasia, bye.
Thank you. Thanks, bye.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marina. I'll be presenting the batch number 4 of our European Day of the Unicorn Cup Finals today. So welcome to Unicorn Cup Finals. Now we're going to have the startups from Europe, Israel, and Africa.
Yeah, but before we do that, we have a little bit of information that we would like to share with the people who just logged in. It is, as Marina said, European Day at the Unicorn Cup Finals. And besides startup pitches, you can go to our event page and see the Startup Expo. You will see great startups from all over the world. You can visit their profiles, get in contact with them, chat with them, and explore their solutions. And our event page is Unicorn.Events. In a second, it will be published in our chat. Please follow it. You would also be needing it if you're a judge and you're voting for our startups. Follow the link you got in your mail and scroll down the event page with your profile on it, and to the startups, you'll see the numbers beneath each startup from 1 to 5. Please evaluate the investment potential of each startup. You'll see, or you'll hear and see pitching today live. You can always change the mark if you change your mind. And guess, you can also put likes and dislikes at our event page. And the leader of the day that we will select according to the judges voting will get the premium access to all the startup network features. And we will have the winner at the end of 3 days of our finals, who will have an opportunity, besides everything, to pitch at the Global Technology Symposium, this great event that is scheduled for the October this year, yes. And we will have great prizes for the winner that will be mailed to you wherever you are in any country of the world. And of course, there is after party at the end of today, we're all waiting for you at our virtual reality. It's siliconvalley.world. The link is also in our chat, so please join us. Pick whatever your personality you want to present in our after party, and we're waiting for you. And tomorrow, remember, is very important day. It's an American day, last day when we will know who is the winner of our Unicorn Cup. And Marina, the floor is yours. Please welcome Marina, who is host for our European pitch session. How many startups do we have in this session?
Thanks, Anna, for sharing all the details. We are going to have 10 startups today. Okay. All of them are great, and I'm excited to start. But before starting, I would like to remind you that we are currently streaming in a couple of social media platforms, and you can check the streaming links in the chat. Also, many thanks to our great and amazing sponsors, without which we wouldn't have the opportunity to have this amazing event. So this is Network VC, this is ICU Ventures, and Silicon Valley Syndicate Club. So before we will start pitching, I would like to invite some juries newcomers, because juries who were with us earlier have already introduced themselves, and I would like to greet newcomers and ask them to introduce themselves, tell more about their VC fund, their checks and industries they invest. Who wanna be the first one?
If any. Juries would like to be shy today.
Oh, we would like to hear more about you.
Oh, maybe they will tell when they will be asking questions for the startups. They just want to hear the startups pitching.
Okay, so okay, let's then switch to our startups. I would like to show you the slide. Here are our startups. I hope you see my screen, and we have 10 amazing startups, as I've mentioned. And right now, I would like to invite Smart Mobile Labs and Rudiger. Hi, are you here?
Yes, hi Marina, I'm here.
Hi, Rudiger. The floor is yours.
All right, so I'm sharing my presentation.
I'm switching on the timer.
All right, do that. So, going full screen, do you see this?
Yes.
So, we are Smart Mobile Labs in Munich. We are a high-tech company of around 20 people, and we are addressing the 5G market. And what we actually do there is everybody's aware that the telecommunication market is going the next step, at least in the mobile network, to 5G. But the market opportunity we are pursuing is mainly for campus networks, so smaller installations, so not the big ones, from Vodafone or T-Mobile or such things, but more, 4 or 5 up to 10 base stations. And we are doing this together with our products. These products have all in common that we are addressing the real-time aspect of video. So similar to the Zoom conference here, we are specializing in transporting 4K resolution from cameras to smartphones. And in order to do this, we are doing an encoder software, we are doing smartphone apps, and we are doing a switching server, which is actually the fastest video distribution server in the industry with around 1 millisecond switching delay. And we are achieving less than 100 millisecond end-to-end delay. So applications are for example, self-driving cars or assisted driving from a call center. So you can stop the car within the human reaction time, which is higher than the 100 millisecond video delay. And we are doing this together with our partners. Our partners are, for example, Nokia, where we are certified, and we are one of the very few Nokia resellers in this market. We are also working with Huawei and Athonet, though. The end-to-end setup looks like this. We are having many cameras connected, so these can be security cameras, can be 360 or such, which may be mounted in moving vehicles like trucks, ships, ambulances, race cars, you know, obvious applications to get spectators or any other people live views of what's going on. We have also an application which can run on any smartphone, which allows you also to convert any smartphone into a body cam. On the distribution side here on the right, what you can do is you can have the outputs on set-top boxes running Android operating system for monitors. If you are equipping a video wall, you can use a decoder, special hardware, but you can also have it on your smartphone, including special features like, for example, positioning overlays and also augmented reality of certain sensors, sensor data you want to display. You can also have it in virtual reality 360 views if you want. Now, with this whole setup, we are addressing certain vertical markets. And one of the vertical markets is sports, where we did do some events, for example, in the basketball space. So this is with T-Mobile, as you can see from the coloring. And we did this in the Champions League already. And you can see here overlays. And you need to imagine that they are moving with the speed of the players who are running around on the playground. And we did this obviously also in football. You can see these references here below. And here you can, for example, get in your smartphone a video referee function, so you can replay the last 20 seconds, you know, for a foul or.
Sorry, your time is up. So just
yeah. And this is for the positioning and also for the public safety. So we are active in all these markets, and we did €1 million turnover last year. We are doing 4 million this year, and we are probably going to 10 plus million next year, and we are looking for financing of this growth. So,
thanks. 2 minutes for questions.
I would like to find out, what does your team look like? Can you tell a little bit about your team?
Yeah, so our team is around, of the 20 people we have around 16 developers. These 16 developers are mainly doing software, so maybe 10 of them. We are also developing hardware. So for the encoders, for example, we are doing certain integration jobs also for the 5G modems. So we are doing, you know, certain pieces of hardware. We are refurbishing with our software and firmware add-ons. And then we have some integration engineers who are doing the radio planning and the radio installations.
Can you explain how you reach customers?
We are reselling our product portfolio through Nokia worldwide, but we are also doing direct sales. So it's around 50-50. So we are also looking for partners who are interested in this 5G campus market, including the application.
Okay, great. If we don't have any other questions, I'm excited to introduce the next participants, Omega Lambda Tech and Renee. Renee, hi, are you here? Thanks, Rudiger.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Marina.
Hi, Renee.
So I cannot share my screen yet. Oh, okay, now. Desktop. Share.
Yeah, we see your, yeah, we see your presentation.
Okay, great.
Okay, we can start.
Okay, hi, I'm René Fassbinder, CEO and founder of Omega Lambda Tech. Today, I would like to show you how we help utility companies to save millions of cubic meters of drinking water and at the same time to drastically reduce repair costs, the smart data way. Here you see our very unique data science team consisting of 8 research experienced astrophysicists that formally solve the mysteries of the universe in topics such as dark energy and black holes. Nowadays at Omega Lambda Tech, we are dedicated to use our deep combined data science, AI, simulation, and physics expertise to solve the most relevant green energy data challenges. Today, I would like to talk about drinking water. Clean drinking water is one of the most precious resources we have on Earth. It is the basis for life, health, the economy, and in the future also for world peace. This resource must not be wasted. However, the reality looks very different. Drinking water losses due to leakages in the water grid range from 6% in Germany to more than 40% in Bulgaria, with the 23% European average. From the associated water losses, surge costs, and collateral water damages, one can easily estimate the annual market potential, which amounts to be 1.2 billion euros in Europe and 16 billion euros globally. With the lost drinking water in cities, you could fill up their respective soccer stadiums up to the roof with clean water. In Munich, you could fill up the Allianz Arena 5 times per year, and in Paris, you could even fill the Stade de France 35 times per year. What is the reason for this? Well, right now, detecting and finding water leakages is a very costly and resource-intensive process. Would it not be great to have a smart data solution that would automatically tell you that there's a new leakage and that it is right here? We at Omega Lambda Tech have developed exactly this solution based on a new data science method we dubbed virtual triangulation. And here's how it works. On the left side, you see a real water grid with 6 installed flow sensors. We now monitor all incoming data streams for leakage anomalies. If such an anomaly is detected, as here, we automatically start our simulation framework that simulates thousands of virtual leaks in the water network and compares the simulated signatures with the actual measured ones. This way, we can reconstruct a spatial probability distribution and can determine the most probable location of the leakage, as shown here by the indicated circle, which can then set off an automatic repair alert. Our solution has unique monitoring, detection, and localization features that will help utility companies to save up to 90% of their surge costs and detect up to 5 times more leaks with a 10-fold better location accuracy, fully automatically. For the final development of the scalable cloud-based product and the international rollout, we are currently looking for investment partners. So this is how our new solution helps to save drinking water and repair costs the smart data way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, René. Any questions, please?
Hi, does your technology work no matter how many leaks there are in a single pipe? And is the technology applicable to other kinds of pipes, or is it water specific? Thank you.
We are also developing a similar technology to power networks, low voltage power networks, where you have about 80% overlap of the technology. The detecting multiple leaks in the same pipe, if they are close together, they would be detected as one leak, with the uncertainty radius, but we are currently working on detecting multiple leaks at the same time. So this is what still has to be done in the final development phase that we want to start very soon, and for which we are looking for investment partners. So it's going to be a feature in the future.
May I ask how you are going to price this solution?
Yeah, so there will be a setup fee to set up the digital twin for the specific cities. Then we have a small maintenance fee of 150 euros per sensor for the fully 24/7 data analysis. And then most of the revenue will be a success fee model, 1,500 euros per detected leak. And we've done a market study where the success-based revenue stream showed a lot of interest from the utility companies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Renee. If no other questions. Okay, I'm excited to introduce the startup number 3, and this is Arcona company. Daniel, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you have a nice t-shirt.
Thank you very much. So I enjoy it every day, you know. My daughter likes it. Well, I love it too.
Okay, we see screen. It's fine.
Excellent. My name is Daniel, and I'm the founder at Arcona Technology, and we are building augmented reality metaverse. Arcona connects the real and the digital world together into a single information space, social network in augmented reality, which is designed for everyday user interactive experience with multimedia content in the real world around us. All existing platforms require the presence of the developer in the location to merge the content with the real world. The development of each project is exclusive, expensive, and takes a lot of time. With Arcona's service of remote placement of the content, any user can easily create his own personalized AR project without coding and share it with the rest of the world in real geographical coordinates without leaving the home. So we reduced the time and the cost of the development. And our project makes augmented reality technology more cheap, truly popular, and affordable to everyone. Using just one single camera of any user's mobile device, we rebuild the digital 3D model of the world on the cloud, position and track the mobile device and the content in the real world with high accuracy. Having this ambitious goal to bring augmented reality to the mass market, we have created the cloud-based software as a service. We have moved all the processes from the mobile phone to the cloud, and we have created the simple tool for every user to be able to create his own project. Basically, we have adapted the tech to any kind of cheap mobile device with an intention to open up the access to augmented reality for everyone, even with the simplest smartphone. And we are making money by charging the fee for all the transactions on the peer-to-peer network in our ecosystem. We sell the SDK and the licenses, and we'll sell the digital space for content placement and advertising. Our go-to-market strategy is to launch the pilot projects with the giants of all the industries in the most popular locations of the world, receiving the highest volume of organic traffic. For example, the tourists visiting Colosseum can see, instead of ruins, the battle of the gladiators inside. Thus, they attract the interest of the people around, because the person interacting with augmented reality cannot be unnoticed today. So the traffic from the street becomes the traffic of the system. I loved that acceleration programs in Google and Intel, and we were very happy to receive the grants from Microsoft and innovation funds. In comparison with the competitors, you can see that our solution is totally independent because we are not connected to Apple or Google AR services, AR platforms. And already today, we are offering the unique feature of remote placement of the content in augmented reality. In 2014, we opened the first in the world network of augmented reality parks on the open air. And now these parks are operated in 6 European countries. The founders of the team are the serial entrepreneurs with 3 successful projects behind. We are generating the revenue since 2014. We have generated $500,000 by selling the digital land for content placement during the last year. And now we have the independent AR platform. And now we are included in the list of the companies with the potential to dictate the standards of the AR industry. Thank you very much.
Daniel, thanks. 2 minutes for questions.
Daniel, you sold already virtual land for 500K, yeah? And so the people who bought this land, who are they and what are they doing with this land today?
Our customers are the businesses who bought the land. These businesses are launching their own AR projects on this land. Like I mentioned, they're rebuilding the missing architectural masterpieces in the world. This also can be done. Simple users that are owning this land and launching their own projects in this land, like you can launch online shops. The people now are sharing their content they have produced, they have created, they are sharing this content on this land. You can put the advertising, and we can launch the games already on these places. And so this is what it already is functioning.
How many customers bought the land?
4,200 customers we have that already bought the land.
So it's a check like $100, yeah?
Yes. So the minimum plot of the land, yes, the minimum plot of the land is $100.
How many objects already been placed?
The objects are custom, so the objects are included in the system. So they're around 15, 20 objects. But the people still can add their own object they like. They are stored on the cloud, so we don't count them.
Mm-hmm. But do they create objects?
Yes, the people can create the objects. This process is not automated yet. I mean, the inclusion of the object in the system. So the users can send to our team the object they have, and in 2 seconds we include it manually. Today we do it manually on the system.
But I mean, do they do it now? Are
Yes.
they creating objects now, today? Yeah?
Yes.
Their own
Yes, the people are creating the objects. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What is your favorite one?
Pink Pony.
Pink Pony. Where is it placed?
So the Pink Pony can be placed, it appears every time when you launch the application, but the most interesting thing that you can see the digital victory parade in all the cities of Russia. So this year, when this in 9th of May, when it is forbidden, we launched the first in the history digital victory parade in all the cities of Russia. So when you come to Moscow, in any city of Russia, you can see the tanks directly on the street.
Okay, I see.
And how many recurring customers do you have? How many people have bought the land and then bought another land again?
4,000 people bought the land. So these are the customers who own the land, 4,000 people.
And how many of them purchased a second land for the second time or a land for the second time?
We don't sell the land anymore.
No, but they can buy another city, right? Or another land.
No, we stopped the auctions because we're not selling the land anymore because it's a very deficit asset. Now we are just leasing the land to the customers. We are not selling it because all the land will belong to the system. We are leasing this land and making money on it. You want to place an object, you will pay the money for 1 week to place this object. But if you want to own the land, you had to do it previously.
Okay.
Daniel, many thanks. The time is up, and I'm excited to introduce you to the next participant, who is from Israel. Hi, Cliff.
Hello.
I know you're here.
I am here. Hopefully you can see me, and hopefully now you can see my screen. There we go. Okay, great. Thank you, Marina. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cliff Ansell, and I am the CEO of Respinova. Our mission at Respinova is to change the lives of COPD patients and their families. COPD is a group of chronic lung diseases that includes emphysema and chronic bronchitis. It affects over 350 million patients worldwide, and it's the third leading cause of death. We spend over $200 billion treating it every year. In COPD, sometimes the large upper airways of the lung get constricted, which restricts airflow. But more often, COPD is characterized by the complete collapse of smaller airways at the lower branches. The current way to treat COPD is by drugs, known as bronchodilators, which are little more than muscle relaxants for the muscles of the upper airway. These can't actually affect the lower airways, where most of the problem is, because these airways have no muscle. Our patented pulsator system uses a series of dynamic air pressure pulses at different frequencies that can do two things. First of all, these pulses vibrate their way down to closed airways, repeatedly pushing at the opening until they gently pop them back open. Second, the vibrations lower the viscosity of mucus that may be clogging the airway, kind of like shaking up a bottle of ketchup. These synergistic effects are clinically proven to improve patients. In a randomized placebo-controlled study, Pulsator produced more than 4 times the effect of the placebo device and more than double what clinicians consider to be a meaningful clinical improvement in just 2 weeks of treatment. This important result was published in the Journal of COPD. We are planning submissions to the FDA and CE very shortly for launch in Europe, with commercial launch of Pulsator planned by the end of this year. We've also started additional clinical studies to drive reimbursement down the road. We have a very simple business model, selling devices and consumables to patients and to hospitals. Our business model works both directly and through distributors, and we already have a strong distribution partnership in China with Vincent Medical, a Hong Kong-listed respiratory device manufacturer. We have a top-notch team to execute on this with over 125 years of collective experience in medical devices and a hands-on board of advisors with tremendous depth in the marketing of respiratory medical devices. Our IP portfolio consists of 15 issued patents already, with more coming down the pipe, together with encrypted software algorithms for controlling the pulsator. We are currently raising a Series B round, which will carry us through FDA, CE, and Chinese approval, and through the launch in Europe, US, and China. If anyone is interested in this or in a bridge round that we've opened to the Series B, please contact me directly. I would like to conclude by thanking the organizers of this great event and wish the best of luck to all of our fellow future unicorns. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Any questions to Cliff?
And so when are you going to receive FDA approval?
It'll be in the first quarter of this coming year.
Can you show this slide with your roadmap, please?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so you're going to submit it at the end of this year, yeah?
No, we're going to be submitting here. This is actually coming up in about 4 weeks' time. We're just getting our submission finalized. So it's about 6 months to get through FDA for a Class 2 510K.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and your device is ready, so you are just waiting for FDA agreements, yeah?
Exactly. We're just actually finishing the final bench tests and a few lab tests that are just finishing up now. We're getting the final reports, and then we're going to put in the submission.
Okay. Okay.
Do you already have some customers? Do you already have some customers lined up for your device?
So we do have one of our investors actually is a company that owns about 100 nursing homes who are waiting to buy these for their patients. In nursing homes, typically about 20 to 25% of patients suffer from COPD. So that's one customer that's kind of standing by. A lot of the customers for this device, though, are the actual patients themselves, because mostly the device is used at home on a daily basis. So we do have a waiting list actually of people who have contacted us who do suffer from the disease and are just waiting till it's on market till they can buy it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Cliff. Somebody else has the last question. You still have the chance for the last question.
Yeah, could you tell us where the device is manufactured and how you manage or plan to manage working capital?
Sorry, I heard where is it manufactured? I didn't hear the second part.
And how you plan to manage working capital?
Okay. So as far as where it's manufactured, our partners in China, Vincent Medical, actually have a manufacturing plant, very large, about 500,000 square feet of manufacturing space. They make thousands of respiratory devices a year. So that's where we will manufacture large quantities. We're setting up the initial transfer to production here in Israel just because COVID is making it a little bit challenging to get over to China and do the manufacturing ramp up. As far as working capital, again, we can't talk about too much about this financing round. I understand the details. I think probably easier to share those offline.
Fine. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Cliff. I'm excited to invite the next startup, who is Compare Technologies. Hi, Amael.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we see you and we hear you, and hopefully I see your screen sharing too.
Yeah, that's great. Great. Thanks a lot. That's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. At Compare, we believe in a world without material waste. And human beings are able to live for 80 years, but most of the products we use every day last only a few years. This is a paradox now. And for us, that's exactly how it started, being inspired by nature to extend the lifetime of composite structures. Composite materials are applied to many industries thanks to the lightweight properties. They can be made of glass, carbon, or natural fibers, embedded in a resin to create structural components. Even though they are very great, these materials have issues. During the lifetime, there is micro cracks that grow more and more until catastrophic failure. And this is a global problem. Because on one side, people start to repair such kind of damage, and this costs $17 billion per year. But not only that, for many applications, people just replace parts, generating a very high amount of waste that for 90% of them are not recycled. So this raises big question of lifetime management as well as sustainability. And at Compare, we bring the solution to reduce maintenance costs and help the environment. So our solution is textiles that are pre-impregnated with our magic chemistry. We sell those rolls to part manufacturers, for example, a shipyard or a windmill producer, for them to manufacture full composite applications. And these composite applications have new functionalities of ultra-fast repair, efficient repair, and efficient recycling. To demonstrate our technology, we manufacture several demonstrators, but specifically that one, which is typical of the aerospace industry. We impacted it, and here you will be able to see a typical damage. For you, it might be just a small spot, but for the industry, this is already critical, and people will spend many hours to repair it. With our solution, this is simple. You come with a heat gun at 150 degrees for 1 minute, and it's done. You recover fully the mechanical properties. The beauty of this technology is that we can have multiple products with one magic chemistry, and we plan to extend our product portfolio to best meet the market needs. With Compare, we can touch the entire composites industry. However, we need to focus to best launch our venture. We have now an industrialized product, the Heel Tech product family, attracting the sports and marine industries. And to secure our market entry and efficiently scale up, we are now looking for contributors to join us on this impactful journey. Our vision at Compare is to provide full circularity to the composite industry by allowing efficient repair and recycling. With such circular economy model, we could save up to 50% of composite resources, which is totally in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Amael Koad, and this development directly follows my PhD thesis. Together with the incredible Compare team, we are the perfect combination to succeed and make a large impact with this technology on the market. Thanks a lot, and I'm happy to answer all the questions that you may have.
Amael, thank you. Perfect timing. Dear juries, any challenge questions to Amael?
Can you remind us where are you now? What stage? Do you have revenues? Do you have clients?
We are starting with the first implementation to clients, so first revenues will come in some months.
Okay. And how are you selling and marketing the product?
So we are selling the product as rolls, as was shown in these slides in here. So basically, those are textiles. So we ship the textiles to clients.
I meant more, how do you source the clients and make the sales?
Yeah, so we did run 2 market studies, one internally and one externalized to people, which could really generate a lot of leads. And currently into the pipeline, we have a bit more than 60 leads into the marine and sports market. We are starting with those markets because those are fast market penetration that we could highlight as the go-to-market strategy through our market studies. And so we have 60 in the pipeline. With 8 of them, we are actively discussing to have the first implementation. As we are into a B2B strategy, relatively high into the value chain, we will always need to have a first implementation phase with the clients, which we are into it with specifically. So we are negotiating with 8 of them, and we are right now with four of them into this phase with the first application this summer.
Thank you.
And do you have direct competitors?
So direct competitors are big producers of prepregs within the market, like for example Solvet or Excel or Gurit. But those guys, we have a competitive advantage because they did not achieve the functionality of healing that we achieved. So those are direct competitors because they provide prepregs, but not with the same functionalities that we bring.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And I'm excited to invite the next participant. And the next participant is from AI, and the name is Raisin AI. And hi, Alexander.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm sharing the screen. Just give me a second. So yes, I think that you can see it. Great. So I'm ready. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm the co-founder of the platform, which is called Raisin AI, which is managed to work with personal finance and investment management for private persons. We have started our project because of the customers and the problems they faced, like overflooded market of digital financial services, lack of regulations and investor protection, excess of information noise, and of course, a high entry ticket for pre-IPO and private equity markets. So in April 2019, we launched an app which solved the majority of those problems. And the biggest thing we offered to the customers was the option to purchase pre-IPO and private equity companies starting from only 100 of USD or euro in a fully licensed environment. We have recently launched Airbnb and SpaceX shares available, and we are now closing the deals for Robinhood and Coursera, looking forward to offer them in a couple of weeks. Raisin is available all around the world, but our target market is EU. If this market is pretty big, so we do not want to unfocus our attention. Still, our business model is pretty simple. We are collecting the fees. We're collecting the fees from exchange operations, from the upfront fees from the purchases which are customers doing with the private equity and pre-IPO companies. And of course, we have a great margin in those SpaceX, Airbnb, and other private equity offerings to the customers. We also look to add environmental companies into the platform to offer them to raise the funds to change the world soon. We have lots of course, like in any fintech company, we have lots of competitors. I'd like to compare us and to benchmark us with Revolut, which is offering some kind of similar solutions. So I do like Revolut very much. It's only 5 years and it has a valuation of 6 billion of USD. We are looking to become a unicorn in a couple of next years, maybe 3 years. And I'm sure of success because we have a pretty great key metrics like the growth number of users, which is something about 40% per month. And of course, we have the revenues right now and more than 1.5 million euro of the customers' assets on the platform. We're also recognized by several well-known organizations like TechCrunch, for example. We were chosen as a top 5 fintech EU project in 2019. And of course, we have a great team with a great experience working for IT and financial companies, banks, and brokerage companies. We have already raised 700,000 of private customers, private persons, and we are now in a round looking for additional investments and looking for additional partners. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm very happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you very much, Alexander.
Thank you.
And before judges start asking questions, like I forgot my glasses,
Sure.
sorry. I would like to remind everyone that we highly recommend not to mention any fundraising or anything because it's a public event. It's being broadcasted all over the world, and some countries have really strict restrictions on that.
Yeah,
so
I've just
no.
I
It's
just
not,
mentioned
okay. It's
that
not a discussion
erased.
question. Yes, it's just a point that we need to say because our U.S. lawyers insist on that. That such sensitive questions, please discuss either in chat or in some other channels. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So when you are selling shares of private companies, so it's a kind of public offering. Am I right?
No, we're doing it via the private placement. We're using the private investment fund, which is domiciled on British Virgin Islands. And we do the additional checks before offering the private placement memorandum to each customer. Of course, we can do it in a way of public offering if we get a MiFID license.
Mm-hmm.
So this is limited to a limited number of acquirers right now.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Not today, probably.
Yeah, I see everyone is very tired.
No. We're just processing the information. So.
Yeah, I see. Great.
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much for attention.
How many customers do you have today?
Yeah, and I'm excited to welcome Page AI. This is an Italian startup, and this is startup number 7. Alessandro, hi.
Hello everybody. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your time.
We see you. We see your screen sharing.
Whenever you want, I can start.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Alessandro Monterosso, co-founder and CEO at Patch AI, the first virtual assistant for patient engagement in clinical research. We're an innovative Italian startup developing medical device softwares that focus on patient centricity in order to help patients improving their health outcomes and pharma companies to go to the market faster and in a cheaper way. What do? We do engage patients and collect valuable health data during clinical research studies. Why we do that? You know that the healthcare system is burdened, and during COVID, this has been very aggravated. Specifically for the pharma industry, there is a very low success rate and over 15 years to develop a drug that costs more than $2 billion to reach the market. Also, during these studies, this research, one of the main problems is low patient engagement. That means nothing else than their proactive collaboration during studies, low therapy adherence, high rates of dropouts. Also, pharma companies started collecting new type of data, real-world data, that are called patient-reported outcomes. This serves in order to go ahead toward precision medicine. In this moment, by the way, 50% of the market still use pen and paper, and the other half use just software that actually migrated paper forms into a digital solution. And we don't need this anymore because they don't engage patients. That's why we left behind the electronic solution and we entered the conversational patient-reported outcomes. Patch AI is a virtual assistant that chats with patients like a friend would on WhatsApp, mimicking human conversation and suggesting to their therapy to complete tasks. All of this comes with the gamified dashboard, rewards for patients, statistics, and health education on demand. All of the data we pull from the patients are shown in real time to pharma and to doctors in order to lower down the workload. We are a medical device class 1 and we are compliant with all the regulation of the niche industry we target. We went to the market in January this year and we got out of the top 3 pharma companies, Novartis and Roche, with the contract signed with over $500,000. Our market is over 22 new studies per year, and we are talking about addressing only 80 projects in 5 years to accumulate around 30 million revenues. Our engagement engine uses machine learning techniques to learn from patients' behavior and their status and implement personalized engagement strategies via conversation. During COVID, we expanded our value proposition, including also video consultation and self-triage for COVID to our clients. How do we work? Pharma companies is the payer, 50 euro per patient per month, on average, paid with setup fees, monthly recurring, and closing fees. We're better than others because we fully customize our modular platform in a plug-and-play way to every single client, every single study, and then after the study initiates, we got an individual level of personalization. Our team is made by clinicians, researchers, pharmacologists, and tech stars. In the first 6 months of the product in the market, we can say that the solution works because the average compliance of the patient, daily compliance, is over 95%. The last project is Roche Smart Health Companion. That is the first digital health solution offered by a pharma in Italy. And during this moment, we are fundraising our bridge financing round that will bring us to the Series A. Half of the size of the money have been committed, and don't hesitate to reach me out to know more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Any questions, please?
Alessandro, you said that part of your round already committed. Is it VC or business angels?
Yeah, family business office, micro VCs.
Micro VCs, okay. And when we are talking about business model, when the pharma pays you,
yeah,
what's happening then? So they pay per customer who will explore the drug, yeah, or in some way. How does it work? Can you explain more?
Pharma every year in approximately June, pharma set the budget for the pipeline of the studies of the upcoming year, of the next year. In that moment, they start drafting the protocols of the studies they want to launch and the data collection they need to do for every single study. In that moment, we jump in, usually pinging them or trying to upsell to a single client, and we sit down together, we develop the data collection strategy. How does it work? Based on some parameters like complexity of the data collection, number of patients, type of molecule, if it's very worth it, is a high cost one, and also the duration of the treatment in the study. Based on these parameters, we create a custom pricing. The pricing is paid at the signature of the contract. 20% of the contract is paid in advance. Then at the go live of our solution, that doesn't mean the initiation of the study, 30% of the contract is paid. So when we go live with real patients that start the study, we already earned all our costs plus already some margin. And then for the entire duration of the project, there are some fixed costs and a little variable cost based on the patient recruitment that is around 40% of the whole project revenue.
And can you just once more, do your customer, I mean, not your customer, I mean people, yeah, who have this application, do they receive some of the money or not?
Absolutely not. So it depends on the market, but in the stage we work in the data collection, it is phase 2B to phase 4 clinical studies, usually are healed patients, are not healthy volunteers to test the drug. So it means that these patients usually already tried several standard drugs that doesn't work anymore. So they usually either use the experimental drug or there is nothing to do. So usually they enter the protocol because of these, and they just need to follow the rules. And if they don't follow the rules, they just lose the possibility to get it.
Could you quickly tell us a little bit about the competitive landscape? Because I know this is a big market, but I have seen other startups that are doing a very similar sort of efficacy improvement around drug testing.
Sure. So the competitive landscape comprises hundreds of several companies. Most of them, there are 3 or 4 that are market leaders, US based. They are actually the famous so-called CROs, Contract Research Organization. By the way, they position in a horizontal way on the digital value chain of the clinical trials, offering a suite of solutions starting from protocol review to drug delivery to patient selection collection, and so on and so forth. So they don't actually focus on the specific patient data collection, and they have the add-on of patient data collection as a little options to their offering that is just digital forms sent by a link or in an app. That's why we differentiate, and there they offer one standard solution to everyone. Instead, we are a standalone application just doing that in a different way and using the empathetic chatbots. Also, we customize for every single client, even giving personalized branding, white labels, and improving the UI based on the age of the patients and the therapy area.
Alessandro, thank you so much.
Thank you everyone.
Continuing the medical topic, let's call Amar from Novak Scientific. This is our startup number 8. Omar, are you here?
Yes. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are, because this competition is actually very international. Love it so much. Tell me if you see my slides.
Yeah, we see your slides.
Okay. So hello everyone, this is Omar Sakr. I'm from Nawaz Scientific. We are the #1 online destination to outsource your scientific experiments. We are a company based in Amsterdam, but we are active in the Middle East and Africa. So let me start by telling you that the African scientific ecosystem have more than 2 million scientists working in the fields of natural and medical sciences. Unfortunately, all they have is a bunch of insufficient and outdated research facilities. So what do they do for now? They outsource most of their research to labs in Europe and the US, wasting a lot of time and money and producing not so well scientific output. Now, together with my team, we believe we can solve both problems, offering high quality scientific research in less time and at lower cost. So this is Nawaz Scientific. We are a core hub of state-of-the-art research facilities, and we offer our services online and on demand. Let me show you how. Let's say you're a pharma company and you have just imported a ton of active material and you want to check the purity of your active ingredient. All you have to do is to log to our website, choose the required test, and then click submit. We pick up the samples, we get them to our team who do the test, we do the analysis, we send you the results all the way back to you online. So the beauty of what we're doing is now, regardless of your location and regardless of the equipment in your own lab, you can do amazing research and amazing analysis. Our clients love us because we offer much more advanced equipment and at least 3 times faster delivery of results. And we're the only one in the market offering the sample pickup and the tech-enabled business model. This is high reflected in a high return rate, both on our B2C and B2B arms. We're aggressively scaling across Africa and the Middle East. Our plan is to build a chain of hubs around the continent, very well connected to empower the whole scientific ecosystem in Africa. We were among the first movers to fight the COVID-19, analyzing disinfectants, developing analysis tools and kits, and we even developed a hand sanitizer that does not cause skin dryness. Went like awesome. We've been in the market for 5 years, and doubling year over year. We analyze more than 40,000 samples coming from 9 countries. And check this, we are doing this at 70% average gross margin. We're very hard to compete with because of the very deep technical know-how. And we are on our way to achieve a 2.5x growth this year at 70% gross margin, which is huge. We already raised $1.5 million in VC money, and we have an open round for now. All of this wouldn't have been possible unless for a very dedicated team of 50 members, 10 PhDs. We're a multiple international award winner, as you can see here. And we're making history here, and we're making actual impact. And on top, we're making decent money. So if you're interested, come talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Omar. Any question to Omar? We're going to expand in Africa.
I probably missed, but can you tell about your revenues for this year, last year?
Yeah, so last year we just crossed that $250,000 in US dollars. We are planning to be a little bit above 600K US dollars this year.
Okay, thank you very much. And how many clients do you have today? In terms of number.
4,000 plus scientists.
4,000 plus. It's a retail. It's a physical person. So I thought you are in.
Yeah, this is a mix of B2C and B2B.
Okay,
so,
how many
actually,
B2B clients do you have?
80 plus.
80. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We serve industries of food, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, petro oil, and chemical industries. And lucky for us, they are wealthy clients, so they pay us well.
Thank you very much. Any other question? And by the way, Amar, how did you help with COVID? Did you do coronavirus testing?
Very ambitious project here to develop a tool that can diagnose virus without the use of kits. It's a kit-free tool, and it's under patenting now as we speak.
Very thanks. Okay, and I'm excited to introduce the next participant. So now we're switching to architecture, and this is architecture quote. Taylor, are you here?
I am.
The floor is yours. We see
Wonderful.
Screen sharing, and please,
Great.
please be strict.
No problem.
Time in 3 minutes, okay?
Cool. I'll try to keep it short. So hi there, my name is Taylor Ryan. I'm one of the founders of Architecture Quote. We help innovative architecture firms grow using AI to streamline discovery and proposal generation. In terms of the industry, it's gigantic. We're looking at perspective here, but the reality is we're looking at roughly 391.97 billion with a B by 2025. I don't think people are going to inhibit building for the foreseeable future. It's definitely continuing to progress. Here's the problem with the architecture industry. Most of the new projects that end up getting doled out or handed over to all kinds of different architecture firms happen via word of mouth, which means most people are expecting kind of a good old boy network and kind of go back and forth with one another to find new projects. I don't know too many industries that function that way in 2020, but I'm imagining that it's well overdue for disruption and a much more streamlined process. And that's where we come in. Just by and large, it is one of the most low digitalization industries out there. For an industry that requires a master's degree in order to become an architect, it's quite shocking. In terms of what we do at its core and the simplest parts of it, we're an aggregator of all projects all over the world. So we aggregate government tenders and competitions, specifically within Europe for right now. Freelance projects are aggregated from multiple websites, Upwork Guru, People Per Hour, Elancer. There are tons of people within the gig economy that are constantly scouring the internet for new and interesting projects to work on. And the last little bit is organic leads. We're actually pulling people that are interested in having their dream villa designed or maybe a warehouse produced and are looking for a talented architect to help them out. They come on our site and we get a little finder's fee every time that we connect the architect with the project itself. In terms of the way that this kind of thing came together, 2.5 years ago, we really saw an interesting play on basically a gap in the market. I always said that this would be far more entertaining if we were in a recession, and here we are. The reality is, if everybody's fighting over the same very few projects, it's going to create a lot of folks that are running out of work and thus either having to lay off other architects or basically not scale. We're very big fans of the SDG goals, which basically means, I think my favorite one's on the right, we want to give small players a chance or a seat at the table. As somebody who's won a $4.3 million government contract back in the United States, I know how many hours it goes into putting in a proposal and basically building one from zero. We want to level the playing field by giving architects a chance to basically build these things from scratch using some automation. We're pulling in all kinds of interesting feeds that allow for some lead scoring and win prediction rates. The win prediction rate is where it's all at, and we're going to be finished with that by the end of this summer. The idea is basically aggregating hundreds of thousands of projects and matching them with the winning proposals, and then predicting on a high likelihood basis whether or not this particular proposal will win a competition. I can go into all kinds of detail, but I know I often go over. But just to kind of finish out one of my last little points here, we're really focused on a freemium model. We want to give away elements of the platform for free initially. The goal is to get the user base, the people that are non-technical, the people that don't pick up software tools, to start using ours before they start upselling and buying the more expensive solutions, which requires a bit of the machine learning to actually provide value on the outset. So it's one of the things that we're constantly in battles with. We have architects signing up on a daily basis and asking us when the machine learning stuff is coming. It's coming. But yeah, we have about 14,000 unique visitors per month and continuing to get multiple architects on there every day. And we're continuing to get thousands every single month of new and interesting projects from all over the world.
Thank you very much. Taylor, 2 minutes for questions, please.
How fast is the number of tenders in your system is growing?
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting in terms of the way that governments all over the world are starting to look at how to replenish jobs. And so with any major recession, government contracts start to scale up. We've definitely seen that where I'm located, Copenhagen, Denmark. So normally you're looking at about 1,300 to 1,500 new tender listings per month just within Europe. But we're speculating that we'll see a 20 to 30% boost over the next 6 to 18 months, just because, yeah, the economy is in a tough spot and the government usually puts in a lot of not only civil projects, but also just building projects in general to stimulate growth.
Sorry, once again, maybe. Last month, how many tenders did you have in your system?
So last month we had roughly 5,000.
5,000. Okay, and every month you add just 10% or?
So we add all of the tenders that are specifically related to architecture, construction, and engineering.
So you are scanning all the world, yep?
We're scanning all of the European tender listings.
Okay. Okay. And how many subscriptions do you have today?
So in terms of regular architects that are coming in on kind of like our highest level on a regular basis, we're at 72. 72.
Okay. And they are paying already, paying customers.
These are all freemium members at this point.
Oh, freemium members. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Any other questions still? Our time is running out. Okay, thanks again. And I'm gonna switch to our last participant for today. And let's switch to security questions. And here is Keyless Technologies, Zach or Fabian, who is here today.
Hi, this is Zach. I'll be presenting for Keyless today. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, let me just share my screen.
We see you fine.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. All right. So hi everyone, this is Zach from Keyless, and we're happy to be here today. So for Keyless, we are a deep tech security company who is building the world's first privacy-preserving biometric authentication and personal identity management platform. So we combine biometric with advanced cryptography in a distributed architecture, such as zero-knowledge biometrics, as well as secure multi-party computation. So our zero-knowledge solution enables us to not store any data or password in a central server. So in this case, we will not compromise on the privacy. Sorry. And right now we are actually 20 team members, and our HQ is in London, and we have an R&D office in Rome. So this is our founding team. We have Andrea as a CEO, Fabian as a COO, and we have our CTO, Paolo Gasti, who has worked on biometric and cryptography for the past 10 years, as well as Giuseppe Adonis, as well being the top 10 most influential privacy and security scholar. So for Keyless, our mission is to enable anyone to access any service from any device at anywhere at any time. And we realized that authentication and identity management is broken. So billions of users have lost their password or had their privacy compromised. So as we all know, in the beginning, we all started off with password, and then we have a hard token, and then we move on to soft token like SMS or push notification. And then we have biometrics as a local authentication like Face ID. And then we have Keyless, who is building a world first zero knowledge biometrics. So in Keyless, we have this zero knowledge biometric which enable people to access anywhere, anytime. So we do not store any biometric templates or data of the user. So in this case, it will not be possible to reconstruct the data, or neither is it stored on the user device or on our server. So as you can see that in Keyless, once the user enroll themselves on the phone, their biometric template is actually distributed into different server. And then when the user authenticate themselves on the phone, the template will reconstruct themselves and identify the user. So in this case, nothing is stored on Keyless or on the user device. So it's safe, and then we can protect the user privacy. And also our design, the design of our technology is actually multi-factor by design. So everything is very secure and private. So for now, we have two products, which is the workforce authentication, which is GDPR compliant to secure your employee and workforce in this remote environment. And then we have consumer authentication to secure your end user transaction, and as well as is also PSD2 compliant. And then coming in 2021 next year, we will be introducing our personal identity management by giving the user the control of their own privacy to selective disclosure of their personal information.
Zach, thank you very much. Your time is up. Just the last phrase.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you. Any questions to Zach?
The last phrase was cute. I like that.
The last phrase was
thank you.
Yes, I would like to remind you that Zach is the last contestant on our European Day for today. So you have an opportunity to ask the questions, and don't forget to vote, because exactly in a couple minutes, like in 2 minutes, we'll be closing the voting session for the whole European Day of our Unicorn Cup finals, and we will know who is the leader of the day. So questions to Zach.
You have the opportunity to ask questions to Zach.
Zach, where are you now? On what
right
stage?
now, right now I'm in Singapore.
Okay, I mean in terms of developing of your company.
Okay. Right now we are at the POC / commercial stage right now.
So you are starting sales.
Sorry?
You are starting your sales?
No.
Not yet.
We are actually in a POC with several companies. Yeah, and recently we have one with Louis, which is a renowned European university, and we help the students to sit their examination remotely due to the pandemic.
Okay, maybe can you you can explain more how the authentication process goes? So for students, for example.
Okay, so for students, we actually work with Louis, the university, as well as Cisco WebEx. So the students and the professor will have to authenticate themselves using keyless to enter the WebEx room where they will sit their examinations, where the professor will monitor the students through the video cam. So in order to authenticate the students to be who they are in taking the exam, they have to enroll themselves prior to the exam with keyless and then authenticate themselves on the day of the exam.
Thank you very much, Zach.
Can you talk about how you'll be charging for this in the future, and what a contract like Louis could be worth in the future if you were to go live with them past the POC stage? Just to give us a sense of the economics.
Yep. So in the future, we will be developing enhanced technology capabilities like behavioral biometrics, where we use AI to study the patterns on keystroke dynamics, on how people swipe on their mobile phones and how people type on the keyboards. So that is a additional security layer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. And now I think we have already the time to vote, to finish the voting process. And just in a couple of minutes, or just in a bit, Anna will announce our today's winners, right?
Absolutely. Yes, if Zach will stop sharing the screen.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say, everyone, that we are waiting all of you in our virtual reality of after party. And it's siliconvalley.world. Girls, please give a link to our guests so they can join us. And we are waiting all of you tomorrow at our American Day, the final day where we will pick the winner. But today we have a leader of the day, and guess what? It's Privy Technologies. Congratulations. You can go to our site, Unicorn.Events, and you will see live all the scores of all the 55 startups that pitched today. And tomorrow we will know the final score of all the winners. Thank you, Marina, for such a wonderful session. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
And you can see your results on event page, right?
Absolutely, yes, event page. Yes, all the results are published already. And you can go and see yesterday results, today results. You cannot see tomorrow results because we will have them only tomorrow. So we really encourage all the judges to join us tomorrow. We will have a really great session for New York time zone. Okay, so thank you all for joining us. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. It was great seeing you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye.
See you
Thank
in
you.
virtual
You're
world.
great. Bye-bye.
Marina, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Kevin. Bye-bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
No, see you now in virtual world.
Absolutely. Yeah. See you. Bye-bye.